Welcome to the free Stress Reset course designed to prevent stress from becoming burnout. Now, if you're feeling overwhelmed with life, work, responsibilities, relationships, or just the state of the world right now, then this is for you, right? And before we jump into anything, you're probably looking at the length of this video and thinking, 17 hours? I'm already stressed out. How am I supposed to find time for this? Well, the good news is you're not supposed to. This isn't a video to binge in one sitting, unless you really want to, of course. Think of it more like a free course that you can come back to whenever you need it. You can watch it one bit at a time each day, or you can look at kind of one session a week, or simply jump to the areas that are most relevant to you right now, right? These sessions are timed in the description below, so you can navigate it as you see fit. See, my goal for you isn't to just finish this as quickly as possible, it's for you to actually benefit from it. And listen, I'll be honest, I'm sharing this because quite frankly, I'm sick of important education being gatekept. And a big part of my mission is to make sure that these kinds of resources are accessible. I believe that it's our human right to be able to access basic information that could save us a whole heap of stress and live in a much better place from a well-being point of view, right? So no matter where you're from, what resources you have to invest in yourself, this is for you. And trust me, it's not easy when you're trying to run a profitable business to always live that mission in the way that I guess I would really love to. I could do all this stuff for free if I could. But some things just are more important than that. Right, so if this is the first time we're meeting, my name is Charlotte, and over the last 20 years I've had the privilege of helping thousands of people recover from stress, burnout and overwhelm. I've also experienced burnout myself, so this work isn't just something I've studied, it's something that I've had to live through as well. And over the years, one thing has become incredibly clear to me, and that is that the people with the greatest responsibilities are often the ones that are quietly putting themselves last. They're the ones leading teams, supporting families, running businesses or caring for others, or simply just trying to hold everything together. And while information about stress and burnout has never been more available, true practical guidance is often hidden behind paywalls or simply out of reach to most people. So for years, this course was actually a paid Kickstarter program specifically for our community. And it was originally delivered live with my husband and co-founder, Jonathan, who you'll get to know throughout this course. And you'll notice that it's a recording of that Kickstarter, right? So for privacy reasons, we've blocked out the faces of the attendees, but you can still hear their breakthroughs and how they might actually relate to you. So since this is a recording, obviously my work has evolved since it recorded, but this is really the foundation, right? Many of the newer frameworks I've created build upon what you're going to learn here, because these are timeless principles that will show you how your stress response isn't just working against you, even when sometimes it feels like it is. It's going to actually show you how it's trying to help you so that you can actually feel really, really good, right? Because sometimes we just need the right knowledge and the right tools and the right support to actually process stress in healthier ways. So before we begin, I do want to mention one important thing, and that is that this program is designed for educational purposes and to share the tools and strategies and insights that have helped thousands of people to better understand stress and burnout. It is not a substitute for personalised medical, psychological or mental health care. If you're experiencing severe distress or feel like you're in crisis or have concerns about your mental or physical health, then please seek support from a qualified healthcare professional. My hope is that this program complements that and supports it rather than replaces it. And last but not least, in the description below, you will find a link to all of the resources you're going to need throughout this course, including a workbook, soundtracks, reflection tools, and the Stress Less scorecard, which is a short free assessment. The scorecard only takes a few minutes to complete, but it will help you understand where stress is affecting you most right now. So you can kind of watch parts of the program that are likely the most valuable for you. Plus, you'll be able to then retake that scorecard at the end, and you'll be able to see your progress after you've implemented everything in this course. So go ahead and click that link now, and I'll see you inside the course. If you have any questions, drop them in the comments or send over an email and I'll make sure I reply to you personally. All right, so enjoy and let's get started.
Hello everyone, how are we all doing?
Hello. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. All right, how are you doing? There's a lot of you chatting in the chat box. You're feeling good, it seems. Have we been body scanning, showing ourselves some compassion, staying centered?
Yes.
No? Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, cool.
Excellent.
Listen, I know that it's, a bit overwhelming. There's a lot of tools, right? We've covered a lot already and it's day 6, but listen, don't worry. We are going to bring it all together for you by the end. So it's all integrated and you know exactly what it is you need. Okay. So right now it's all about just pulling those things that you really, really can feel are going to help you and doing the best you can with those, because our goal is never to be perfect. Okay, our goal is to always be directionally correct. Okay, so we're going in the right direction. It doesn't have to be perfect, but one step in the right direction is the only thing we need to be focusing on.
Absolutely. So I've got a question for everyone. Who here could use more rejuvenation and recovery in your life? Who feels they could use more of it? Or is everyone fully 100% rejuvenated and recovered every single day? Excellent. Oh, we got somebody joining in. Perfect. So today we're diving into one of the biggest areas, the biggest return of investment areas that you can focus on to boost your entire well-being and stress levels. Okay, mastering this will improve your relationships, your work performance, sex life, health, and so much more. And we're talking about sleep here. Okay, and sleep is one of the most underrated and forgotten aspects of our wellness that we tend to neglect. Okay, it's about respecting sleep in this. So we're not just going to tell you need to sleep more. We're going to discuss why it's so important and give you some little tips and all kind of hacks that are going to help improve the quality of your sleep, because that is going to have a massive positive impact on every single area of your life. Okay, so if you struggle to get sleep, you find yourself tossing and turning at night, or if you wake up feeling exhausted, then listen up. Okay, take notes, get your workbook to hand, and get ready.
Yeah, sleep really is like the foundation of everything. If you can get your sleep dialed in, the rest of everything else starts to fall into place nicely. I just want to mention, Preet's put a message in the chat there saying his son practiced the body scan and centering yesterday after getting emotional after losing a game, and the tools are really helpful. I love that. So you're putting them into practice already. And what I love is that you're sharing this with your kids, right? How epic is that, right? He's not going to do what most of us have done and wait until he's an adult to find this stuff out, right? Quality parenthood right there. Good on you, Preet. All right. So sleep. So I've always had an interesting relationship with sleep. Okay, so when I was younger, I did not respect sleep at all. Okay, I've never been a coffee drinker. I know that might make me sound like a bit of an alien to most of you, but I've never been into coffee at all. But I did go through a phase where I was running on Red Bull, which is like the worst alternative, and I was quite young at the time, but I remember going to a party. Actually, this has just come to mind. I wasn't planning to tell you this. I went to a party. I wasn't drinking alcohol, wasn't drinking coffee or anything like that. So I know what I'm going to have some Red Bull instead. I think I had 5 in a row, and no word of a lie, I thought I was going to have a heart attack. And I was like 18 at the time. Anyway, my point is, I went through a little bit of a phase being hooked on Red Bull, and essentially I was running on empty, right? And I was younger, so I was able to get away with it. But realistically, that didn't continue, thankfully. But my lack of sleep or ability to regulate my sleeping patterns only really started to affect my kind of past experience, and suppressed emotions and things like that started to reveal themselves when I went to bed, right? Because I wasn't able to, get into a proper sleeping rhythm, right? So I started to obviously fix my sleep hygiene. Okay, but the thing is, and when I say sleep hygiene, you're going to learn a lot more about that today. And essentially what we're talking about is your care practices around your sleep and how you're respecting sleep. So I started to fix those things up in my own life, but I was still waking up with a racing mind, or having a racing mind before my head hit the pillow, right? So we go to bed, and all of a sudden that little chatterbox starts up, right? All the things that I need to do that day, all the things that I need to do the next day, all the things I wish I'd said, all the things I wish I'd done, all of the things that were just kind of running around in my mind all come to the surface when those lights went out. I did have a period of time as well where I had experienced intense nightmares, and needless to say, that was affecting my performance, my attitude, how much I was obviously enjoying daily life, right? But fortunately, I come to realize that this was actually my unconscious, right? You know, we said yesterday, our subconscious mind is that part of us that's automated, right? And essentially it's that part of us that is running the show, okay, and keeping us alive and keeping us well. But my subconscious was trying to get my attention to help me to resolve stress that I was carrying from the past and on a daily basis. But I realized it was showing up at bedtime because it was the only time I was allowing myself to be still and quiet, right? It was the only time I surrendered and kind of put myself into a rest mode. It's always very busy, quite ambitious, always on the go, always doing something. But in hindsight, my subconscious needed a bit more time to catch up with everything I was doing, right? Because I'm also a bit of a doer, okay? I definitely used to be very much a doer. But the problem is my subconscious was using this opportunity to communicate with me when it was time to go to sleep, which meant then I wasn't obviously resting. So I realized I needed to stop avoiding whatever it was I was kind of diverting my attention from and start to optimize my sleep, right? And when I did that, I noticed my mental health improved, my emotional issues improved drastically. And when I really optimized my sleep, okay, and got to the root of some of the past stresses that I mentioned a couple of days ago and yesterday, I was obviously kind of on track, able to be able to regulate myself. I was able to deal with anything that did come up on a daily basis at the life level and at the root level, right? And so it really, really has been something pivotal and foundational in my own life, and it has been for our clients as well.
Absolutely, guys. And I am a coffee drinker, by the way. I love coffee. It's amazing. But what I want to share with you is the different sleep stages. And this is so important, why sleep is, it must be a non-negotiable part of everyone's life. It can't be something that you go, oh, that's okay. I can catch up on my sleep at the weekends, or it doesn't matter if I lose an hour or so here or there. It is so important. You've got 4 different stages of the sleep cycle. You've got your awake stage, you've got your light sleep stage, or deep sleep, or non-REM, and then your REM sleep, which is your dream state, your rapid eye movement. So during the sleep cycle, when you go to bed, your non-REM, your deep sleep, and your dream state sleep are in constant reoccurring push and pull. They're in push and pull battle for brain domination across the night, okay? This war is usually one will last every 90 minutes. So you go through these cycles roughly every 90 minutes. And the first part of your night, or first part of your sleep cycle, is usually dominated by your deep sleep, your non-REM sleep. And then that is followed on by REM sleep, your dream state. So this cycle is vital for full brain and body recovery. The problem comes is when we neglect our sleep, and human beings are the only species on this earth that neglects sleep and sees it as a weakness or a hindrance to achieving what it is they're trying to achieve, where it is the most important thing to achieving what you want without the suffering as well, without the exhaustion, without the stress, without the brain fog and all this stuff that comes along with it.
Go back to the animal kingdom again.
Yeah,
I know you'll catch on that one, right? It's like, just learn from nature.
Honestly. Exactly. We need to, again, take ourselves back to basics, back to foundation, back to nature. When it comes to sleep, the danger lies in the sleep profile of non-REM, the deep sleep. Because this dominates so early on in the night, REM sleep, our dream state, dominance comes later in the morning. Okay, so let's say, for example, you go to bed, just make it easy, math-wise, you go to bed at midnight, and then you wake up at 8 a.m. You get a full 8 hours of sleep. Okay, that's a good 8-hour cycle. You're going through those 90-minute cycles, you get full restorative sleep as long as your quality of sleep is there. And that means you're not waking up every hour or so when your mind's racing. But let's say you decide to wake up at 6 a.m. So you go to bed at midnight, you wake up at 6 a.m. because you've got a meeting, an early meeting, or you've got to get to the gym before you go to work. So my question to you is, what percentage of sleep do you think you lose? So if you're sleeping 6 hours instead of 8, logically, you would assume you lose 25% of your sleep, of your total sleep. Because take 2 hours from 8, that's 25%. But that's not entirely true, okay? Because your brain desires most of its REM sleep as dream sleep. Late in those late morning hours, you will actually lose between 60 to 90% of your REM sleep, even though you've lost a total of 25% of your sleep. because your dream state is in those later mornings, those times when you're about to wake up. Okay, and the same goes the other way around. So if you go to bed later and wake up later, for example, if you went to bed at 2 a.m. and woke up at 8, you're going to lose a significant amount of your deep sleep. And both your deep sleep and your dream state are both responsible for that full restorative and recovery of brain and body, but in different ways. So if you miss out on one or the other, you're neglecting one and you're not getting full recovery from the day's stresses before. So from when you wake up, the only time you recover is when you're sleeping. That's when your body shuts down, your mind and your body get to shut down and recover from the day's stresses. So if you're not sleeping, you're not recovering. This is the most important thing. So it's similar to a diet. Think about a diet. If you only eat protein and you cut out all carbs from your diet, you're neglecting, you're taking away a very important nutrient that your body is designed for and needs. Is so important for optimal function. So it's exactly the same when you're shortchanging your brain of either REM, your dream state, or your deep sleep, and which is both are critical for full body brain recovery. And this can result in a range of physical and mental ill health if not balanced. The longer it goes on for, the more it could be. Obviously, it can start with something like just tiredness, a bit of brain fog, loss of concentration, and it can progress onto even more major and life-threatening illnesses over time as well. Because when you don't sleep and you don't fully recover, inflammation is still holding in the body. That energy blockage, that energy from stress and stressful moments or anxious moments throughout a day isn't being fully released and recovered. So we're holding on to that residual. And every night that we don't have a full night of quality sleep, that residual compounds and gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Like we said the other day, it builds and it builds. It's like they're putting those metaphorical rocks in your backpack. It builds to the point where something's going to happen, something's going to give. Okay, and so it's important to know that burning the candle at both ends does not exist. No one can survive on 5 hours of sleep a night. People say that, and the reason why, I'll tell you that in a second, is you cannot. There's a thing called sleep debt that our body goes through. So if you don't have that good quality sleep, that full restorative sleep, you create a sleep debt. Now, most people think they can catch up on sleep at the weekend. So I'm going to sleep 5 hours every night throughout my work night because I need to get things done. And on the weekend, I'm going to sleep in and get it back. I'm going to accumulate it back. That is a myth. It does not happen at all. There are hundreds and thousands of studies to show that your body cannot recover sleep-wise what it's lost. So there is a study done where they took two groups of people one big group of people, where before they deprived them of sleep, they took all blood tests, ECGs, EEGs, all brainwave, tracked their brainwaves from a healthy group of people who were getting 7 to 8 hours of quality sleep a night. And then they took those results, deprived them of sleep, only 1 hour per night. So they went from having 7.5 hours to 6.5 hours of sleep for a week. And then they again took all the measurements again and found a massive reduction across all levels: brainwave state, sleep cycle, quality of thinking, decision making. All these things suffered. And then they let them go back to their normal sleep pattern, 7.5 to 8 hours quality sleep. And then they took the results again. And what they found is the body and mind did not go back to the original baseline of when they took all these tests before they deprived the group of sleep. So what happens is the body and your mind will create a new normal, a new baseline. So your body never reverts back to its normal baseline of sleep quality. So if you're missing sleep and you're not getting quality sleep, your body and brain will create a new normal, which is why people who think that they can survive in 5 hours is they might survive. They might think they're getting stuff done and they're awake and they're doing things, but internally, all that's happened is your nervous system has just created a new normal. And that new normal is a state of suffering internally, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. But it also just like cuts your capacity to be able to do things with quality. I used to be just like that, right? Yeah. I would literally finish work. This is when I was working in different fitness facilities. I would finish like maybe 11:30. By the time I get home, it's like midnight, and I'd be up at 5 o'clock the next morning to go and open the gym. And I felt like, oh, it's okay, I'm good, I'm surviving. But reality was like my quality of work, the quality of my thinking, the quality of my life level, it was going at a fraction of what it could be. So it really does stop you from performing at your optimal.
Absolutely, guys. So it's important to really remember how you see how important sleep is. It's got to be the number one focus when looking at improving any area of your life, because when you get that good quality sleep, it's easier to process the thoughts that are running through your head. It's easier to process the emotions you're feeling. It's easier to train and to push yourself in the gym or exercise without the risk of injury. It's easier to recover as well. I'm sure some of you have felt that before, where you've had a few nights of lack of sleep. You feel awful. You can't think straight. You feel like you're emotionally you can't control your emotions. You can't really process them. You feel like you keep forgetting stuff, and also you feel like your body's just not recovering. That's because sleep is the single most important thing when it comes to our health. Because if we're working on our quality of thinking, we're working on releasing emotions, we're working on kind of releasing tension from our body, but our sleep is not optimal, all that is going to have a very short-term effect. It's very important that sleep becomes a number one non-negotiable in your life. And I know there's challenges. Some people have shift work, they have different hours, they have unsociable hours. Some people have a lot of things going on where they struggle to sleep, like Charlotte mentioned in her story. And the reason that is because when we come to sleep, it's the first time in the day the majority of people surrender and allow to relax. And then when they do that, guess what happens? All these thoughts and emotions that they've been suppressing throughout the day jump to the surface and want your attention. So it's important that we deal with this stuff and we learn to take time for ourselves during the day. So when we come to sleep, we can get into those states. So I know, Kailash, you mentioned about you monitor your sleep closely and you find it difficult to reach REM sleep. When you do, you feel great. Yeah, because it's an important part of that mental and physical recovery. And you said, unfortunately, you have to resort to drugs to reach REM sleep. We'll go into that deeper when we get to the Q&A. Absolutely, because there's some definitely things we can touch on there. But before that, there's some really good tips or little kind of like hacks and biohacks you can do to start improving your sleep. The first thing is your sleep routine, your sleep hygiene before you go to bed. How many of you watch TV or scrolling on your phones just before you go to sleep?
Hands up. Who does
Hands
that?
up. Yep. So probably one of the worst things you can do, because when the sun goes down and we're in darkness, our body starts to switch on those receptors to be able to say, okay, it's nearly time for bed. We're going to start releasing melatonin, which is why everyone starts to feel tired when it gets dark, because our body's natural circadian rhythm is to release melatonin, which is the sleep hormone, to help us go off to sleep. But as soon, because of obviously modern technology and the invention of light indoors, we've disrupted those signals inside ourselves. And the more we're looking at screens as blue light, it stimulates our nervous system, it stimulates our receptors. So what happens? It suppresses that melatonin release, that sleep hormone. And if you're looking up on your phone or watching TV up until you go to bed, and you go to bed and you're struggling to sleep, it's because your brain is wired up, your nervous system is wired. And even if you do get to sleep, you wake up feeling groggy, is because it can take up to 2 to 3 hours for your body to calm down enough to release melatonin again. So if you go to bed at 10 p.m. just after watching a movie or on your phone, you might not be releasing that sleep hormone your body needs to fully recover until 1 a.m. in the morning. Does that make sense? So one of our rules is, apart from obviously this event, because it's something we end up going to bed not too long after, but we always say no technology 1 to 2 hours before bed. No technology at all. So that means no phones, no TV, no Kindles, nothing like that. Like, either talk to each other, read a book, meditate, breathe, whatever that is, but try and get rid of all technology from your house. From your away from your sight, basically, blue light from your sight.
And definitely ban it from the bedroom, guys. Your bedroom should be for sleep and intimacy. That is it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Nothing
So we have no technology. So Renan said even Kindle, yes.
Yep.
So Kindle during the day, fine, but even at night, it still emits a slight blue light. It's not as intense as a phone or TV, but it still disrupts those receptors.
Even if you turn the brightness down, it still has blue light coming from.
Exactly. So there are things you can do. For example, we love watching movies. We love watching series. So I use TV before bed to relax. So yeah. So one thing, we like to watch movies and we like to watch TV, but please don't confuse relaxing with TV, because that actually has the opposite effect on our nervous system, especially if we're watching something that stimulates us, like an action movie or a romantic comedy, whatever that is. It stimulates emotion and switches on our nervous system. Doesn't actually calm us down. It's a trick we've taught ourselves to believe that we're calming down. So it's important, if you want to watch TV like we do, sometimes we like to watch a movie. Blue light glasses are literally the most amazing invention ever. So for example, we've got 3 pairs here. This one we use for daytime. It blocks out about 50% of blue light. It's just, the reason we use it in daytime is just to improve, to save the health of our eyes, because blue light and this artificial LED light can damage your eyes over a long period of time.
So if you're on the screen most of the day, it's worth having it during the day. If you're not on a screen too much, then your eyes are
exactly
really fine.
So these ones here, these are yellow lenses. So these block out 70% of blue light. We use these around about sunset at a time when the sun starts to go down. The red ones are when it gets dark. These block out 100% of blue light. Okay, so when you're watching, if you're on your phone or you have to work in the evening like we do, based on where we are time zone wise, we have to do a lot of evening work. So we'll wear blocking glasses to make sure that when we're finished, our body's in that state where it's able to release melatonin, that sleep hormone, before bed. Okay, or if we get to the weekend and we say, okay, we want to watch a movie, literally up until we go to bed. We do that every now and again. We'll watch a movie with these. Okay, well, because it stops that blue light from penetrating and activating those sensors behind your eyes and your brain to keep you awake. Okay, and I remember the first time we started wearing these. First time I started wearing these ones, within 10 minutes, I could just feel myself yawning and getting into that sleep state. It was ridiculous. I didn't believe it at first, and I thought, okay, I'm going to take them off. I'm going to wear them tomorrow. I'm going to try again. Same thing happened again. Wore them 10 minutes, started yawning. It was a crazy experience, but it's such a good biohack.
It is. It doesn't mean you're going to fall asleep when you put your glasses on, though.
No, you won't fall asleep, but you'll start to activate that sleep cycle within your body to release the hormones necessary.
So May said here, what about blue screen protectors? Yeah, they're great.
They're really good as well, definitely.
You can get them online. Just please check that it's coming from a good
reputable source. Yeah, because a lot of blue light glasses are rubbish. They claim to be good, but when tested, they don't block out hardly anything. So the lenses are called, these ones are called True Dark, from a company called True Dark, but there's loads out there. Where we will send you some links to ones we know are reputable and really good, like lots of research and science to back them up, so we know they work. So we'll send you links to those as well, so you can have a look. But there are thousands of different companies out there that are doing it now.
A credible company will often give you like a little blue light laser type thing with the glasses, so that you can actually check. So when it comes through, you can literally just see if the blue light comes through the lens as well. So it's well worth the investment for those.
Definitely. What are your thoughts on the use of podcasts or music to drift off to sleep?
So podcasts, it depends what you're listening to.
Yeah, you don't want it to stimulate.
If you're going to stimulate your mind and you already have quite a busy mind, then it's probably not the best idea. Music can be actually super helpful. The only thing I would say is be mindful of having the device in your room, because your device just being near you and in your room will actually affect your sleep as well because of the EMFs. Definitely.
And again, tons and tons of research and science to back up your Wi-Fi router, your phone, your TV, or anything that emits a signal, and especially your phone, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi emit harmful signals to the body. So anything that's near you when you're trying to sleep is going to penetrate your body, and it's going to mess with your hormones. So, which is why one of the recommendations you see a lot of biohackers tell is, if you have got your bed against the wall and you've got your Wi-Fi router in the other room, is to move your bed at least a meter or so away from the wall. Okay, because those frequencies can penetrate through the wall into your bedroom and affect your sleep. Again, tons of studies to back all this up as well, researching that over time to show the effects of how these frequencies do actually affect you. The best thing to do is at nighttime, if you don't need it, switch your Wi-Fi off, pretty much, because then it's not emitting anything.
I mean, obviously your question was really about music, right?
Yeah.
And phone. So music, you mentioned, Linda's mentioned white noise there as well. White noise is good.
Yeah,
This is the Eckhart
Tolle,
Tolle
yeah.
sleep immediately.
He's got one of those voices.
Absolutely. The key really is weighing it up. We're obviously giving you a whole bunch of things you can try. Now, sometimes you might need sounds or sleep stories to get to sleep. And that's okay. And start just one thing at a time, but just do your best to put your phone away so you're not looking at it. Fix up the blue light first, and then if you still need to, start to worry about where your Wi-Fi router is and stuff like that, because you can, really
there's many things you can do, but the main thing is if you're struggling with sleep and it's consistently struggling, then having the phone in your room to play some music to help you get to sleep is going to be better than not having it there if it helps you get to sleep. So if and that's the key. That's what I say. We have clients we work with who take all technology out of the room, but they find that when listening to a meditation or something like that, they get off to sleep easier and feel more refreshed in the morning. So the benefits outweigh the consequences in that regard. But if it's not doing anything for you, then probably best to keep all technology out of your bedroom when you go to sleep.
We said at the beginning of this Kickstarter that there's going to be some of you that want to go all in and take everything and do your best to implement everything. And there's going to be some of you that want to pick a few things here and there, right? And I would recommend, if possible, when it comes to sleep, do your very best to adopt as many of these things as you can. If need be, go cold turkey for like a week with tech, sound, everything, and really then start to slowly see what works for you by reintroducing things if it's necessary. It might be tough for the first week or so because you're used to going to sleep with sound or noise, like a TV or music and stuff, but try to go without it and see if you can do it, because I believe you really can. It just might feel a bit uncomfortable at first.
Katie, is there a recommended optimum time to go without before sleep? Go without what? Sorry, technology, is it? Yeah, 1 to 2 hours. Some people are different, but at least I say minimum 1 hour, optimal up to 2 hours is a good time to get rid of technology from there. But yeah, I'd say no tech, and obviously blue light glasses are a great way to really calm the nervous system down and get those sleep hormones on track again. Other thing is simple stuff you probably heard before, like a cool, dark room. It's so imperative. Our body cannot go into deep sleep states or even to sleep if we're too hot. So a cold room, optimal temperature between about 19-20 degrees Celsius is the optimal to get off to sleep. Any warmer, it raises our body temperature and our heart rate, and we end up waking up. If it's too cold, same thing. We end up shivering and we end up waking up because we can't go to sleep. So optimal temperature through science has been found out about 19-20 degrees Celsius is a great room temperature for sleep. And a dark room, like dark as you can. If you live in a city where there's loads of lights, blackout curtains. Try and get your room as dark as possible, because your body, every inch of your skin is filled with sensors. So any light that hits any part of your skin sends a signal to the brain to wake, to activate, to wake up. Okay, so darkness is so key when it comes to a room.
Can I ask here about wristwatches as well? Wristwatches, if it's a digital wristwatch, make sure it's on airplane mode and make sure the screen is covered.
Yeah, like a smartwatch.
Like a smartwatch. Otherwise, a normal watch will be fine.
And that normal analog watch, mechanical watch is fine.
Analog, that's the word I was thinking. And Renard's asked, what about the theory of learning while sleeping? Yeah, so I believe in that. I do believe that learning whilst you're sleeping does definitely help your subconscious to embed things. You need to weigh up your sleep quality. So we actually like to track sleep, and with our clients as well, they will start to track their sleep when they start to work with us, so we can see what's going on. And if sleep isn't an issue and being affected by whatever it is you're listening to, and you're waking up feeling refreshed and you're going through those sleep cycles, then it's absolutely fine. But often when people are stressed out or they've got some stuff going on, their sleep's already compromised. So the last thing we want to do is then put even more stimulation, even when you're trying to go to sleep. So again, you need to weigh up, how badly do you need to learn Spanish versus get your system in working order first, right?
And the key is, again, is there's a study done on this, on the sleep cycles and its effect on what you've learned the day before. So what they found is those last 2 hours in the morning, those last 2 hours of sleep, they go into REM state. Those are the most important when it comes to retaining and cementing information or knowledge you've learned the day before. And they've done this again, study with groups of people that deprived them of that sleep, of that REM sleep, and they found the recall of memory from what one group has learned the previous day compared to the others who had a full night of quality sleep. It was literally like a 50% reduction in memory. So they forgot 50% or more of what they learned the day before just from losing out on those last 2 hours of sleep in the morning, where your REM cycle, your dream state, cements your learnings from the day before, so it doesn't get lost. So you don't even have to put something on while you're sleeping. As long as the quality of the sleep you get, those sleep cycles are there, and you're going through them, and you're feeling refreshed and good in the morning, you will retain and you will cement that information or any learnings that you've taken from that day, especially if your learnings are in the second half of the day. You'll end up retaining more from what you learned in the second half of the day compared to the first half, based on the quality of the sleep you get as well. And if you don't get any quality of sleep, you forget pretty much majority of what you've learned, based on a lot of the research that's been done over hundreds and hundreds of groups of people. They've tested through sleep deprivation, memory recall, and learning as well. So as long as your sleep cycles are there, as long as your quality of sleep is good and you're getting into deep sleep, you're getting into those dream states, your brain recovers, your body recovers, and whatever you've gone through that day, your body and your brain will start to kind of connect and cement those dots in the brain and help you remember and learn more.
So Preet asked a couple of good questions. The second one made me laugh, and we'll answer that in a second. I'll tell you why. The first one is, please could you touch up on snoring and sleep apnea and any biohacks for that? So yeah, sleep tape. Sleep
tape is awesome. If you snore or you suffer from sleep apnea, sleep tape is basically just medical tape you put across your mouth, because sleep apnea and snoring and sleep issues usually come from a result of not breathing correctly when you're sleeping. The majority of people breathe through their mouth. They get stressed. When they go to sleep, they continue breathing through the mouth, which is not designed for breathing. And what happens is, obviously, the muscles in your nasal cavity are full of erectile tissue, which means they can become stronger and weaker. So if you don't use your nose to breathe and you don't train those muscles that run down all through the back of your throat, so your esophagus, okay, if you don't train them, they get weak and they get lazy. And when you sleep and you're laying down, those muscles can actually block the airway and cause sleep apnea. And you wake yourself up because of sleep apnea and cause snoring. So if you force it, like put tape over your mouth, and I know it sounds strange, but it will take probably maybe a day or two to get used to, but you'll find it very interesting how quickly your body adapts back to its natural state of breathing through the nose.
We test everything that we suggest, and obviously then it's up to the person to then see if it works for them. And when we tried this, I was shocked at how quickly it helps improve sleep cycles, and not just from how we felt, but from the data as well. I keep pointing to the ring. I don't know if I mentioned we track it through the ring. That's why I'm doing that. There's many ways you can track your sleep, but when you start to use sleep tape, like Jonathan said, not only does it help with your breathing, but it starts to regulate your nervous system as well. So when we spoke the other day about the window of tolerance and being in those shutdown or hyperarousal modes, when you also wear sleep tape, you're also opening your window of tolerance, because you are training your body. It's almost like you're doing repetitions of an exercise whilst you're sleeping, so that when you're awake, you're more resourceful because your window of tolerance has learned to stay open through the way that you're breathing. So it definitely feels weird at first when you're taping your mouth up before you go to bed. But
you get used to it very quickly,
and it's very powerful. I would say try it out for at least 30 days.
Because also, just a thing to remember, when you're sleeping and you're breathing in and out through your mouth, you dehydrate yourself. You lose up to 40% more water from your body than if you're breathing through your nose. So this is why, if any of you have woken up in the morning and you feel groggy and you feel like you've got a really dry mouth, you're breathing through your mouth when you sleep. You're not breathing through your nose. When you breathe through your nose, you wake up in the morning and you feel great. You don't feel brain foggy. You don't feel your mouth is still full of saliva. You don't feel like you've got a dry mouth. And that shows optimal breathing when you can really retrain that when you're sleeping.
Preet, you've said that you use sleep tape. How long did you try the sleep tape for? How long did you try before you stopped?
I tried it for almost like 3-4 days.
Okay.
You need to
Not
get
more than that,
30
but
days.
30
That's
days
the
minimum.
challenge for you. 30 days.
30 days. Okay.
30 days,
minimum.
and you might even be able to stop using it after 30
Yeah.
days, because in that space of time, the system's already retrained itself.
Yeah, but remember, like you're
Okay.
training your breathing and you're strengthening up those tissues within the nasal cavity. It's the same thing as going to the gym. You're not going to get stronger in
No.
3 days of lifting something. It's the same thing. When you retrain, you've got to do it for a certain amount of time to start to see and feel the benefits from it. So give it 30 days.
Okay.
How you get on.
Okay. And the ring that you use is Aura ring. Is that
Correct.
correct?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Aura Ring, and I don't know if you can see that.
One.
It's like little sensors inside. We'll send you the links for all of this stuff: the sleep
Yeah.
tape, the glasses, the Aura Ring. The Whoop band is also highly
Another one.
recommended in terms of the quality and the accuracy of what it tracks. All
Okay.
powerful to start keeping an eye on that, especially if
Yeah.
you like data and you can see the progress. It'll be really good for you, definitely. But try sleep tape pre
Yeah.
for 30 days minimum.
Yeah, absolutely.
I reckon after that you'll be sound.
Yeah, there are a ton of biohacks, guys, that you can use to improve sleep. But the two most important things that we use and we recommend for clients is stuff you've already got. First one is breath work and meditation. Like we said throughout the last 6 days, including today, your breath is your key to regulate your system. Breathing, calming down your nervous system, calming down your mind, calming everything down and bringing it back to a calm, relaxed, balanced state. So breath work, meditation is key here before you go to bed. Is if you're feeling overwhelmed, you're feeling like thoughts are running away with you, a breath work meditation, find one that works for you. It could be guided, unguided, could just be sounds that you're breathing gently and deeply to.
There's a breathing exercise we're going to take you through tomorrow
Yeah.
that is actually also going to help with sleep as well.
Yeah.
Before we move on, I just want to answer Fatima's question here. So to put your alarm on your phone, any other alternative to put alarms rather than your phone? Yes, absolutely. Go old school.
Yeah.
Get yourself an old
school alarm
clock.
Yeah,
Literally,
a manual alarm clock.
Not digital. So
That's
there's
what we have.
no light on it. One that you actually press the top when the alarm goes off. That will work wonderfully.
Yeah.
And you said, besides, I start scrolling randomly through Instagram when I can't sleep. Yes, leave your phone
Go
out of your bedroom.
Yeah. No technology in the bedroom.
Yeah.
Then you won't be tempted.
Yeah. Take your phone out of your bedroom, get yourself an old school alarm clock. Let's go back to basics for a bit and see how your sleep improves. You won't want to have your phone with you anymore.
Yeah, and if you find you can't sleep and you're waking up, lay there and focus on your breath. Bring yourself back to you, to your body, to your breath. The more you start slowing down the breath, you'll start drifting back off again. Okay, so it's important again, is like it's not just not be frustrated that you can't get to sleep or not be agitated because you're not sleeping. It's just say, okay, I'm not sleeping. My nervous system is still switched on. I need to calm it down. So connect with your breath. It's powerful to slow everything down and get you drifting back off to sleep.
Linda said here, I think this is in relation to Preet's question. My husband uses a wedge to elevate his head and chest, and that's helped. So there's another option.
There you go. Yeah.
Kailesh, what are your thoughts on herbal hot drinks and CBD gummies as a sleep aids? Yep, I think both of those can work. I think
Depends on the individual.
Depends on the person.
It can work, yeah.
But try some natural stuff first, without having to supplement, right? Let's try and dial in just a dark, cool room, less tech, and your chance are you won't need that.
Definitely. Try all the things you already have before you go out and buy supplements and stuff like that, because supplements are meant to supplement what you're doing. And if what you're doing is not optimized, supplements won't do anything. Yeah. Okay, it's like the same people who go to the gym and they take protein supplements, and when they go to once they finish the gym, they go off to McDonald's and have a Big Mac and fries. It kind of defeats the object. So it's important to dial in on what you already have, your breath, your thoughts, cool room, dark room, meditation, get rid of technology before you look at anything else.
So Eliza said making the sleep pattern on a daily basis helps. Yeah, going to bed at the same time, waking up at the same time.
Regulate that.
100%. That's one of the easiest things that you can choose to do. Definitely. Thank you for sharing that, Eliza. Absolutely. Unfortunately, most people don't have that level of discipline. But it definitely works. It's one of those real basics that will get the job done. 100%. Kristen's asked, is there a specific window of time that is best for sleeping and getting the optimal level of deep sleep? So there's a lot of research to back up that 10 till 2, so 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. is like the best time to get sleep. There's a lot of research to back that up, but that means you would need to be in bed by, say, 9 o'clock to be able to be asleep between 10 and 2, right? I'll let you carry on because I know what you're going to say.
What am I going to say?
8 hours.
Yeah, so getting 8 hours of sleep is important, because obviously majority of people, because they don't sleep deeply and they don't sleep optimally, they need longer to be able to get those cycles in. If your sleep is dialed in, your nutrition, your movement, your quality of thinking, your emotions, all that is dialed in, you can get quality sleep in shorter space of time, if that makes sense. So the reason why 7 to 8 hours is the recommended time, because the majority of the population doesn't sleep optimally, which means they're waking up at points in the middle of the night, or they're overthinking, they take longer to get off to sleep, or they wake up in the middle of the night. So it's important why you see a lot of these sleep trackers, they're based on an 8-hour window, because they know the majority of people don't have a good quality throughout those 8 hours. So it takes that long to go through enough of those sleep cycles to fully get full recovery, restoration in the body and mind. But you can get it from slightly less hours, but you have to be so on it with your hygiene, what you do before bed, what you do in the morning, what you do throughout the day. Majority of people, like I say, unless you're that committed to going that deep in, majority of people don't do that. So this is why that 8 hours is important, okay? Because it gives you the cycles that you need to get full restorative recovery. And 10 p.m. up until 6, 7 a.m. is optimized time to go through all of those cycles: the deep sleep, the dream state sleep, and multiple times to get that full brain and body recovery. Okay, if you cut that too short, you can miss out, like we said earlier, you can miss out on, usually it's the REM state, and majority of people miss out because they get up very early in the morning and they miss out on that extra restorative sleep that helps with cognitive function and memory recall as well.
Just to add on that as well, is when you wake up in that REM state, you're likely to wake up then, if you're an overthinker, thinking even more, because your stress hormone is through the roof, and therefore you're kind of almost adding fuel to a fire that's already there, and then it takes you a bit longer to get going and maybe calm the mind to start your day. I realised, I'm going to answer that next question, but I realised we forgot to answer your other one, which was, how do you keep a cool room when your partner doesn't like it so cool?
I'm always hot. I love a cold room.
And I'm always cold and love a really warm room. So that doesn't always bode well.
No.
But the solution is more cupboards.
Yes. So
that's the compromise.
The cheap solution is more covers, but there are now companies who are, again, more biohacks. But again, biohacks can become very expensive if you start buying into all of them. Yep. But there is a company that I think is called Chili, which designed a bed sheet, like a duvet cover, that you can have one half can be at one temperature and the other half can be at another temperature. So one half can be warm, one half can be cold. It's actually really not that expensive, to be fair, but it's a technological way of making sure that you both get the temperature you want, without one person having to either sleep with no covers on and nothing else on, and the other person having to sleep with, like, covered in a Eskimo suit or something. As
well, though, here's the other thing, right? It's like, yes, I enjoy a warm room, but I enjoy better sleep more, right? Yeah. So I know I'm so much healthier, so much happier when I sleep well. So you do get used to it, right? So I obviously still have covers on to keep my temperature, but I know I feel better. So it's not really an issue, because I know what's important to me. I know it's more important to me to be healthy than it is to be warm, because your body adapts, right? And actually now I'm not that fast anymore, because unless he turns it like an ice bar.
No. Yeah. Good. And you mentioned about sleep mask. Yes, so sleep mask will help if you haven't got a completely dark room, but also just make sure your body is under the covers, because any part of your body that catches daylight, or light, any type of light on your skin, even if it's on your leg, it will send signals up to the brain to wake up, because your whole body's full of photoreceptors, which means any type of light hits it, it stimulates the brain.
There was a study done literally on that, where there was they tested a guy well, a few people, and they had the whole room completely pitch black except like the light the size of a laser beam going onto the back of his knee, and that affected all of his sleep cycles and threw his whole body out of whack just from that tiny little dot of light on the back of his knee. So definitely make sure your body is under cover as well, but the eye mask definitely helps. And if you can get an eye mask that is like a cooling eye mask that you can keep in the fridge or even the freezer and put that over your eyes when you go to bed, that's really helpful.
Definitely. Awesome. Linda's one, then I think Rena's got a hand up as well.
Okay, let's do Linda's one and then we'll go to conversation. We jumped ahead for
Q&A. Yeah, I know we have, but obviously I know this is all a lot of biohacks, so we have got 2 more things we want to share with you when it comes to improving your sleep that aren't biohacks, but things that you should be definitely doing. Will definitely help.
So Linda's question, if 10 p.m. is a sleep time, when is the last meal you prefer? Good question, as I really believe sleeping on an empty stomach helps falling asleep quicker.
It does. Well, again, if you're feeling hungry and you're starving, that's not a good thing because you won't sleep. But as long as you feel satisfied, it's good to eat. It's at least 4 hours. So your last meal at least 4 hours before you go to sleep. Okay. So the reason why is because if you're still if you've got eating a heavy meal 1 to 2 hours before bed, all of your blood and all your energy is around your digestive system, digesting all of that food you've just eaten. Which means when you wake up in the morning, you're going to feel groggy because your body hasn't gone through those sleep cycles. So when you've got less to digest or next to nothing to digest, it's easier for your body to send the blood and the energy where it needs to go to restore brain and physical and mental function. That makes sense. So that's why if you've ever, I'm sure everyone here has done it. It might be the weekend, you've gone out, you've had a big meal at a restaurant late at night, you go home, you feel stuffed, and you basically go to bed and you struggle sleeping, and you wake up in the morning and you feel heavy, you feel tired, you feel like brain foggy. It's because all your body's been doing overnight is trying to digest. It hasn't been focusing on your mind recovering, it hasn't been focusing on all the stresses that have been put on your body throughout the day recovering. Its only focus is digest that heavy meal you've just had.
All right, Renad, unmute yourself, my lovely.
Thank you. There are like partially 2 questions. So when you said about the time of sleeping, because you said nearly the morning you go into the REM sleep, right? So does it have to do with the sunset and the sunrise? Because every country is different, right? So when you said 10 to 2 a.m. and then I don't know, like for us there is around 5-ish, let's say. So does that impact? And there are a lot of but that's not, I don't know if it's healthy or not, the 5 a.m. club that you wake up at 5 a.m. so you be more productive and all of that. So I don't know if it relates to sleep or it's not okay. And the second question is about quality of sleep, and if you keep waking up. So you said 8 hours window, right?
Yeah.
So it's okay if you, like, I'm the type, sometimes I wake up once or twice, let's say. So does that impact the quality if I had the whole 8 hour, or it's best to have like a one shot or not? So these are the main 2 questions.
It depends on how it affects your sleep cycles.
So you do go through, like, remember this, you see on the screen there, one of your sleep cycles is awake time. So there are times throughout the hours where you will be awake. And a lot of the time you won't even realize you're awake. And sometimes you will, but that's part of the sleep cycle. So it's very rare that you'll go through the whole 8 hours and be in a deep sleep. It's like it doesn't happen because your body has to go through those sleep cycles, including the awake stage as well. So it's okay to wake up like once or twice. I do as well. I wake up, but I know I can feel the days that I've got enough deep sleep and REM sleep, and I can feel the days where I haven't. And obviously I'll track it as well, so I know.
So these stages are not like completely, I thought like awake the whole time and then light sleep the whole time and then deep sleep the whole time. It's not like that. It's like you go through them.
You go in and out. So you go.
Okay.
First stage you go into is deep sleep. So you have about roughly 90 minutes of deep sleep, as long as your quality of sleep is there and you go and you everything's allowing you to go into it. After that, that's when you kind of go out of deep sleep into REM sleep, so rapid eye movement dream sleep. And then that usually lasts for about 90 minutes. And then from there, you go through those cycles again. And in between these cycles, you have states of light and awake sleep as well, where you have light sleep. So that means like probably if you hear like a bang or a noise, it might wake you up, or you go through stages of awake sleep as well. So you're constantly going through these stages in 90-minute intervals throughout your night.
First question.
Okay, yeah. So first question was that was
About the timing
yes.
of the sun.
Oh yeah, timing of the sun. So yes, it is related to related to your circadian rhythm, but like when the sun sets and the sun rises, and it is different in different countries. So the optimal sleep time is to basically go to bed when the sun sets and wake up when the sun rises. That's what we used to do before lights were invented. But because obviously we all stay up later and everything is pushed later, we end up wanting to sleep in later in the morning to get those full hours of sleep. So my only thing is with the 5 a.m. club, it does work for some people. It did not work for me. I tried it for a couple of months. Was not for me. I know Charlotte tried it for a while.
Yeah,
she really got benefit from it.
I used to do 5 a.m. club. I did a bit of a 4 a.m. club kind of thing as well, because at that time in my life, I had a very intense job. I was working kind of like 14 hours a day, flying to different countries across the GCC, managing lots of people. So the only time I had for myself was that window in the morning. So I would be either at 4 a.m. club or 5 a.m. club. And I would say it was good for me because I was able to do things like journaling, meditation that did help. But over the long term, it's just not sustainable to really be able to get your physiology in the place it needs to be truly optimized and healthy. So it becomes a judgment call again for you as to how could you tweak your sleep habits so that you can still enjoy the time or that quality day setup, because it doesn't have to be at 5 a.m. right? I mean, as long as you're running the routine, you'll get the best out of it regardless. But I truly believe there is something special about that sunrise hour that is so powerful energetically, and that whole thing of being awake while the rest of the world's asleep. It is very, very powerful. But the best morning routine starts the day before with your sleep hygiene, how you're winding down before bed. Otherwise, you can run all the morning routines you like in the world, but they're still not going to be as good as they could be unless you're taking care of the big picture. To answer your question.
Yes, it does. And thank you, because I love sleeping and I don't want to do the 5 a.m. club.
That's fine.
I want to sleep
I'm
more.
saying as well, I get up
Yes.
at 7 o'clock every morning on average.
We don't have an alarm.
You don't have an alarm clock. 7
do.
o'clock.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's my natural waking time.
If it's possible and your lifestyle allows, it's far healthier to wake up with no alarm and you wake up naturally. Now, I know not every lifestyle can accommodate that. However, the more you can go to bed with the intention of what time you're going to get up in the morning, you can actually start to train your body to do that, even if you do have to be up at a certain time. So Jonathan's always up around 7. For me, depending on my monthly cycle, and ladies, by the way, you also have something, if you're not aware, called an infradian rhythm, which is your 28-day cycle, which actually that's a whole nother workshop, to be honest, but it's worth looking into, infradian rhythm, if you've never heard of that. But during different times of the month, you will likely notice differences in your own sleep patterns, especially what time you want to wake up in the morning, and whether you wake up. So please don't give yourself a hard time if you're trying to do like 5 a.m. club, but you're feeling some weeks that, I just need to sleep more and more. And then often it's a pattern that people beat themselves up because they didn't stick to it. And then we go into that little cycle, right? So let's just honor the fact that we're human. And the best thing you can do, if possible, is to just sleep as naturally as you can without too many kind of structures in place of what time you must get up, what time you must set your alarm for, and this kind of thing. The more natural, the better. Because then you wake up at the end of a natural sleep cycle. You're not interrupted by the sound, right? Because what happens then is we wake up immediately, we're in hyperarousal.
And that's actually, it's been shown through studies and that being shocked awake by an alarm clock is a form of trauma to our nervous system. So it's important to, and This is like, if you do use an alarm clock, try have a nice calming sound to wake up to, not like a meh, meh, meh type of thing that shocks you awake. It's the worst thing for your nervous system.
Is that cool, Reda? Are you good? Has that covered your questions? Yeah, perfect. Pre asked about sleeping positions. Does it help to sleep on side or back or on your tummy?
There is quite a lot of research into how, like, what position you sleep in. One of the worst is sleeping on your front, on your tummy. One of the best ones they found, based on quality of sleep, but also not moving as much through the night, it was, I believe it was sleeping on your when you sleep on your left side is the best position to sleep in when it comes to quality of sleep and making sure you don't disrupt your sleep cycle throughout the night.
Especially if anybody has digestive issues, right? Laying on your left side is better because it helps those gastric juices find their way in your system a little bit easier because of the position then that your stomach is in. So just a little tip there for anybody experiencing that. For me personally, the best sleeping position is a pillow between your knees on the left side and a pillow that is in line supporting your neck and in between your shoulder. Just from an alignment perspective, from a tension perspective, I find that really helpful. And sometimes to get off to sleep, interesting, because my question is, what is the best sleep routine for lower back pain?
Just what she mentioned.
Just what I just said about sleeping on the side with the pillow between your knees, or laying on your back if you find it comfortable for the whole night with the pillow under your knees. That's also really good for lower back pain. But for lower back pain, if it's chronic, emotional release.
Cool.
I think that's all the questions that were in the chat.
Yeah, so we will get to obviously some more questions in a minute. We just want to obviously get through these, so we want to be conscious of your time for you guys as well.
Ironically, Fatima's left for a nap. I love that.
Awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, so guys, so like we said, one of the best ways as well to improve your sleep, breathing meditation. Like, you know, some of the breathworks we've already done, and also some of the ones we're going to be sharing with you over the next few days as well. There's many more. You've got to find what resonates with you, but breathwork is like a key to regulate the nervous system. The last one we're going to mention today, there are many more, but we don't want to give you, we're already giving you loads of things on this, and it's more important to try one thing first, see what works, and then add it on from there instead of trying 10 things at once. But one thing is about getting all your thoughts down on paper.
For anybody that struggles to sleep because you have a racing mind, just show of hands or a thumbs up if this is you. Do you experience this? Yeah, okay, cool, right. So we'll go into this. So I find it super, super helpful, and so do our clients, to do a brain dump before bed. Okay, so what we have to realize is that our thoughts are super busy. Sometimes they're emotionally charged, and that's making them go around a bit faster. So everything that you've been learning about emotions and letting it out and shaking it off is going to be really important. But from a sleep perspective, just get a sheet of paper, and I said sheet of paper, I didn't say pick up your phone. Get a sheet of paper, old school, pen or pencil, and write down whatever is in your head. You're writing it down. It could be scribbles. You don't have to make any sense of it. You can even do it with the light off if you really want to, because some people don't like to write their thoughts down sometimes, okay? And that's okay too. But you're not going to do anything with this paper other than get this stuff out of your head and throw it in the bin, okay? That's one way of doing a brain dump, okay? The other way of doing a brain dump is you write down all of the thoughts that are on your mind, and if there are things that are on your mind, for example, things that you need to do, put them on a to-do list. If there are thoughts that are just not serving you and have no place, they're the ones that you can let go away. You can let them float away, just like with the fisherman story from a couple of days ago, right? You get to reel in whatever thoughts that are going to serve you and let go of the ones that don't. Okay, that's what I would suggest at this point if thinking is an issue. Okay, and just see how that goes. It's very, very useful. And from there, if you find that helpful, you can start to look at different ways of journaling, but start with the brain dump first.
Definitely. One thing, if you have had a rough night's sleep, for example, like you've been tossing and turning, waking up at night, you wake up and you just feel exhausted, there are restorative meditations you can do which can help you bring back some of that energy that you didn't get from your sleep. For example, there's a meditation called Yoga Nidra. which is one different times, but there's a 45-minute one, which is equivalent from, obviously, studies done, is equivalent to 3 hours, 3 hours or 4 hours? 4 hours of sleep, for sleeping. So you can literally get 4 hours of quality sleep within 45 minutes. And you don't actually go to sleep, but the meditation takes your brain waves through that cycle, and gets that restorative energy back.
So you'll basically get yourself into like what they call a delta brainwave state, which is almost the equivalent of sleeping. So if you don't get the hours sleep, so for example, through this training, we're obviously up later than our norm, right? We do this like once a year as an exception. And what I find is obviously that does affect energy, right? And it does affect things because we're still up like with the sun, essentially. So one of the things that I do now in the middle of my day is I will do a yoga nidra meditation, which is basically like a body scan, but a very deep body scan. Okay, it takes you just a little bit into deeper relaxation compared to the one you did the other day with us. And what that does is it recharges, re-energizes. It's almost like a little power nap. Okay, napping is also good, obviously. And then I'm good. Like it's almost like I've had that amount of sleep. So that's an alternative if you are struggling with sleep. Maybe you are going through a significant period of your life and there is some stressful things going on and sleep is being affected. Obviously, try everything that we're mentioning. If you still find you're struggling, lean into these things in the middle of the day where possible. But please do not do a yoga nidra practice too close to bedtime, because likelihood is you're going to come back from that and you're going to be wide awake when then it's actually bedtime, and then that's just going to throw you off whack.
So something you do in the first part of your day if you had a rough night's sleep.
Yeah. But even again, if you've had a rough night's sleep, anything like a yin yoga practice, yin, Y-I-N, it's a restorative yoga practice. And there's qigong routines, which are like a slower form of the quantum flow. That would also really help you, okay, if you want extra stuff.
Definitely, exactly. So the main thing with sleep is we just want you to understand how important it is, and how, if you are neglecting it, is to stop neglecting it and start focusing on it and trying one thing at a time, one by one, finding what helps you to get into that good quality sleep routine. And even if after trying all of this stuff, okay, not sure if you're still not rested, there's other things that you can do, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely. I think the key for anybody that starts to optimize their sleep and implement these things, if you're still not feeling well rested, look at adding more what we call surrender points to your day. Okay, because when you allow yourself to slow down, bring your emotions and your thoughts into your awareness by doing the things that we've practiced earlier on in the week, your subconscious knows that you've got its back and it's got time to process everything that's going on. If you don't allow yourself time when you are awake during the day to pay attention to your thoughts and emotions, your subconscious almost like has to take the night shift, right? And you strong arm it into work in the night, right? So therefore your sleep's disrupted because we didn't pay enough attention during the day. So treat yourself to some surrender points in the day, and that will help you sleep a lot more soundly. Now, if even after all of these changes, you're still struggling, that is a sign at the root level that there is some things going on, potentially with past trauma, with just belief systems about sleep. Okay, I remember a time when honestly I was actually neglecting going to sleep because sleep was a scary thing for me, right? So there's some real interesting beliefs that people can hold about sleep, right? I work with people who are scared that when they go to sleep, they won't wake up the next day. So the last thing they want to do is get their sleep optimized and dialed in, right? So it's important that if after all of these things, you're still struggling, then we need to look at that root level. Really important.
Definitely. Okay. Absolutely. I see there's a couple of more questions in here, Kailash, and I've got another question of yours to answer about your REM sleep. And we're going to go through those in just a second. We just want to finish up this section, so then we can just go straight into the Q&A. And anyone who does need to go or got an appointment can obviously go whenever they feel they need to. So what we want you to do as an action point off the back of today is basically is to reflect on one thing you can tweak to optimize your sleep.
Just one.
Everything we've spoken about today is just pick one thing, reflect on one thing that you're going to commit to, start doing as of today, that you can try to tweak and optimize your sleep. Okay. Optional, what we recommend is about consistently working on your thoughts and your emotions and setting the appropriate environment. Okay, stuff we mentioned over the last few days as well is looking at quality of thinking, those emotions, obviously releasing any residual physical tension in the body as well, that any stress that's been building up throughout the day. These things are important to reflect on and work on those thoughts and work on those areas consistently. So that's going deeper into it. If that's something that you're really committed on change, is go deeper into it.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
That's your action points.
Perfect. So those are your action points off the back of today. So before we get into the Q&A, I know we've done a lot of question and answer already, but what we're going to do is we're going to do kind of like a mid-event review, so a mid-Kickstarter review, just to see, because we're midway now, and just see how you guys are getting on. Got a couple of questions we want to ask you, but before we do, we've got a couple of extra kind of surprises for you. So based on the last few days, on the experiential exercise you've gone through, the feedback you've given, the experience you've given, we decided that we want to give you a couple of more bonuses that we think are going to really help. So the first one is on the 7th of June, same time as we're doing now, so same start time. I'm putting on a breathwork not a workshop, but a breathwork session. So you're not going to learn anything, you're going to experience. You're going to go through a deep breathwork session. We're going to do a few different breath modalities, including like retention breathing, and including a more meditative style of quantum flow. So not the movement, but it's more the meditative. So we're going to do a few different modalities, but we're going to go deep into it. Okay, so I want you to experience it on a much deeper level. It'll be like a 40-45 minute session. We're going to go deep into these modalities and experience your breath and connecting with your breath. Is that something you guys would be interested in? Yes?
Yeah, cool.
No? So if you are, it's set in the diary for the 7th of June at the same time as these sessions here, whatever time that is for you, where you are. That's the same start time that we've been starting for this event.
And then you guys said in the WhatsApp group that you would like to go deeper on the root level. So on the 22nd of June, okay, at this same time slot, I will take you through an introduction to the root level. So you'll have a deeper understanding of all of the elements that are involved in the root level. Now, I would love to be able to tell you that in one little, 1 hour to 90-minute workshop, you'll be able to just resolve the entire root level, but it doesn't really work like that. But what I will definitely do is make sure you've all got a clear understanding of what's involved in that kind of work, so that you can resonate and see maybe what your next area of exploration needs to be based on where you are. All right, so that's the 22nd of June, 10 p.m. for us, whatever time it is for wherever you are, but it's the same time as what we've been delivering now. Yeah.
Definitely. So that's alongside the other bonuses that you're going to get at the end, which are the recorded meditations of the body scan, the love and compassion visualization. There'll be a seated quantum flow and a standing quantum flow as well. Will be in there. There'll be longer versions, so you can go deeper into it if you really want to connect with that. There'll be roughly about 20 minutes, sometimes a little bit more. And plus the other stuff we're going to do with you over the next 4 days. Which we're not going to tell you too much about now, because we want to wait until we get to those days and surprise you. But you'll have all of those as well, which that will be added to where you see your recordings. It'll be on that same page at the bottom. I'll add another section after the Kickstarter is finished, where you can download all of those, and you can have them on your phone. You can have them on your laptop, so you don't need to be connected to the internet to listen to them or have them with you. Okay, so you can store them on your phone, your laptop, and you've got them forever.
All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go into obviously like the Q&A now and answer the remaining questions that you have, but what we'd also really like to do is have a bit of a midway check-in with you, and we'd really like to have you just reflect and let us know what's the one thing that you've learned so far on the Kickstarter that you feel is going to help you the most. Okay. And the second thing is we'd like to know is if there's anything else that we've already covered that you feel like you might need more clarity on. Okay, so have a little think whilst we answer these next questions, but we'd love to hear that from you so that we can make sure that you get what it is you've come for from this workshop. All right. So let's stop the screen share.
Yeah.
There you go. I didn't end the session.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So what was the other question? You said there was an extra question.
Yeah, so Kailash, one at the top here. Here we go. So Kailash, did it? No, I monitor my sleep. I find it very difficult to reach REM sleep. When I reach REM sleep, I feel great. Unfortunately, I have to resort to drugs and to reach REM sleep. So Kailash, you can unmute yourself if you want. Just tell us a little more about that. Like, how long has that been going on for? What's the deal with that?
It's a periodic thing. So I've had this issue where I really struggle to reach REM sleep, and I really miss dreaming. I can't get any dreams unless I take a melatonin or CBD, and partially that's because I've got two, and that comes with the territory. So I accept not every night's going to be optimal sleep. So I totally appreciate that, but I just find it really difficult to reach that state. But when I do reach it, I feel amazing. I feel rejuvenated. I feel energized. And most mornings, I struggle to just, as a result of this, without reaching REM, I can't jump out of bed. I actually have to roll out of bed, which I find annoying because it's not who I am as a person. I feel like, I don't know, if I could just jump out of bed, it would just get my day going a bit better. I feel, and my sleep, I do get my 8 hours, is what I will say. Is I have a bit of TV, or I come back from a walk and just have a half an hour wind down before I kind of go off to bed. And I'm really trying to practice putting my phone away, and just putting it. It is by my side, but it's something that I'm gonna, because of my alarm, take away and put it away. And I usually just put it in airplane mode before I go to sleep as well.
Perfect. Definitely replacing that habit before bed with the light is going to make a real difference for you getting into that REM sleep. I know it's kind of, the REM sleep comes a lot later than the time where you're playing on your phone, but it will have a massive impact. Do you want to go?
Yeah, it's basically because of the phone, because your sleep cycles won't actually start properly until 2 to 3 hours after you've stopped looking at your phone. So even though you are asleep, your sleep cycles haven't really started yet. So one of the reasons why you're probably in certain periodically you're not getting that REM sleep, that dream sleep, is because by the time you wake up, you haven't completed all those cycles. You haven't got into those, because I always say it's like the majority of your REM sleep is in those last couple of hours of the early morning of the sleep cycle. So if you're going to bed off the back of watching a movie or your phone, your sleep cycles won't start effectively until about 2 to 3 hours later, even if you are asleep. So that means that those cycles are pushed back. So when you wake up, you haven't gone through the full 90-minute cycles and amount that your body and brain needs to fully recover and fully recharge.
Interestingly, I get up and then I fall back asleep straight away. And when I fall back asleep straight away, that's the sleep that really makes a difference to me.
Yeah.
And it could be just half an hour, or it could be an hour, but that's the sleep that I need to get me out of bed, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's the same as like, if we have a poor night's sleep, or even if we have 8 hours but we haven't gone through those cycles, and we get to the middle of the day, I'm sure all of us have done this at some point, we have like we feel really tired all of a sudden, and we end up doing something and we fall asleep for like 20 minutes. We wake up, but we feel great, we feel refreshed again. It's because our body, that sign that you were getting heavy, eyes are going, you're getting tired, is your brain telling you you haven't got everything you need yet. And it's trying to force you to go back to sleep to get what it needs, so you can be mentally and physically alert. So anytime, like as human beings, we shouldn't be, unless you're a child, we shouldn't be falling asleep in the middle of the day. We should have the energy and the quality to be able to last until the nighttime, is when we naturally should be getting tired. If we're falling asleep in the middle of the day, that's usually a sign that we haven't got all the sleep that our body and mind needs, and our body's telling us this by trying to make us go to sleep. It's trying to suppress those hormones that are responsible for keeping us awake, and that signal saying that, okay, you need recovery. So I'm trying to force you now to have a nap. So that's why we feel great after a short nap, or if you get up and you feel rubbish and you think, okay, I'm going to go back to sleep, and then you go back, you wake up and you feel more refreshed, is because that extra little bit of time is what your brain and body need to recover, if that makes sense. So I'd say the best with sleep is obviously being a parent. We don't know that, definitely not, but we know that sleep can be interrupted, but there's certain things that you can take control of, like the phone, blue light. If you want to watch something, get blue light glasses, get tech away from the room, go back to mechanical alarm clocks, old school, and start with those things and see how you get on. Yeah. But if you can get to sleep, if you can go to bed, say, I don't know, 10 p.m., and you can get those sleep hormones releasing straight away as soon as you go to bed, you're straight into those sleep cycles. You're going to feel much better in the morning.
The other thing I would add to that, Kailesh, as well, is just as a bit of a heads up and a potential blind spot. I think that the phone and what Jonathan's mentioned will be a good easy win for you and some real low-hanging fruit. But just be mindful of then the narrative you're attaching to the morning after when you wake up. If you are identifying now with yourself as somebody who used to be able to jump out of bed but doesn't anymore, you have to roll out of bed, it sounds like you're starting to adopt a newer identity, right? That was the old you, this is the new you, right? And again, a bit like frustrated that perhaps you're not springing out of bed in the morning. That's not as compassionate as potentially what it could be. So I would just challenge you to consider, what is that narrative you're giving to yourself? Are you going to bed thinking, oh, I really hope I can jump out of bed in the morning? Or are you waking up and immediately thinking, oh, I'm feeling this way again, and kicking yourself for it? Be really mindful of that and ask yourself, what could you be saying to yourself instead? All right, could you go to bed with the intention of, do you know what, I'm respecting my sleep, I'm looking after myself, tomorrow morning I am going to wake up because I'm deciding to, and I'm going to get up and I'm going to move into whatever it is that really helps you to feel grounded and centered first thing in the morning. You asked for any particular meditations, and I don't know that a meditation would be good for you at this point, purely because you need something that's going to change your state up a notch, right? We don't want anything that's going to make you even more relaxed. Okay, we want something that's going to potentially raise your energy at that point, because it's also proven that the more energy is raised in the morning, so even in terms of your workout times, anybody else is listening, to do a high intensity exercise in the morning can actually help you sleep better at night as well. So if you wake up in the morning, something like breath work would probably be much more powerful for you rather than a meditation as such.
I'm just going to say that like a quick tool in the morning, if you're struggling to get out of bed, wake up in the morning, if you feel like that, is like, again, change your state quickly, in and out through the nose quickly, literally literally do that for 1 minute and jump out of bed, because you create your own energy. Energy is not just there all the time, you create it. So if you're feeling a bit like you wake up and you think, oh, it's one of those days where I'm gonna have to roll out of bed, stop thinking and just go straight into really feeling your belly expand and form. Go quick, in through the nose, out through the nose, because nasal breathing is your energy breath. It helps you to regulate your energy. Do that for 1 minute fast, and then jump out of bed, and guaranteed you'll change your state straight away.
One of the things I did try this morning, which worked really well, was repeating my intention this morning.
That's good.
While I was in bed. That was the first thing I did, and it did make a difference to me. So I will definitely add the breath work and with the intention, and see how that comes along tomorrow. Thank you.
Definitely, because repeating your intention raise your vibration. And because you raise your vibration, you feel good, and it's easy to get out of bed. So it's all about that raising that vibrational state, raising that state, that energy, to be able to take action, basically.
And it's reaffirming who you are, right? And when we reaffirm who we are and we own who we are being, that energy raises even further. So you're on the path, buddy. Do what you need to be doing. Good man. Good man. Amazing. Jamila's written in the chat, set my daily intention, practice my self-compassion, and use the CEO of my body. Boom. Love it. Amazing. Good on you, Jamila. Was there any other questions in the chat that we missed?
No,
if there was, unmute yourselves, let us know.
If we missed a question, guys, that you asked in the chat, just unmute yourselves, start talking.
Good.
But I think we've answered the ones in the chat.
Otherwise, feel free to unmute yourselves. Kristen, I think you just did.
Yes, yeah. I'm just curious to hear from everyone else in this group. How do you feel when you wake up in the morning? And I ask because there are times when I do get 8 hours of sleep, but when I wake up and I wake up naturally, I don't feel like fully energized. I still feel a little bit groggy. But that's all I've ever known. So for me, that's just the norm. So I'm curious what other people experience and how we're supposed to perhaps feel when we wake up.
I think the first thing, I definitely want to hear from everybody as well, 100% on this, because it'd be interesting to see. One thing I will just say though is I don't think there is a way you're supposed to, right? Let's remove that expectation that we're all supposed to wake up and feel something that is essentially the same as everybody else, because everybody's going to be different on a different day of the week. So just have that in mind.
It's like, it's like when you, physiologically, when we wake up, our brain is still it's not going to go boom and you're awake. It does take a couple of minutes for it to get going. So you can wake up, your eyes are open, you think, okay, it's time to get up, and you might still feel a little bit slow until you actually stand up and start moving. Once you start moving, everything starts to wake up. And so you might see sometimes in movies and that people, as you wake up and jump straight out of bed and they go and do it. That's a kind of an unrealistic expectation. Not many people are like that to do that, especially every day. Like that's not how physiologically how it works, because we're coming from a state where our body's been in stillness for 8 hours, and we haven't used our muscles much, especially when REM sleep. Our whole body just goes completely unresponsive because we don't act out our dreams. So when we wake up, it does take time, normally, naturally, for our body to get going, because it's been asleep for 8 hours. So it's normal for us to go take a bit slowly. And you don't need to be completely buzzing and energized first thing in the morning. The main thing, you don't want to feel that sense of heaviness and like, I can't get out of bed type of feeling. And that's the difference. It's not about like jazz hands and buzzing in the morning, but it's more about, okay, I wake up and I don't have to think about getting out of bed.
It's like you know what needs to happen to move you into the energy that you need for that day. That's the most essential thing, I think, is knowing.
I wake up buzzing in the morning.
Every morning.
Every morning, I can wake up from the bed after 8 hours sleep. I can dance. I can take a breakfast like you think about it. I can chat and open a conversation normal.
I'm the opposite. I don't do that. I don't have conversations first thing in the morning.
I'm more like you, Elias. I wake up and I'm pretty good to go, provided I have had good night's sleep. Otherwise I will straight away hydrate. That's my first thing. As soon as I've had a pint of water, which we'll talk more about tomorrow, we will from there immediately I'm fired up and ready to go. I'm the opposite. I start slow. And that's me, because I don't exactly, everyone's different. I don't wake up jumping out of bed, but I don't wake up thinking I don't want to get out of bed. I'll wake up and I don't even look obviously I don't look at the clock, because Charlotte's got the clock on her side of the bed, but I wake up and I'll just get straight up. It just feels right. Get straight up, I'll go out, I'll look at the time, and it's always between 7 and 7:10 every single time, every morning. And I'll do the same thing, hydrate first thing, and then do, depending on the day, breath, breathing, mobility, grounding, whatever that is, to start to bring my nervous system back into a more awakened, balanced state. So it's different for everyone.
The only thing that there's no like you should or shouldn't, but the shouldn'ts are you shouldn't feel like you don't want to get out of bed. That's the thing.
How about everybody else?
Yeah. How do you wake up in the morning?
How do you wake up in the morning?
I have mixed actually. The times when I depends on the sleep I get. Like since last week, I've been waking up like 2 to 3 times in the night, which is strange. I think just a different place. I don't know if it is a different routine. We've been experimenting a bit with humidifier because it gets cold in Canada. So I'm not sure. This is one of the questions which I had for you guys also. Is does using hygrometer or anything like a humidifier help with the sleep, or air purifier, or is it something that that is a myth? I'm not sure if it.
It can definitely help. It just depends on the air quality of where you are.
And also, when you go to a new place, it can take time to adapt to a new place, a new time zone. It's like one of the things we do if we travel anywhere. As soon as we land, we do our best to go to the closest bit of nature we can find to the ground, because grounding, which we'll speak about on the energy day on day 8 or 9, day 8. I think it's one of them, which is about wherever you travel to anywhere in the world, different time zones, grounding helps to bring your body clock into balance much quicker. So you adapt to a new time zone and a sleep routine much quicker as well.
And hydration.
And hydration, definitely. But yeah, sleeping in a new place, in a new bed, can definitely affect your sleep routine while you're adapting and finding your way in a new place. So it can definitely make a difference until you start adapting to it.
Even if it's just a new apartment and not even a new country, make a difference.
I'm usually very good with adapting it. So to answer your question, I used to wake up groggy earlier. Then I heard a podcast where they talk about what's your first thought in the day. Is it of scarcity that you've had lack of sleep, or is it I've had enough sleep? And that changed quite a bit of perspective. So when I wake up, I always have like, all right, that was enough. Whatever my body wanted, that was enough. So that's helped me quite a bit. I did have some questions, but I can go after. Otherwise, I'll take quite a bit of screen time. Is that okay? Or
I tell you what, let's hear from Meg and Jamila on how you wake up, because that was Kristen's original question. She wanted to hear how everybody's doing. So, Jamila, do you want to unmute yourself?
I am like Jonathan.
Jonathan, slow start to the day.
Yes, very slow. I don't like to talk to anyone, and I am not very energetic when I get up. Of course, it's totally different. But this is my style. It doesn't mean that I feel tired, or this is me. So I'm not, questioning it anymore, and I don't have to be like someone else. So this is what I have in mind, and I am now, with all my daily routine is helping. It's only like 1 minute or 2 minutes, but when I get up, I don't like to get up very quickly. So I want to take my time, and that's why I hate the alarm. I don't like it. But this is me, Christine. It's like you, so no worries. Everyone has his own routine or her routine. And it doesn't mean if you are energetic and you start, talking and stand up, this is, the norm. No, I don't like anybody to talk to me. That I will decide. I like my time. And this is what I have been doing like now a few years. It's my daily routine. My daily routine is for me. It's me time, setting my intention morning, getting my tea without anybody disturbing me, looking in the window. Even when I travel, I do the same. I used to travel too much before COVID for my work, and I do the same. I take my mug with me as well. Because before going into the hotel to the breakfast, I have to take my tea. This is my day. Start like this with my routine of mindfulness, praying, or meditating. It is and that's it. Then I am awake. Awesome. So this is me. This is how I plan my day every day now.
Amazing. Thank you, Jamila. I think it's so important, just to reiterate what you said, it's like what you need to create the energy you need for that day for you. And that, I think, is the foundational piece, is that if we can own that and really, really commit and devote ourselves enough to listen to what it is we need for that day, I think you always end up in the state that you want, right? Regardless if you woke up or not.
And also, I just want to also reiterate, I think that it doesn't get talked about enough is the difference between females and men. Infradian rhythm, female 28-day cycle, it's different. You're going to feel different at different times of the month. Men, circadian rhythm, can do the same thing every day, no problem. Females, no. Okay, it's different. So when females try to do the same thing every day and follow a man's body clock, it doesn't work. And most women don't know why. It's because you have your own 28-day cycle that changes throughout the month, and that's so important to lean into. And some weeks you might end up waking up and feeling buzzed and feeling energized. Other weeks you might start off very slow, and that's absolutely normal. It's important to understand that. This is why a lot of these practices and research are done on the circadian rhythm, not the infradian rhythm, the female cycle. So it's important to know when you're learning about all these different tools and that, is a lot of the research is based on the circadian rhythm, the 24-hour cycle. Okay, so just bear that in mind as well. Kailash, how do you wake up in the morning? How do you feel?
Okay, so I've set my alarm clock on to get up at 7 or 6:30 because I'm trying to get back into gymming in the morning rather than doing it midday. But I always find myself hitting the snooze button and needing to sleep an extra half an hour. As a person, I like to wake up in a quiet surrounding, but I've got a son who's 8 years old and he loves his TV and he's ADHD, so he makes a lot of noise in the morning. And for me, it's been trying to adapt myself to come around to his needs because for a long time it's almost like trauma to me, all that noising, shouting, banging, wanting the TV on really loud. So for me, I really have to center myself in the morning in bed, just lie there for a minute to get myself together, get my energy together, and then get out of bed to get on with my day and do the school run and whatever. So that's pretty much my morning, but it's not, I think I've come to terms with it's not going to be jumping out of bed. It's going to be, okay, take a breath, center myself, and then get out of bed, and having to adapt to this change. So yeah, that's kind of most of my mornings now.
Nice. Well adaptive. That's really good. How adaptive you're being. Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
May, I know your camera's not on, but I believe you're there. I can feel you there somewhere. Do you want to unmute yourself and let us know, how do you wake up in the morning? If you're there.
She's still there?
Maybe not.
Maybe she got to log out.
Maybe not. She's chilling. She's having a nap.
Chilling.
All right. Okay. Kristen, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think I was just curious to hear other people's experiences as well. And like Kailash, I also do the snooze. I have like a 3 snooze routine where, and I think for me, it's just, I don't know what it is. Like if I know I have to get up, let's say at 9 a.m. or whatever, I'll set it at 8:30 and know that I can snooze 3 times for 10 minutes as opposed to just setting the alarm at 9. And I don't know, I don't know why I do that, but I've just been so ingrained in that habit that's just what I do now. And so I guess I'm just very curious about like, how do I get to the point where Elias is like waking up dancing in the morning? Like that would be the dream. But yeah, this is just helpful to hear other people's experiences.
I think the key there is just knowing what gets you into that state the fastest. Let go of the idea that you might just wake up one day and it will happen. Get yourself into that pattern of creating that state as quickly as you can in whatever means that is for you. And then over time, your body will learn, your subconscious will literally be like, oh, this is what we do in the morning. So it will start making you go through that whole routine to get that level of energy, and it will start to do it by itself in time. May has answered your question in the chat. She said, I wake up most of the time tired, and same as Jamila, don't like to talk until a while. There you go. So you got May's answer as well there. You're not alone.
Again, I think like I say, everyone is different, and it depends. It does depend on how you want to wake up in the morning. And like me, I don't want to be like buzzed and dancing around. I like starting off slow. As long as I don't feel tired, I'm fine. So I think it's about how you want to wake up in the morning, and then, like Charlotte said, it's breaking those old patterns and habits and creating new ones by changing your state, setting those intentions, and practice, keep on it, keep consistent with it every day, and it will start, and your body and brain will start to adapt, and it'll start to change to those to the way that you want to be waking up in the morning. So everyone's different, and you just got to go based on how you want to show up first thing in the morning, at night, throughout the day, that type of thing, and just set that state and keep setting it, and eventually it'll become the norm.
It's important as well as a couple, if one is one way and one's another way, to be able to honor and respect that as well.
Yeah.
Like in the beginning, I'm like, John, come on, like let's do whatever we're doing, and he's just like, nah, go away.
Exactly. But,
so it's important to get to know, obviously, the people in your surroundings and what's what. I feel for you there, Kailash, with an 8-year-old that's likes to kind of get up and get going. I'm a little bit like that, so I'm actually pretty much the opposite of most of you. I'll wake up often quite excitable, and the first thing I need to do is center myself. Otherwise I'll be up here most of the day until either a crash or until it's bedtime, and I'm like, oh, there's the day. That was the day, amazing. And so slowing myself down is actually like the thing. May also added something here as well. The funny thing is, I have this pause in my heart rate, and mostly it happens in the mornings with no symptoms. Maybe that's why I prefer to stay quiet. May, do you want to unmute yourself and elaborate on that? You don't have
Yes, dear, yeah. It's like a medical condition where there's a pause in my heart rate, and I only found about it when I had this portable heart monitor, and I had done it several times, and every time I'm there to see the result and discuss it with the doctor. They are always telling me that early in the morning, whenever I wake up, there is this pause for a while, and they always check, and I don't feel anything. I mean, symptoms as shortness of breath or any such symptoms, but I'm very easily triggered and irritated. Maybe that's my body's way to recover that pause. I don't know.
Yeah, so it's interesting you say that. So back in the day, I in my fitness space, I used to do a lot of doctor referral schemes. I used to work in cardiac rehabilitation. So kind of got a bit of background here, mate. And one of the things that's important to recognize there is that when you're sleeping, of course, what happens is our heart rate will drop quite rapidly, right? So one of the things that's important is to know is that then when we wake up in the morning, it's always going to be a bit lower, right? Your resting heart rate is always going to be a bit lower. But if we are feeling particularly stressed, or there's something going on emotionally, or you wake up and immediately you're thinking about something, like you said, there is sometimes there's this burst of stress that gets you going. And it's also important to remember that your hormones are also affected by your cardiovascular system. So in the morning, your stress hormone is likely a little bit higher as well, and that kind of jerks you to get going. I don't know, do you feel like it's a bad thing? Because you said you don't really have too many symptoms.
Yeah, but he preferred that I would have a pacemaker and set it on the minimum setting, and just to be there as a backup.
Yeah.
So I have had it for a year now. And I'm not sure, I didn't redo the Holter thing, but I don't have symptoms. But it's until now, he doesn't have an answer for me why this is happening.
Yeah, I think, listen, if you don't have any symptoms and you're monitoring it, and I think just keep going with what you're doing. I think just keep looking after yourself in the best way you can. Implement some of the things obviously that you've learned here and what I know you've learned previously. But if you're not having any symptoms and you're feeling okay with it, then it seems like you have the right level of monitoring going on, for sure.
Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Preet, my friend, you had your hand up.
What are your questions?
I just had two questions. One was workout before sleep. I've read so many places that you can do. You mentioned, Jonathan, that you prefer workout in the morning, the heavy workouts, but I've read so many places that workout in the evening would help with better sleep. Is that something you would recommend, or no workout before 2 hours of sleep, or how would it be?
It depends on the person. It depends on the type of training that you're doing, right? So for me, I could do a light like a light, gentle workout in the evening, and that would be okay for me. And I know from my sleep data that I'd be fine with that. But if I did a high intensity session, like an hour or two before bed, even, to be honest, even in like the afternoon, if I did like 3-4 p.m, I know that'll affect my sleep. So I know if I need to do something intense first thing in the morning is best for my sleep. But I would say the best thing to really, really know for you would be to track your sleep, whether that be through a tracker or just you keeping a sleep diary and just noticing when you work out, and then how rested you feel when you wake up. I think that would be the best way, because there are studies to debunk both.
Yeah,
right?
And these studies, like one of the most popular times is in the morning, and there's been a lot of research to prove that morning helps to get you into those sleep cycles quicker in the evening. And one of the reasons why a lot of kind of studies, and they don't recommend evening training, is usually because once you've, especially intense trainings, because once you've trained, you need to refuel. And if you eat too close to bed as well, you not only have you put more stress on your body through the training, you've now got digestive system full of food, and then trying to calm everything down to get into the sleep cycles. So that can cause a disruption. But I think one of the other reasons why the evenings are not the best for most people is because by the time they get to the gym in the evening, they put themselves through so much stress. The gym is not relieving any more stress. It adds more on and makes things worse. So so the nervous system is already like on a high, like is already switched on because of they've been stressed out through meetings, through colleagues, through whatever they've gone through at work. And then going to the gym and adding even more stress onto an already stressed system. So by the time they come to bed, the mind and body is just so unaligned and out of whack that it doesn't know what to do. So it all depends on the individual. And that's what I say, if your day is calm, it's relaxed, you're in a resourceful state, training in the evening, as long as you don't go too crazy, too like close to bed, because you're still gonna have to refuel yourself after, is not going to be a problem, because you still you can still bring everything down before you go to bed. You can still do meditation, you can do breath work, you can read, you can do whatever you need to do to bring your nervous system back down to get ready for sleep. So it all depends on you as the individual. If you feel that I can train, say for example 7 p.m, I can get home, I can have something to eat to refuel, and then I can bring my nervous system back down before I go to bed, and it works for you, great, definitely. But it's only when you try it to see if it works for you. Like Charlotte said, is keep a track, see how you feel, train in the morning, see how your sleep goes, train in the evening, see how your sleep goes, and then just see what works best for you, because it is very different. But majority of the time for most people, the morning would be the best time, based on how the state they put themselves in by the time they get to the evening.
Got it. There was, Kailash got me thinking quite a bit about my sleep pattern as well, the way he talks. There was an alarm some time back I had discovered, which helps you wake up during the REM sleep or a particular time in your sleep pattern. I don't know if that is a hoax, or does it really help in any way? I'm not sure of that. And also, does any sort of specific pillows or bed sheets that you guys use help you with anything, or that's also a bit of a theory only?
I'll let you take them.
Yeah, well, the alarm to wake you up during the sleep, like I've never tried that.
We tried one, didn't we? That it changed. It gradually came with the sound, but it wasn't. Yeah. I wouldn't say we tested it thoroughly.
Yeah, we've never tested ourselves. Okay. Know much about it.
Not with the data.
Except, not with the data. But in terms of kind of bed sheets, pillows, stuff, it is an individual preference. But one thing that through tons of studies and research is grounding sheets, grounding pillows. It's basically what it is. It's a sheet that connects to the grounding element in your plug socket, which connects directly to the earth. So there's been a lot of studies. Well, when we come to the nurturing your energy day, we're going to share some studies on grounding with you, and how a lot of, like, if you don't have constant access to nature, especially at sleep, you're not going to go sleep outside every day, but having grounding sheets, grounding pillows, grounding mats can keep you connected with the earth, and it is so powerful when it comes to ridding your body of inflammation and calming the nervous system down. And I'll show you some of those studies when we come on to the Nurturing Energy Day in a couple of days. And it is so powerful, and it's something that once you read through the studies, you might consider potentially doing. And there's companies all over the place that are seeing the benefits, because now with everyone, or with a lot of people tending to live in big cities and nature is being destroyed all around them, it's hard for people to get access to nature. And in places like the Middle East, where in the middle of the summer it's so bloody hot that sometimes you don't want to go outside. So now we're bringing nature inside through grounding technology, and it's stuff that actually works. It's scientifically proven, research backed, and we recommend it to clients as well to use if they're stuck working inside all day, or they don't have daily access or easy access to nature all the time.
Got good results.
Yeah, it's got very good results for that, and we'll share that. Like I said, we'll go into more detail on the Energy Day. But grounding pillows, grounding sheets, grounding mats, they're all a great way to improve sleep quality as well.
But there's no point
Thank you.
getting involved with all of that
if you're
still
on your phone
laying
watching
your phone.
movies.
So if it's one thing that you can tell that's the most important, is it the screen time?
Yeah, get rid of
Would
technology.
that be the most important thing?
Yeah,
100%.
technology, blue light, get rid of it
Yeah.
1-2 hours before bed. I think that'll be the
Or
the
get the
first.
glasses.
Yeah, that would be the first thing we'd recommend, is because it doesn't matter how good your meditations are or how much breath work you do, if you're still eyes on a LED light, blue light until the point you go to sleep, it's not going to make much of a difference. Yeah, it's going to be very minimal effect.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing, guys.
You're welcome. May asked,
Yeah.
do you have any input in vagus nerve regulation? So yeah, May, go back and watch day 2. When we were talking about the window of tolerance and hyperarousal and shutdown. That was kind of an introduction to vagal nerve regulation. But everything that we are learning on the Kickstarter is all about vagal nerve regulation.
Yeah, and
it's
the best,
all about regulating.
Exactly. And one of the best ways to regulate your vagus nerve, your breath.
Breathing. Day 2.
Yeah, day 2. Get on to day 2. And so what I might do, I might touch on the vagus nerve stuff a bit when we do the breathwork session on the 7th.
Yeah.
For anyone who wants to join, so you can get a good understanding of the vagus nerve and why it's so important and how the breath affects it as well.
Yeah. Cool. May, let us know if that answers your question in the chat there, or elaborate and unmute yourself. Yeah, good. Yeah. Kailash, I say your name differently every time. Sorry about this.
No worries. You know what? Throughout my life, I've had people struggle with it. So honestly, it's not a problem. Question I had, and it was a really interesting conversation that you and Preet had with the grounding.
Yeah.
And I could see the benefits of it so much. So just to build on that, do you invite nature into your bedroom in terms of plants or stuff to help with that? Because a lot of the reading that I've read in the past says you're in competition with the oxygen, and that actually is something you shouldn't have in your sleeping environment. So what are your thoughts on that?
It depends on the plants.
There are so we only get plants in that help cleanse the air and the oxygen in the room. So they help purify the air. So what I'll do is in the WhatsApp group,
send a list of
I'll send you a little infographic on the plants that are great to have indoors that will help cleanse and purify the air inside your house. And they're great to have in your room when you're sleeping, in your living room, wherever you are.
Yeah.
So,
amazing. Yeah, thank you. Because I find that cracking open the window just a little bit usually helps with the air circulation, because I'm in a urban city, just on the outskirts of London. It's very difficult to get fresh air. Yeah,
definitely, plants will help. And I'll literally put that in there as soon as we finished here, so you've got that. I mean, you know which plants are great to help have, especially in a city environment, to help really cleanse the air in your apartment.
You can, I mean, if you really want to go in on biohacking, and obviously Preet, you mentioned about humidifier as well, and that's all about air quality, is you can get devices that will test the air, right? It will test the air in your environment wherever you are, and then from there you'll be able to see if there is an issue or not. And then you can lean into different solutions, whether that's humidifier, whether that is plants. you'll be able to kind of do your research off the back of what you find. But again, control what's going on inside as much as you can before you go deep into some of those kind of biohacks. Otherwise it's almost like we're still looking for that magic pill when actually there's still some real core basics that we're really capable of as humans.
But like we said, we're very big advocates on nature first. So bring nature inside, definitely.
100%.
Amazing. Thank you.
Great question.
Thank you. Tim Ferriss talks about like cold showers before sleep. You guys have anything or it's something that I've tried it a couple of times and I'm like, I wasn't sure how much it would.
Love a bit of cold therapy in this house.
Cold therapy. I don't do it in the evening. I do ice bath every morning. It's cold therapy is the best, and it can help you with sleep, but it's all about how you use your breath when you're in the cold shower. Most very important, because the cold shower can help regulate your nervous system, but it helps switch it up, like get you revved up. And if you don't control your breath, you're staying in a rev state before you go to bed, and that doesn't help. So it's a combination of breath and cold showers that help. So for example, if you're doing a 1 minute cold shower, it's important to get to the point where when you initially feel the cold, you end up tensing up. Especially if it's really cold, you tense up, you got your veins are constricting in your body, and your goal is to control your breath and get into those deep, slow breaths so your body relaxes. And when it gets to the point of relaxation and you can relax in the cold, you can stand there for like ages. But it's important to get to that state of it feels like that state of bliss where you're in the cold and you can barely feel it. It feels actually warm. Once you get to that stage, that's when you brought your nervous system back down to a grounded, a balanced state. But if you go into a cold shower and you're like kind of moving and you're tensing up and you get out and you're shaking and your nervous system's switched on, and you've got to switch it off, otherwise you're going to struggle to sleep. But so it can help, but you've got to learn to be very mindful of your breath as you're in the shower.
I believe it's also, if you're going to use it potentially as a tool to help sleep, it's 2 hours before. So don't do it like 10 minutes before you're going to get into bed. Your body needs to kind of come down a bit from it as well.
But it's a great way to like pump you up, calm you down, depends how you use it.
So how do you do ice baths at home? Like, do you get like ice, or you have a freezer? You guys are set up.
I'll put a picture in the group for you. You see it. It's big, massive ice box basically, and then
it's like really tall, so it's like enormous. This thing.
So I put a little plumbing underneath to be able to obviously clean it out every couple of weeks, and I just get ice deliveries. Shove ice in it, and then ice bath every morning.
The ice delivery guys get a bit confused. They go to the restaurant down the road and then they come to us and like, what are you doing?
Getting in it. But it's such, for me, ice bath it's just such a key component of helping keep my energy consistent. If I don't do it, I notice such a big difference in my nervous system's ability to regulate itself. Even when breathing and stuff, like the ice bath, seems to encapsulate everything else I do and keep it resilient, basically, and keep my energy consistent. I find it very, very powerful.
Oh, thank you for sharing. I mean, I've done a couple of sessions with ice bath, but I've not done it consistently, like you mentioned, every day. That's a bit of a. I mean, there's a book which I was reading which is called Flinch. It's just that flinch before you get into that ice bath. I think that's something that if you have controlled it, it's phenomenal. Thank you for sharing.
No problem. You're welcome. It's with the cold, it's not about liking the cold. It's about surrendering to the cold. It's just about not tensing up and fighting against it. It's just literally surrendering to it. That's where the magic happens with cold therapy. Because no one likes to be cold. But when you surrender to it, you get the benefits from it. That's when you regulate your nervous system, you get rid of inflammation from the body, your immune system, everything becomes aligned to help you to optimize your health, basically.
It builds mental resilience as well.
Sorry, just sorry, just to jump in, because this is something that I've been trying as well.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, that you Preet brought this up, because I've been watching Wim Hof on BBC.
Yep.
Yeah.
And, and he's literally having them jump in, and I started taking cold showers in the morning to just get me going.
Yeah.
But I go from a state of a hot shower to cold.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Now, that's the correct way of doing it?
That's the correct way, yeah. So you start off hot, you know, so you start mentally preparing yourself. And then when you're ready, you turn it to cold, and then you start controlling your breath. You might end up, it's okay, you'll feel that initial stress response, which means everything tenses up or your veins constrict, pushing all the blood to your organs, because it's a survival mechanism. But as soon as you start calming your breathing down and getting used to it and relaxing and surrendering to it, everything opens back up again. And it does feel like you're in a kind of state of bliss when it gets to the point where everything opens up and all the blood rushes back down to your limbs, and you just feel so calm in that environment. So yeah, the main thing with ice therapy is not to go crazy with it. It's not a competition. It's very important. It's not about how long you can spend in it. It's about it's like two minutes in a cold shower or in an ice bath is more than enough to get the benefits from it. And it's about keeping calm and surrendering to what you're experiencing. You don't have to stay in for 10 minutes, an hour, stuff like that. It's about you surrendering to that and then just enjoying the experience. And you don't have to like it. You just have to surrender to it and just know that it's helping.
Are you enjoying it?
I am. It's made a real difference to me, because I'm always one for a hot shower in the morning.
Yeah.
And I've literally now started doing cold showers to see what the effects are, and I feel so much more energized when I come out of it, and I feel more motivated to go after my day, and just go after my to-do list. So for me, it's worked wonders, and it's something I'm going to try to. Obviously, it's not cold now in the UK because we're in our summer, so it doesn't really get as cold. But I can imagine being in Canada, it gets really cold.
You just go in the snow.
Yeah, and that's where the challenge would lie. But it'll be interesting to see it through to the winter.
Yeah.
And see how I cope.
Yeah,
it's probably better the way you're doing it, because it's going to be a gradual adaptation to it. So it's you're probably picking to start it at the right time. But what's the temperature for the health benefits?
And below 15 degrees Celsius.
You should be all right, even in the summer.
Yeah, in the summer, the water should be cold enough to be below 15 degrees.
Yeah.
Like, you don't, a lot of the ice baths are usually between kind of 1 and 5 degrees Celsius on average. But you don't have to go that low if you want to get the health benefits. Anything below 15 degrees is proven to the health benefits of obviously slowing down your nervous system, improving vascular function in the body, improving the immune system. So it doesn't have to be like freezing cold to get the benefits. Yeah. Okay, so that's a very, very important. That's but most people wanted to get colder and colder because it's an ego thing, it's a competition. Yeah. But you don't want to mess around with the cold. That's me. You fight against it, you try to win, you're going to lose. You just got to respect it and just kind of lean into it. You got to feel good doing it.
Amazing.
Awesome. Any other questions? No? I think we're all good.
No, thank you very much, guys.
You're welcome. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. I'll put a reminder, I think, in the WhatsApp group for everybody to share their biggest takeaway so far, and if they want any more clarity on anything, because I think everybody dashed off super quick today. So yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
Definitely. See you tomorrow, everyone.
Enjoy your day.
Take care, everyone.
Take care. Bye.
Take care. See you later.
Hello, everyone. Hello. How is everyone doing?
Good evening. Good afternoon. Good morning.
Wherever you are and whenever you are.
How are you doing today? Some waves, some big smiles.
Some energetic people, I see.
Loving it. Loving it. Amazing. Thank you so much for those of you that have shared in the group what your kind of biggest takeaway is so far. It's really important when you're doing any kind of learning, isn't it, to just have a quick recap especially at that halfway mark, really, so that you start to really implement this stuff. And Mervat, I think you're clearly a great example from what you've shared just now in the group of what you're implementing, which is fantastic. So keep it up.
Definitely.
Renard, I had a nap today.
Well,
that's why I'm there you go. I love it. I love it. A nap could do the world of good. The world of good. All right. So let's just admit a few more people in. Perfect. So listen, today is all about setting yourselves up for success, and that means getting the best out of what you're already doing right now. So what we're going to be speaking about is exploring what true nourishment is all about. And nourishment definitely includes the quality of our thoughts, our emotions, and everything we've already discussed and what we're going to discuss over the next few days. But for today, we're going to be focusing specifically on nutrition.
And hydration as well.
But
as opposed to not exactly what you need to eat, is more about how you are approaching your mindset and your perceptions around food and drink that are the most important. So instead of giving you more to do, we always want to optimize what you're already doing. Okay, so everyone eats every day. I'm hoping everyone eats every day anyway. It's vital. You need those nutrients. Yes. So what if we could tell you, you could actually be getting more out of it, and not by us telling you what to eat, but more about changing your perception around what you're actually eating and how you're eating. So let's be honest, you already know what you're supposed to do. We don't need to tell you, oh, you need to eat more vegetables and organic food, all this type of stuff. You know this, it's all out there. Everyone knows it as human beings. We just don't, most of us just don't take action on it. So if it's fresh and natural, it's going to be a good shout that it's going to be good for us. Particularly if it's processed and massively refined, it's probably not going to be the best for us in terms of nutrient value. So what we're diving into today is how to energize yourself based on your own needs and fueling yourself for efficiency. This is the starting point. Okay, we'll be sharing insights of stress in relation to nutrition and biohacks that will help you to get the most out of your existing food and hydration habits. If that makes sense.
Yeah. So we're going to kick off straight off the bat with a study. Okay, now this is just a really good example of what can happen when we actually nourish something physical, right? Something that we can all relate to. Now there's a doctor called Dr. Masaru Emoto. I'm not sure if I pronounced that absolutely perfectly, but we'll put his name in the chat if you want that, so you can look this up further. But he's a researcher and an alternative healer, but based from Japan, and he has done so many studies on positive thinking, essentially, and positive intent behind our actions, and then the energetic effect that can actually have on the world around us. Right now, his experiments demonstrate specifically how our thoughts and our intentions can alter physical reality, right? Literally the molecular structures. What you can see in front of you here on the screen, just give me a thumbs up if you can see the pictures on the screen before I continue. Yeah, good, perfect. Now, basically, this is water, right? This is water. And given the fact that we are all comprised of at least 60% water, and I say at least, okay, I think most of you have an awareness of that, but we are made up of 60% water, okay, at least. And really this study shows not only the implications that our vibrational frequency that we are emitting out through our thoughts and intentions has on water outside of the body, it gives you a good indication of how when we then drink water and our perception of it, what can be happening inside our body as well. Right, so I think it's safe to say that you already know that when you're thinking negatively, or if you've got a negative intent behind something, it doesn't feel very good. Is that right? Can you all relate there? Yeah, okay, cool. So this study particularly backs up why this is happening, essentially, or the physical effects of it's happening. So there was a group of around 2,000 people in Tokyo that was split into two test groups. Okay, they didn't know that there was two groups. Okay, so one group was going ahead with their directive, and the other one was doing theirs unbeknownst to the other group. One group focused on just positive intentions towards water, right? And this was in controlled environment in an electromagnetically shielded room in California. So the only thing that was different here was literally the intentions that were being set. So the other group were doing the opposite, right? They were focusing on the negatives, right? They were sending negative intentions and having negative thoughts about water, right? And that sounds so simple, but it's interesting because as a result, these ice crystals formed in both sets of water, right, from both test groups. However, there was a difference in the formation of those ice crystals, which is what you can see here. Okay, now these ice crystals here, they were formed blindly, and they were obviously checked by independent photographers and analysts to make sure that this wasn't just some like random woo-woo thing. Okay, there was like 100, I think it was it 100?
Yeah, 100 independent judges.
Yeah, was like checking the whole criteria, this whole experiment.
Yeah.
And what you can see on here is the water molecule before offering a form of prayer or positive intent, and after. Okay, and you can see at the bottom here is like the intention when the test group was saying like thank you to the water. This is what formed inside the water. When they were doing love and appreciation, this is what formed. But when the negative test group were throwing their negative vibes towards this water, essentially this is what was forming, right? Lack of structure, bit of chaos compared to the order that you see here.
Actually, the molecular structure of the water physically changed by what our intent towards it, or that group's intent towards it. So you got to think we are 60% water. So now you imagine your intention towards yourself, how you talk and feel towards yourself. That changes the molecular structure of your body, of your DNA, and how you feel. And these 100 independent judges, they didn't know what this study was about. All they were asked to do was judge the aesthetic appeal of these ice crystals. And without knowing what was going on, they didn't know that there was negative intent, positive intent. They just asked, what was the aesthetic? What looks good to you? And they all chose the ones that had the positive intention towards, because they do, if you look at the picture, they're aesthetically appealing. They're all structured in a way that looks good to the eye. And it's the same with us as physical human beings, is when we talk to ourselves in the right way and we give ourselves the right intention, we feel better, we look better, we show up better, and people recognize it. Even they recognize it by going, oh, what have you been doing? You look energized, you look well, because we've been looking after ourselves. We've been saying the right things, we've been feeling the right things that are good for us to change the molecular structure in our body to show up. And it's the same thing with that same intention, that same energy gets put on any, or gets kind of sucked into anything that's around you as well. So the intent that you're putting out there, the intention you're putting, the words you're saying, the feelings you're putting out there affect the water you drink, the food you eat, the people you interact with, because everything is energy. Okay, and that's what's very important here is, now you imagine you putting that intent to water, like this one here, you make me sick, I will kill you. It's literally completely just, it's chaos, it's broken down. You drink that. That is not going to have a nutritious effect on your system. And most people know this because they drink and drink and drink, and they still feel dehydrated. They still go to the toilet every 5 seconds, and they feel like they always need more water. And this is what happens when the same thing comes to food. Okay, it's our intentions, our perceptions, what emanates around us, and it affects what we eat, what we drink, and the people we communicate with.
So when we say things like, oh, we can't eat this, this is bad for us, and we start to put those connotations and intentions towards that food, that it starts to mess with the molecular structure. Now, I'm not saying, you can go and eat as unhealthy as you like, just speak beautifully into it, right? It's not quite that simple, but it is really important to understand that the energy you put out is what you're going to get back in the physical things you are consuming.
Yeah, and if you look at focus on digestion, which we're going to kind of touch on in a second, is even if you are eating anything that's not nutritious for you, it's not nutritious, but it tastes good. If you're going in that tension, this is not good for me, I shouldn't be eating this, but I like it so much, that has a negative connotation in the body, and your digestive system struggles to digest it properly. But if you approach it with it's not bad, it's not good, it's not nutritious, but I like it, I accept it, I'm having it, your digestive system is in a much more resourceful state to digest that food instead of create problems within your gut. Okay, and again, lots of studies to back this up as well, is the function of your system, the function of your gut, and how your perception towards what you're eating. This kind of takes us into this study.
Yeah, see, I quite like this study. It's quite interesting because they did it with kids, right? And kids, like a lot of kids tend to kind of do what they're told in this kind of scenario, and it was really interesting. So this is the rice experiment, which is also by the same guy, and basically this was the power of negative thinking and obviously the opposite of positive thinking. Now, he placed portions of cooked rice into 2 containers that you can see here in front of you. Okay, one says I hate you, one says I love you, right? And basically he instructed school children to say to the labels on the jars every day when they walk past them, every single day for 30 days. Okay, and you can see like what happened here, right? It's for the same rice, the same, like they were cooked at the same time, everything the same, except the fact that one jar was literally being told I hate you, the other one told I love you. And after 27 days, the I hate you is moldy, it's rotten, and the I love you one is more or less the same. I mean, I still wouldn't eat it after 27 days, but it's you can
changed.
See the difference. Yeah, exactly, it's barely changed. It's just another really good visual to just show what's happening inside of us every single day.
Exactly, and there's it's so important. There are so many studies like that. All you got to do is go onto Google and search. There are thousands and thousands of these types of research and studies that prove how we talk and our intent behind what we do has a massive effect on what happens around us in our reality. So it's important to know that it's less about, obviously, what the quality of the food you're eating and what you're drinking is important, but what's more important is your intent behind it and your relationship and your perception of what you're eating. Okay, because not all food is created equal. Not like the whole concept of bad and good does not exist in the world of nutrition. There is no such thing of bad and good food or evil food. Okay, there's only such thing as nutritious food and non-nutritious. Your body can deal with all food that comes in, but how it energizes you or makes you feel is going to be different. And that comes down to the nutritional value of that food. So if you're thinking, I'm going to eat loads of broccoli, eggs, and that, and it's going to be good for me, it's not always going to be the case, because some people have adverse reactions to so-called healthy foods. So it's important to realize that it's less about the food and more about the intention and the emotion and the perception behind it. And then it's about the quality. Okay.
And then it's about how you respond to it,
yes.
Right? Like Jonathan said, there is like some people can't eat broccoli, they're intolerant to it.
Yeah.
Right. Whereas then on the other hand, you've got people who can eat all day long and they feel really good. So it's about tuning in again, like we mentioned on previous days, and listening to that response. But first of all, let's try and be proactive in how we are putting this food into our system.
Definitely. And what we want to show you, take you on to now, is that brain-gut connection. Okay, and how all this works, how these signals go around, why we're intolerant to food, why we have issues with our gut, why we have issues with our mood when we eat crap food, because it all relates. Our gut has our second brain. Okay, and there's a second brain in our gut. It's an independent one that thinks for itself, and all the what they call the microbiome in the gut. It's basically bacteria. You've got good bacteria and bad bacteria. And there's trillions of them that reside in your gut, and they communicate with that second brain in your gut, which then transfers information from there to your brain. Now, if you're putting loads of crap into your body, they're not non-nutritious food, your thinking is not resourceful, your emotions are not resourceful, you're going to get an imbalance of bacteria in the gut, basically. So your bacteria essentially can end up controlling your brain. And the bad bacteria, I mean, because there are trillions and trillions of them in your gut, and they are tiny, so tiny. Literally, you need a microscope to see them. You can fit thousands of them into one single human cell. But when we don't really pay attention to our gut until something goes wrong, and that's when we start to think, oh, what's going on? I'm bloated. I've got discomfort. I've got pain. I'm constipated. I've got diarrhea. Whatever it is, there's something going on, and that's when we start looking at it. But these little microbiomes, these little things that we can't see, the good bacteria, some of them have superpowers. They literally do. They're called psychobiotics. They have a direct connection to our brain, and they influence how we feel and what we think. So cravings, has everyone on this call now, has everyone experienced cravings before?
Yeah.
You crave chocolate, you crave this, yeah. And when those cravings come in, what type of food is it usually? It's usually like non-nutritious type style of food, yeah? Is you don't crave, most people don't crave broccoli or cauliflower. It's usually chocolate, sweets, cakes. And that's what we call a pathogenic bacteria. That's the harmful bacteria in our gut, which we need as well. We need that bacteria. But when we're not feeding ourselves the right thoughts and emotions and food, we create what we call a dysbiosis. So our bad bacteria increases in our gut and our good bacteria decreases. When that happens, signals get sent from the bad bacteria going, okay, they feed up with sugar, processed foods, all this type of stuff. So they send signals from the second brain to your brain here, and cells say, I need you to feed me sugar. I need chocolate. I need cakes. I need sweets. I need all these things, because that's what pathogenic bacteria feed on. And when they feed on it, they create inflammation in the gut. And then we get stuff like leaky gut syndrome. We get issues in the gut, which makes us feel lethargic, tired. Then those signals go up to the brain. It influences our quality of thinking, which then influences our moods. And then it goes round in that cycle. And the pathogenic, the bad bacteria, like to feel like that, because the more you feel like that, the more you feed it what it needs. So it's about breaking that cycle. 95% of serotonin is found in the gut. Okay, so emotions can start in your gut. They don't always start in your head. Okay, they can start in the gut. So if you've got a lot of gut issues and you're struggling to deal with emotions, you can also look at the gut as a secondary source of like that emotional turmoil you're experiencing as well. So you remember, like we said, everything is connected. So it's not about if you've got emotional issues, you've got to think, you've got to focus on your quality of thinking, or you've got stuff, or you're emotional, you've also got to look at the physical body. You've got to look at the gut. You've got to look at what you're feeding it, because that is so, so important to how everything works. Your emotional trauma can reside in your gut. It can reside in your head. It can reside in your heart. It can start from anywhere. That's why everything is connected, which is why we look at everything from a rounded, holistic approach. And the funny thing is because 95% of the signals from your body get sent from the second brain in your gut to your head, this is what creates that intuitive system. So I think the other day someone mentioned about that gut feeling.
Yeah, Mervat.
Yeah, Mervat, you're thinking about that gut feeling. There is a reason for that, because you literally have an intuitive system in your gut, in your digestive system, that is communicating with your brain. And when you're not looking after your thoughts, your emotions, and the food and water you're putting into your body, your gut takes over and controls your brain and controls your thoughts and emotions. So it's important to understand that what you're putting into your body is just as important as the thoughts you put into your mind and the emotions that you choose to focus on as well. So the good bacteria, these psychobiotic bacteria, which are good for us, they help basically keep the bad bacteria in check and create that balance in your gut. Their job is defending us against these pathogens of the world. It basically takes a germ to fight a germ. And that's what all bacteria are, the germs, but some are good for us and we need them. So in your gut today, you've got trillions and trillions and trillions, and they're online 24/7. They never stop working. They're always constantly on the go, finding that balance in your gut until things go wrong. And there are three main communication channels between your gut and brain. Your nervous system is one. Okay, so your gut is sending signals through your nervous system to your brain and vice versa. Your immune system is the other, which is why if you eat something that your body doesn't like, your immune system kicks into overdrive and you might end up having diarrhea or throwing up or getting the sweats or getting ill. Is because that's your immune system's response saying, this is not good for me, I need to get it out. And then your third one is your endocrine system, your hormones. That's another way of communicating between the gut and brain. So these three systems are seeking what we call a state of homeostasis, which is balance and stability. These three systems want balance and stability in the body to function optimally. So homeostasis controls every aspect of your life. That's your heart rate, your breathing rate, your oxygen levels, your body temperature, all is affected through homeostasis. So those three systems working together to balance your body out. So if your breathing is, like we said before, if your breathing is not optimized, then that's going to affect that balance. Okay, if your temperature, body temperature is not great. So if you're constantly getting hot and cold, that is going to affect that balance as well. And most of the time, the body maintains this balance quite well with ease, but sometimes it falls out of balance based on what we feed our gut. So too much processed foods, too much sugars, too much caffeine, too much of anything really. The gut struggles. Okay, and how we breathe, also our gut struggles if we don't breathe optimally. And our stress levels, the big one, the more stressed we get, this is the funny thing, is when we eat something, when we breathe in, our immune system does two things. It does one thing, first of all, it determines what's coming to the body. Is it a threat or is it good for us? If it determines it's a threat, it switches on the immune system and fights it off. That's why we usually get ill, because we're sweating, we're ill, or it's trying to push that harmful stuff out of the body. Or it acknowledges, no, this is good, it's okay, I'm going to let it through. But when we're experiencing too much stress and we've got too much inflammation in the body, it overwhelms the immune system, and the immune system can't tell the difference between what's a threat and what's not. So everything's a threat. So that means that even if you're taking in good food into your body, it classes it as a threat if you're like in a state of chronic stress. So even though you're eating good stuff, and some people will say, oh, I've got such a healthy diet, but I feel so crap, I feel run down, I feel tired. That's because their stress response is on all the time, and the immune system can't tell the difference between what they're putting to the body is good for them. So it goes into survival mode, and everything's a threat. So it attacks everything that comes into the body, which is why it's important to change our state and slow things down before we put stuff into our body. Okay, and this is one of the there's a couple of things I'm going to share with you. One of it, there's a great little biohack you can do. We do it first thing every morning before we do anything else, is hydrate. Okay, number one, but we hydrate by remineralizing our water. So most water, tap water, bottled water, is so refined, it's stripped all the important minerals your body needs to function. And these minerals are responsible for cognitive function, energy production, gut health, blood flow. But when we don't have them in, it can create an imbalance. So what we do is we find the best bottled water where we are in the top 3. You can search it on Google, just type in wherever you are, top 3 bottled waters in your area. Pick one of those, and then you add half a teaspoon of Celtic sea salt. Now, Celtic sea salt is what it is. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's kind of like a superfood. It contains 78 to 84 of the trace minerals your body needs to create homeostasis and balance. Okay, so adding half a teaspoon into a glass of water first thing in the morning helps to remineralize your water, which means you end up having to drink less to stay hydrated. You don't feel like you've got dry mouth all the time, and you don't feel like you're running to the bathroom every 5 minutes. So you don't need to drink 3-4 liters of water to stay hydrated. You can drink 1.5-2 liters and stay hydrated just by remineralizing your water. And as an added little benefit, squeezing lemon into the water adds what we call an extra kick of potassium. Okay, and potassium is a key mineral for energy production. I know, only in the, so I said start in the morning, but you all throughout your day.
Ideally, about 300 mils 4 times a day is
as a minimum,
like a really good guide.
Yeah.
One thing I will say around adding the Celtic sea salt is please, I would say refrain if you have high blood pressure or heart condition.
Yeah, okay? Obviously, yeah.
That's just an important thing to mention. It's likely not to have an adverse effect unless you're really putting loads and loads in. But realistically, your body's already under a bit of strain. And likelihood is there's potentially medication or pacemakers that we heard of yesterday as well that are in the mix. So
or you consult,
can do that. Yeah.
So you consult a medical professional if you're in doubt. Like if you've got any medical conditions that you think may be exacerbated by that.
But this was a big one for me. So I always used to drink loads of water, and I noticed that I felt more energized. I felt really, really good for drinking water. However, it was tricky to always have that water with me because I was always on the go all the time and this kind of stuff. But what I noticed was that when I started to remineralize the water, I could drink less and actually still feel just as energized. Because most people struggle with drinking like 2-3 liters of water a day, because really that's roughly what we're supposed to have as a bare minimum, plus an extra liter for every half an hour of exercise you do. right? But that is based on kind of your standard average water, not optimized remineralized water. Because what happens is obviously the water companies, and even if it's tap water, unless it's coming from a fresh spring, they strip the minerals out of it. So it's definitely something I've noticed that does help me, especially from a concentration perspective as well. It's really helped. And
if you want to know if your water quality is poor, and if you're drinking 2 to 3 liters a day and you're going to the toilet a lot, you're still feeling dehydrated, you've got dry mouth, okay, that is a sign that your water quality is poor, sorry, okay, that is a big sign. So you can, Renat said, what if you can't control the quality of your water? You can, to a point. If you're near a supermarket, you just type in, what are the top 3 water brands in my area? Like, for example, if you live in Abu Dhabi or you live in UAE, what's the top 3 bottled waters in the UAE? And then just pick, buy one of those top 3 as your normal, and then add Celtic sea salt to it, and that improves the quality and remineralizes it. Okay, so you can do the same with tap water. Obviously, in some countries, I know you can't drink the tap water, like here in Thailand, in Dubai. So don't do tap water. But in other countries where you can drink the tap water, you add the salt there, you remineralize it. So that's the best thing to do to improve the quality of your water, because when you remineralize water, you optimize gut-brain function, because those minerals are important for all those connections that are happening within the system. Okay, so it is vital. And also, no table salt. If anyone here has table salt on in anything, we're not really much in terms of cutting things out, but table salt is the worst thing you can ever put into your body. There is no benefit for table salt. It is the most chemically treated compound you can ever put into your system. So if you have table salt, throw it out. Get rock salt, Himalayan pink salt, Celtic sea salt are all natural salts which your body can handle. Okay, table salt, your body is not good for it. It's just chemicals. Okay, so that's our kind of one condition that we say to every client: never ever table salt.
Can I ask there, what about diabetes?
Yeah, so again, if you're worried about diabetes, you can ask your health professional, but definitely ask. But Celtic sea salts, because of the minerals in it, it shouldn't have any. There's no research to show any adverse effect on diabetes. Based on research, it looks like it can help, but I would always say go and seek the advice of your doctor if you are diabetic and you want to add Celtic sea salt into your water. Yeah,
what I would say is start off with a small glass of water with a little bit, right? And then if you feel like you're feeling good, and obviously you've consulted a doctor, then by all means then start to build upon that, and then 4 times a day, 300 mils will build up to that. That way you've got the confidence knowing that actually, do you know what, you've been feeling good from having it.
Definitely, but it is such a game changer. First thing in the morning, rehydrate with mineralized water. It does make such a difference, guys. And I know you said there, Renat, about like what if we can't control the quality of water. We'll take Celtic sea salt with us when we go places. Like even if we're traveling, this kind of stuff, we'll just kind of have it in a little bag and we'll just add it to our water. So maybe we're taking this a bit too far, but it works. It works. Exactly.
And you can feel the difference.
You definitely.
What about sea salt and hypertension? Hypertension would fall under kind of the heart realm. So like I said earlier, I would check with your doctor first.
But that's a lot of hypertension. If you look at people's diets, your hypertension is usually down to stress, and stuff like table salt and other processed foods are a kind of thing around it that adds on to it. Yeah. So it's not the cause of it. It's usually it just compounds the effects of the stress and the hypertension. So Celtic sea salt is there's the minerals in there that help to bring everything into balance. Okay, so those minerals are important for the body's function. We miss any of them, it creates unbalance in the body. Any specific brand? Yes, I'll send you a picture of the one we use. You can get it on Amazon. You can get it in most health stores. Yeah. So it is quite easy to get. I've never seen it in a standard supermarket, but it's usually more in the more health stores and online that you can get it. But it is easy to get online. Yeah. And half a teaspoon for 300 to 500 mils, half a teaspoon. If that's too much, start a little bit smaller. It can be an acquired taste to start with, but trust me, after a while, it feels weird drinking water without it. Water without it doesn't seem right. It doesn't taste right either.
In UAE, it's available in pharmacy. Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, so you can try that in pharmacy.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're definitely online. I definitely know Amazon have it, so you can definitely get it from Amazon. What are your thoughts on what's it? Cooper vessels?
Tell us
What's
more.
it? Tell us more on that one, Kailash.
Sorry, copper vessels I meant to write. There's Ayurvedic research saying that if you put water in copper kind of containers, it kills off bacteria and it's supposed to be good for you. What are your thoughts on it? I don't know if you've done any research into that.
I am a big fan of Ayurvedic medicine and Chinese medicine. And I've never tried it personally to know. But if it's coming from a trusted source, I'd definitely be open to it.
Yeah, we haven't looked into the research behind it a lot, but when water, basically, we know one thing: water in plastic, not a good idea. Water in glass, yep, or other similar containers like copper, and that can be a good shout. Like I said, we've never looked into the research a lot around copper vessels.
Yeah,
but some of the stuff that we have seen or we've heard about does seem to correlate with the benefits of drinking water from different types of containers.
Yeah. But because if you're drinking out of plastic, that needs to be your first point of call. How many of you drink out of plastic bottles?
Yeah. Remember, the chemicals from the plastic seep into the water, and if you buy bottled water from supermarkets, if you notice this, where they store the bottles is usually outside or in a very hot place, and the chemicals leak into the water. So even if it's okay to, but like we have a big bottle drum, so we don't buy individual bottles, so it just gets replaced, so there's no wastage. But we then put it from there into bottles and in the fridge.
Yeah.
So we transfer it as that, because wherever you are, sometimes you haven't got the option of going straight to bottle, straight to like a glass bottle. But we haven't here. Everything is in plastic, so you've got to move it from plastic to glass or whatever it is. So you just got to do the best you can with it, but try not to leave it in water, especially in a hot environment.
And also physically drinking it out of the plastic, because you're consuming part of the plastic every time you do that. I'm sure you guys are probably already aware of that, but it's worth mentioning. Alan's got a question.
Yeah, pH in the bottled water. So the higher the pH, the more alkaline the water. So you want to be looking about 7.3, 7.4 or above as a pH level of water. The lower the pH, the more acidic. Okay, the higher the pH, and most water is usually about 7.2, 7.3 or more. So as long as it's above 7.2, 7.3, it's a decent pH. It's more alkaline for the system. And then when you add Celtic sea salt to it, a bit of lemon, it alkalizes it even more, remineralizes it, and it's much more optimized for your body.
Please notice the difference from moving UAE to Canada. Interesting.
Dependent being the toilet and dry mouth. Yeah. You reduce a lot. Yeah, exactly. Because places like Canada and that, they've got a lot more fresh springs, fresh water compared to the UAE, which is a lot more filtered and chemically treated water.
But you can still optimize.
But you can still optimize any quality of water. You can. It's better to have remineralized poor tap water than just drinking poor tap water. It's still going to have a much better positive effect on the body.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bahrain, most of the Middle East is the same when it comes to water. It's very hard to find non-treated water, and the same in Thailand as well.
Even in the UK, the tap water is pretty shocking.
Because the pipes are so old. But,
yeah. So just remineralize any water that you're drinking. That's really the rule of thumb here.
Yeah. It's a cheap biohack, which is really great for your body.
Yeah. Okay. Very hard limescale in London.
Yeah.
It's a water bottle brand,
definitely.
Okay.
So that's the biohack for you. Okay, so another little hack is about changing your state, is using your breath to change your state, because your gut functions better in a calm parasympathetic state. So when your nervous system is down in a relaxed, what we call the rest and digest state, rest and recover, your gut is better able to be able to strip the nutrients from food and water and send them to where they need to go. If you're stressed, doesn't do that. Everything shuts off inflammation, stops that from happening, and that food sits there, and you end up wasting it. It goes out of the body somewhere.
This is really, really, really important to keep an eye on and to use this hack if you experience a lot of anxiety. Because often remember we said window of tolerance, hyperarousal, shut down, our stomach tends to tense up, right? It gets really tense because it's almost trying to protect itself, right? It's that fire in the belly that's there to fight, right? Or flight or whatever, right? So what the breathing does as a biohack, it helps you to relax that area, right? So unless you're actually obviously in a point of threat, we don't need it to be tensing up. It's probably happening unconsciously. So if you are prone to a lot of anxiety or gut issues, one thing I would highly suggest is just observe over the next few days is how's your belly feeling? How's your gut feeling? Is it feeling tense? Is there tension there? Because this is the hack to use if that's the case.
Definitely, because you can quickly change your state literally within 1 minute of breath work, which we're about to take you through in a second. And when you eat something like, let's take broccoli, good green vegetable, classed as kind of a superfood. All vegetables are superfood basically because they're packed full of nutrients. But if you're in a stressed state and you're in a chronic stress state, your body is going to digest broccoli different from when you're in a calm, relaxed state. So it's going to be able to strip and use the nutrients from broccoli in a calm state compared to when you're stressed. Okay, it's very important. So meditate before eating, kind of, but you don't have to, like 1 minute of breath work before you eat or drink will help change your state and make it more resourceful for your gut to function. So just literally 1 minute, that's all you got to do. And we're going to take you through a kind of a guided breath work that you can use in a second. So before we do that, we want to tap into this on your workbook. Okay, this all makes sense in the next few days when we come to it, but this is your homework. This is your action point for today, or one of them, is to fill this out. So in your workbook, you can do this on plain paper, but all I want you to do is to note down from when you wake up in the morning to when you go to sleep, is what does your day look like? What do you do first thing in the morning? What do you do next? What do you do next? And keep going until you go to sleep. Okay, so that's your current day. You don't do that now. You can do that obviously after this session tomorrow, but we want you to do that because when we come into the optimizing day and integration, this will make sense when we come to optimizing your day for mental, physical, emotional, and energetic optimized health.
Yeah, we'll give it an upgrade.
Yeah, upgrade it.
But for the time being, you need to get super clear on what your days currently look like, and we're talking about an average day.
Yeah.
Okay, don't give us your best day.
Yeah.
Give us your average
day.
Be
honest. What does your average day look like for you?
Not even your worst day as well. Literally your average day.
Yeah. Okay, so that's one of your action points off the back of today. The other one is what we're going to take you through now, which is to do 1 minute of box breathing before you eat a meal. So just sit there and just do this breath we're going to take you through in a second for 1 minute and then eat. Okay, and especially if you're getting home from work and you're going straight into a meal and you're feeling a bit overwhelmed or stressed, do the breathing. Do not sit down and eat stressed. Very, very important.
Or if you are one of these people that eat on the go, you eat at your desk at work, or if you are trying to grab your breakfast whilst you're driving, any of these kind of behaviors are usually a red flag to say you need to pause, slow down, and prioritize some self-care. But if any of that is happening, this is the go-to thing.
Definitely. And the optional but recommended is to remineralize your water. And we say optional is because we know not everyone has Celtic sea salt available to them at the moment, right now. Obviously, if for some reason you can't find Celtic sea salt, pink Himalayan sea salt or black Himalayan sea salt is another alternative for that. Okay, so that's an optional but recommended hack to use first thing in the morning once you get the right salt for that. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go into box breathing. Has anyone ever heard of box breathing before? Yes, a couple of you know, some of you.
Alam has.
Alam, yep. Alam. So box breathing, also known as square breathing, is a technique used when taking slow, deep breaths. It can help heighten performance and concentration while also being a powerful stress reliever. Okay, the slow holding of breath allows carbon dioxide in your body to build in the blood. So when this happens, it enhances the response of what we call the vagus nerve. Okay, and we're going to discuss more about this in a second. So when you exhale, you activate that vagus nerve. And that vagus nerve is your direct connection to your parasympathetic system, your rest and digest system. keeps you calm, keeps you grounded, keeps you relaxed, okay? So this produces that calming, relaxed feeling in the mind and body. So box breathing can reduce stress and improve mood, okay? It makes it an exceptional treatment for conditions like anxiety disorders, panic disorders, PTSD, and depression as well. So it's very, very useful. It can also help treat insomnia by allowing you to calm your mind down. So remember what we said yesterday about sleep? We said today we're going to show you a breathing you can do before bed. This is the one as well. So it can calm you down before eating, make you more resourceful to digest, but it can also help slow your mind down, slow your nervous system down, and help to activate those sleep hormones quicker. So it's a good thing to do before bed. Basically any type of slow breathing stimulates the vagus nerve. Okay, and so also known as the vagal nerves. These are the main nerves that have control of your parasympathetic, your nervous system, like we said. So this system controls all functions in your body that are related to digestion, heart rate, and your immune system. These are your involuntary functions. So you can't control them, but you can influence them by using your breath.
So the hyperarousal window of tolerance and the shutdown that we spoke about on I think day 2 it was, that really is kind of our vagal system simplified. Yeah. Right. So behind those states, those 3 states, lies your vagal nerve system, right? So if you want to and need to regulate your system, these 2 are the same things. I don't want you to think this is another thing. They're the same things. It's just really important to know that we want to go into the parasympathetic nervous system, which is your equivalent of your window of tolerance. Okay, just to marry those 2 up.
Definitely. So the box breathing, as you can see on the screen there, is literally you inhale through the nose for 4 seconds. You hold for 4 seconds, you exhale for 4 seconds, and you hold for 4 seconds. Okay, feeling your belly rise and fall as you inhale and exhale. Very important. So when we start this, I'm going to guide you into connecting with your breath first, and then I'll guide you through the counting to start with, and then I'll get you to basically guide yourself, so keeping that count in your head yourself for a while, and then I'll bring you back out of it. Okay, so there'll be some music in the background just to help keep that focus. But anytime you feel your mind wandering throughout, just tag any thoughts that wander, like the fisherman, acknowledge them, let them go, and then bring your focus back to the breath, back to the counting. Okay, no judgment, no criticism, just bring that focus back and keep inhale for 4, hold for 4, exhale for 4, hold for 4, and repeat. Make sense? Yeah, no? Perfect. Okay, so we're going to turn that off. Get some music. So just basically, you can be seated. You can do this obviously lying down as well, but for now, so we can see you, just go stay in your seats. But just get comfortable. Okay, put a little bit of music background here. Good. Okay, can everyone hear the music? Yeah. Can you hear me? Okay. Perfect. Okay, so from there, guys, I just want you to start by placing your hands just gently on your legs, closing your eyes, and just start taking some gentle, slow breaths in through your nose, out through your mouth. Just feeling your belly rise as you inhale and fall as you exhale. Just connecting with your breath, connecting with your body. As you exhale, just feel your neck, your shoulders, your whole body just relax into your chair. Slow, gentle breath. Okay, from here, we're going to start the counting. So follow my lead and inhale through the nose for 2, 3, 4, and hold. 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Inhale. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Inhale. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Keep going now, counting in your mind. Inhaling for 4, hold for 4, exhale for 4, hold for 4. If you feel your mind start to wander, just tag the thoughts, just let them float by, and bring your focus back to your breath, back to the counting. Good. Okay, just gently start to bring your breath back to its normal state. Just soft and gentle, in through the nose, out through the mouth. Connecting with your breath, connecting with your body. Bringing your awareness back into your body. Just moving your hands, moving your feet. Then, whenever you're ready, gently open your eyes, bringing yourself back into the room.
I could have fallen asleep.
Yeah, good. Okay, so that was just 5 minutes. Okay, 5. How did you feel? Unmute yourselves, guys. Let us know. How are you feeling?
Alam said she had some tension in the shoulders that
Yeah.
she noticed.
Yeah, so that's good. Again, that notice that when you notice anything like that, you just focus on relaxing everything, especially on the exhale. As you exhale, just feel everything just relax as you exhale for 2, 3, 4. So every exhale, just feel everything relaxing. Focus on the point that you're holding the tension and just feel that tension dissipate as you breathe out. Renad, a little bit in the head, but much better than first time we did breathing. Awesome. Good, good. Nice, feeling relaxed. Unmute yourself, guys, if you want to talk. Let us know a little bit more. Anyone?
It made me feel sleepy.
It made Charlotte feel sleepy. So good
I have
one.
much more energy.
More energy is
yeah.
awesome.
Nice.
Yes.
Good. And that's it, guys. So just do that for 1 minute before you eat.
How did you find concentrating when you had to count for yourselves?
it wasn't bad for me.
Good.
Yeah.
And I use when I get lost with my thought, I just tap my fingers so I come back.
Perfect.
Nice.
Nice. If ever you do that on another day and you feel like the counting just you was distracted by it, it's obviously a sign there that your body is in need of a bit of rhythm. That's one of the reasons why box breathing is so powerful, because it brings a sense of rhythm to your nervous system, right? Because of the 4-4-4-4. So it's just a sign that something's off. You need to come back to center if the counting on any other days is a struggle. Renad, you got your hand up there? Tell us.
Yes, I have a question. I hope I was doing it right. We were supposed to breathe from our nose and out from our mouth, right?
You can breathe out from your mouth or your nose.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
I should have said that, but yeah, it's the inhale is important through the nose, but the exhale can be through the nose or the mouth. It's completely up to either way, you're activating that parasympathetic nervous system. When you're breathing out.
You're more likely to breathe out through the mouth if you're holding more tension or stress. You know, when we sigh, it's like that. Right, it's like we have something to let go of. So if again you've had a super stressful day or you had a stressful morning, you're about to eat your lunch, out through the mouth will probably just kind of enhance how quickly you drop into that.
So remember when we done the quantum flow, the alchemy bit, that sound of alchemy when you're using your voice, that's the sound is through the mouth. It helps to release. So that's technically why we tend to do it as a natural response when we're kind of holding on to any tension.
I have a question. Now, when we exhale, we need to empty our stomach as much as possible, right?
Just for a count of 4. It's natural. So none of it should be forced. It should just feel flowing. And so there are breathing techniques where that is a thing. But the box breathing is just you go to the count of 4. So you don't have to be fully empty.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question.
Yes.
So I've done breathing, like Wim Hof breathing and everything, where I can retain breath for a longer time. For some reason, with box breathing, I've tried this before as well. When on the out breath, when I hold it, I feel a bit suffocated, like when I gasp for air. Is that normal? I need to get used to it. I'm not sure why with the box breathing specifically this happens.
Have you got any underlying health issues that you know of or anything like that? The asthma?
No, I mean, no, nothing that I know of. I mean, I've done like I said, with Wim Hof breathing, I can stay out of breath for 3-4 minutes. But just with box breathing, it kind of whenever it's out of breath, it's not badly, but I just feel like I need to take air quite quicker or something.
A lot of people do with box breathing because again it's that rhythm that most people struggle with. Like the retention breathing Wim Hof, the reason it's easy to hold your breath is because your body up with oxygen, you're getting to 100% oxygen saturation. And when that happens, it's easier to hold your breath.
Okay.
That's pretty. So it's a very different breathing technique. The box breathing, usually most people struggle with the rhythm when they get to the exhale and hold. So it's important just to exhale naturally and hold and no tension at all. I think a lot of people, when they exhale and they hold, they feel like they feel like things are tense, like the throat or the neck is a bit tensed up. So it's important just to make sure at the hold on the top and the bottom, your neck, your jaw, your shoulders, everything is relaxed. There's no tension in your body at all when you're holding the breath. Because a lot of people, when they hold the breath, automatically the sensation is to tense up. Whereas you can hold your breath and still be completely relaxed. And the same on the exhale. Everything, you breathe out 4 seconds and hold, no tension. And it's just finding that rhythm. And that's what with most people, the body's not used to. Is the rhythm. The Wim Hof breathing is easy to hold the breath longer because you are going, you're filling up your body with oxygen. It's got loads of oxygen. Excuse me.
I definitely think it's a case of just it's retraining, right? You're retraining your system, so more practice. I don't think it's a cause for concern or anything like that. Like you said, you've got no health issues that you're aware of, no asthma or any kind of respiratory issues. So I don't see it as an issue. I think it's really just a case of just practice.
Yeah.
But the rhythm is huge,
Yeah.
really important.
And does it make a difference between 4-second and 5-second?
You can do
You can do
5-second box breathing.
you can do 8 seconds, 9 seconds, 10 seconds if you want, if you can handle it. More intense. The box breathing was invented by Navy SEALs long time ago to help increase performance and it balanced energy. And obviously someone's taken that into the normal market because they've seen the benefits of helping to get into those sleep states, but also to re-energize depending on how you use it. So you can do 5 seconds, you can do 6 seconds, you can do 7, 8. It's up to you. Depends on what you want. But the main thing is it's not to push it. You just got to feel natural and find that rhythm between the inhale, exhale, and the hold.
Cool. Renard.
If I heard correctly, Preet said he feels suffocated when he exhales.
On the hold at the bottom of the exhale.
Oh, because for me it was like if I inhale and then I have to hold it, this is where you feel like tensed. But
you're holding the tension.
So it was, yeah. So I thought, it's the opposite for me.
Yeah. So
but you said we could still be relaxed.
Yeah. Try it now.
When we hold it, it's like, I don't know. It feels like just because it's air, right? So I'm not breathing.
Try it now. Just inhale fully. Hold your breath. And if you feel any tension, keep holding and just relax everything.
And try and just like kind
just
of
like move around, keep holding the breath.
No, the exhale is okay for me. Like I relax, but when I'm holding, it's automatically tension, right?
But when you're holding, release tension.
Relax. Yeah.
So you should be able to hold the breath
and release tension.
And relax the tension at the same time.
Oh, wow.
So you breathe in, hold, and if you're feeling tension, keep holding, but just drop your shoulders, relax your chest, relax all the muscles around your face and neck.
Okay.
Needs
practice. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Renat, was it you that said when we was doing the love and compassion exercise that you felt around your chest?
When we did which one?
The meditation, the love and kindness meditation.
No, in my chest, no. I think it was someone else because at some point I felt something in my head, but it was another day.
I think it was
Jamila. Okay.
Jamila, how do you want to unmute yourself and tell us how that was for you in terms of the holding? Did you notice anything, any additional tension or anything like that? Was it easy?
Sorry, I am sick, so that's why I'm not not very active.
No worries.
I because I have cough and fever, so today it was not easy. Yeah. So, but in general, I do a lot of breathing, so it has improved, with the time. But it was not easy in the beginning as well, of course. And as Renat was saying, when I exhale and you need, to wait for 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, it is sometimes difficult. Yeah, but with the time, the practice made it better. Yeah.
Cool.
Perfect. If anybody does experience that kind of the energy around the heart as well, in terms of a lot of emotion, box breathing is going to help to release that as well. Okay, every breathing exercise you've done is going to help to release any kind of energetic build-up, whatever that looks like for anybody who's watching this on the replay as well.
But our box breathing specifically before you eat for 1 minute is a massive game changer for your digestive system being able to really utilize the nutrients from the food you're eating. Okay, so to bring you into a resourceful state to eat. Cool. Any other questions? Anyone? Questions, insights, comments, anything?
No, there's been a few people who have sent their apologies for today for various reasons, which is fair enough. So they'll catch up.
I need to add something here for the Celtic sea salt.
Yes.
You know that in UAE, it is very common, the Celtic sea salt. It's given to all the laborers here. Now we give it in our factory to the laborers.
Oh, awesome.
Because in the 40 degree and 45 degree, you need the water retention. So we give it to all the staff.
Nice.
But do you give it to yourself, Elias?
I don't. I sit in the AC, but
It doesn't matter.
usually the
By
labors inside in the factories usually, and the one who's like construction labors and these, it is obligatory in UAE to be given to them.
Yeah.
It is by default, it is available in all pharmacies, and it is obligatory to be taken. Otherwise, they will get dried, and you know the especially nowadays, it's between 40 to 55 degrees during the day. So they have to be.
But it's important for people inside as well, because like you've got to remember your body, even if you're sitting in the AC, your body is still warm as well to a point, and it still needs.
We drink a lot of water during the summer. It is by default. Who's living in UAE usually we have to always drink water. It's very important. But we'll give it a try, and I did not try it, but it is a good sign. And usually, and you were talking about also the bacteria. And for me, I made a test about this, and I took a course for the gut, which is I took these bacteria, millions of bacteria, in order to gain the bacteria back. You know, it really it relieved me a lot. Before I was having a lot of digestion problems. Now I'm much better. This is an experience. It is available in UAE. You go to make a test. They will tell you how many bacteria there is available, and you are missing. By the age, you will lose bacteria. Definitely, like the lactose, for example. In the childhood, it's easy to drink the milk, but when you are getting older, it will be a problem for some people. But they will retain for you how many bacteria, and then they will reorganize it for you. It's through probiotic, through some medication, you will get back all the bacteria which you are missing, which is very good. This what you are telling. It's really very informal. Yes, it's very, very important for the gut.
Yeah, but you got to also remember, there's a lot of very pointless probiotics on the market. Like most supplements, 90% of them are useless because the gut has trillions of bacteria. And when you're taking in a probiotic that has millions of bacteria instead of billions, a probacteria as a rule should have 4 billion or more in a probiotic. Anything less, because from the time you ingest it till it gets to where it needs to go, your body destroys billions of those bacteria that you take in. So only a few million actually make it to where it needs to go. So if you're having anything less than 4 billion, they're all going to get destroyed by the time they reach where it needs to go. So it's important, if you do take probiotics, is to have anything more than 4 billion probiotic live culture. Or if you really, and probiotics can be expensive, and an easy alternative is fermented foods, like kefir, fermented milk, great source of live culture probiotics for the gut. Kimchi, sauerkraut, all very good for probiotics, good bacteria for the gut. So any fermented foods, like literally the Chinese, Japanese, Singapore, all those areas, you see that they have a lot of fermented foods with all their meals, and it's a staple part of their diet because it's an important part of gut health. And because since refrigerators were invented, the majority of society have stopped fermenting foods because they don't need to keep them as long, because that's what refrigerators do. But if you can add fermented foods back into your diet, it will really help your gut health if you're experiencing any gut issues. So any type of fermented food, especially kefir, fermented milk, is great for that.
But thank you for sharing that, Elias, because if anybody's got any issues around gut issues, go and get a test done. 100%. First point of call, definitely.
Mervat, you got to tell you just quickly to answer this one. What do you think about colon cleansing? Any type of colon cleansing, you're taking out all bacteria, good and bad. So you need to repopulate your gut again after. So usually if you go for a colon cleanse, they will then prescribe you probiotics after to take for about 10 days usually to repopulate your gut. So it's important to make sure that is repopulated. Otherwise you'll experience issues down the line. So if you're having anything sucked out of you, you need to replace the bacteria again.
And if the place where you're going for the colon cleanse does not have that aftercare, then don't go there. Find somewhere else.
Yeah, it can help, definitely, colon cleansing, but make sure that you do have that aftercare as well.
Renan's put a question here.
Sorry.
Is it similar to what athletes take for a long workout?
What, probiotics?
No, it'd be more like a pre-workout.
Oh, pre-workout. Yeah, so that's pre-workout. No, that's more of a stimulant that athletes take. So it'll be a mix of caffeine, norepinephrine and stuff. It basically spikes the nervous system and gets you wired. That's what athletes take. Well, some do anyway.
I thought because when Elias said about if you work outside, I think because my brother was saying if like they have a tournament and they don't want to lose a lot of like when you sweat a lot, so they take something with salt, right?
You're talking about the salt. Yeah.
Okay. So that's also where it's used, right? When you know that you're going to be dehydrated a lot, so you need to.
Yes.
Okay, now I'm connecting the dots. Okay.
I thought you were talking about the probiotics.
No, it's because it was before when Elias was talking.
Good question on that, because there's a lot of sports drinks out there that claim to rehydrate you. Most of the time they're just sugar. So it's far better to have water with salt and lemon, ideally, than going for those drinks.
Avoid sports drinks. They're definitely not good for you.
Unless they're proper
ones, but the ones you find in supermarkets rarely are. Kailash.
Hi there. My thoughts were just on the salts, something that I'm really thinking about. But I'm on a training program at the moment with R&T. They prescribe like having 2 to 3 liters of water every day, which I do have anyway, and I've got a metal container for that. But how would that work in conjunction with this training program on a nutrition plan that I'm on? Would you recommend just added it in with my current nutrition plan, or how would it work?
Just add it to your water, like your current intake of water, and it will the effects of the minerals will enhance your training program, because a lot of the minerals that our body needs are responsible for energy production, for connecting and those dots within the body to generate and burn energy for workout, for whatever we need. So if we don't have them, it's harder to generate energy. So the cells will definitely help that as well.
And even with like the healthy foods that you're consuming alongside that training program, you'll be able to actually pull the goodness out of the healthy food you're having, because you've got the minerals to go and source the goodness for you. So it will only help.
Cool. Thank you.
Jamila, you mentioned, what about sea salt in someone has hypertension is on medication? Any sodium can elevate. So obviously seek doctor advice always. Like if you're on medication or anything like that, always seek doctor advice first.
If you've got any diagnosis.
But you got to remember, sodium is not the same as salt. Very important. Sodium is a different chemical that's within salt, and it's within table salt. Natural salts very rarely contain sodium. If they do, they're very trace amounts. So, but go seek the doctor. Tell your doctor. If you have got on medication hypertension and you want to try it, tell your doctor what you want to do first. But if you look into kind of the science behind natural sea salts, most of them are very, very low sodium, because sodium is not the same as salt. They're different. Sodium is a chemical that's usually added to table salt. So usually sea salt can help with stuff like hypertension. But as we always say, we're not doctors. So we're not going to tell you to do something against what your medication is. So always go seek the advice of your medical professional first. Okay.
And you know your body best.
And you know your body,
So being able to be on the video today, I'm in the office and multitasking, listening in. How quickly will we see the difference when we start adding sea salt to the water that we drink? Is this a gradual effect that we'll feel? I believe it's a gradual effect. For sure. However, for me, it probably only took about a week. It only took about a week for me to notice the difference. And I'm quite analytical, so I was really comparing it as well. So it took about a week, but I think the longer you do it for, the better the result gets.
It's the same as repopulating your gut with good bacteria. It will take at least 14 days to 21 days to get to the point where you're starting to feel the difference in the change that you've made. So like for me, when I've done the Celtic sea salt, I noticed within a couple of days, the less I was running to the toilet, basically. And then within about a week, I was noticing a difference in energy and consistency of energy. So it is a gradual thing. Some of you might notice certain changes, small changes straight away. Some might not, other changes over a week or 2 weeks.
Cool. Any other questions? So we had a question in the WhatsApp group from Alam this morning, but she's had to leave today, so I'm going to save that for then, because I think that needs to be discussed as well from the standpoint in which she asked the question. So if anyone watching the replay, Alam, anybody saw that in the group that's interested in the answer, I shall answer that over the next few days. Very helpful. I really need to get rid of going to the toilet because of the water consumption. Oh yeah, I remember that. It's especially when I used to be at work in back-to-back meetings, and it was just like, this is ridiculous. Like it made me not want to drink so much water, right? But it does really help.
The biggest red flag to poor quality of water is running to the toilet every 5 minutes, or not literally every 5, but too much more than you need to.
And also though, it can show that you're outside of your window of tolerance. So even like if there's any underlying anxiety or anything, that can also obviously trigger you to want to run off to the toilet and stuff, because showing your body's agitated and disrupts sleep.
Yeah, you shouldn't need to wake up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet.
Yeah, give that a try. Yeah, give that a try with the sea salt and the lemon. You can world of difference.
Anything else, guys? Anything else?
No. All right.
Well, I need to add something here. For Preet, he was mentioning about the water in UAE.
Yeah.
And I know some engineers who works in the desalination plants here. In UAE, the purification of water is 99%. You know that? It's so pure water, it will come from the, that's very, very healthy water, but definitely it's not like the natural water. Yeah. And they will add some ingredients to it in order to make it, but in UAE is very good water, really is. They are the desalination plants here, which they make it in UAE. It's superb.
Yeah. What a specific brand of water you're referring to, or?
Sorry?
Is that a specific brand of water that you're referring to?
There is a lot in UAE, a lot of factories, but well reputable. You know, there is the Masafi water, Arwa, you know, Al Ain. There is a lot of you know, under control. Here in UAE, they take too much control about water production. And the government is really on follow up on these things, you know. It is because, you know, it will affect their citizens first of all. It's not only for us, it will affect their citizens. So they take care about these things, you know. It is not the water. For sure, you have, there is cheap waters, definitely there is no control over it. But the well reputable ones, they are really on follow up. And this is my opinion about it. We've been living here 32 years and we know it's okay. But you know, it is not definitely like the natural water. Definitely, it's not like the source water. It's totally different.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But it's good.
Yeah, good to know. That was not my experience of water in the UAE.
It's important to remember in terms of quality of water, guys, with branding of water. So water companies are only allowed to put mineral water on their bottles if it actually contains natural minerals from a spring. If not, you could call it pure water or
bottled water. They will tell it bottled water.
Yeah, so it's usually pure water just means they've stripped a lot of the like the bad bacteria from it, or the pathogens, but also at the same time strip minerals away from it. So even though it's pure, it's still lacking in a lot of the essential minerals. So if a bottle of water says mineral water, that means it has to contain at least a good amount of minerals from a spring where it's come from. That's by law. These water companies are not allowed to say mineral water unless it actually contains a certain percentage of minerals. It doesn't mean it contains all of them, but it contains at least it's better than one that's been stripped completely. So it's a good place to start with, like spring or mineral water, and then add salt to it to make it even better. But just to be aware, so a lot of the names on these things can be deceiving. So it's also important to try to read, if you really want to go deep into it, is research some of the laws behind the brands, because you'll know exactly what's in the water and what they're allowed to put on the bottle, which is important.
If it's owned by Coca-Cola, it's usually not a good sign. Just drop
You
that in.
mentioned that. Kristen, you mentioned that adding lemon to the water would have a similar effect as the salt, but this doesn't remineralize the water. Yeah, so adding salt just adds a couple of the, it gives a little boost to a couple of the minerals like potassium, which is a important one for energy production and gut health as well. So it's just kind of like, you don't have to put it in, but it just adds a little bit of extra kick on one of the minerals, which is potassium. And also just makes the water, especially in the start, if you're not used to salt water, it's not heavy, like a heavy salty taste, but it can help with the taste as well. Or you can use cucumbers as well. So you can use cucumbers, thingies, whatever, strawberries if you want. But it just helps some people find it a bit funny when they first start adding salt into the water. So adding like lemon or cucumber helps with the taste initially, but it can also give that little kick of that particular mineral in the water as well.
So Christine, the second half of your question there is, do you still recommend adding some Celtic sea salt to the water before adding fruit? Yeah, you can have both in the same drink. Yeah, add it together.
You can add it after the fruit, before the fruit, it doesn't matter.
It's fine to mix it in.
Yeah, it's definitely fine to mix it.
Yeah. Thumbs up. Perfect. Amazing. Are there any other questions while we're here? Or thoughts? Anything?
No.
Okay. In that case, thank you all so much. Thank you for your input. Thank you for your questions and for showing up live once again.
We'll drop your obviously action points again into the WhatsApp group, along with a picture of the Celtic sea salt that we use, which is kind of one of the most common ones you can get online or big in the UAE as well. And tomorrow will be Energy Day.
Yeah, tomorrow's Energy Day. Then we've got Sacred Alignment, and then it's Optimization.
Yeah, 3 more days. So
yeah,
exactly.
Quick.
I know they've gone quick. It feels quick.
Very quick.
Awesome. So thank you very much, guys, for your time. Enjoy the rest of your day or your evening, whatever time it is for you, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Definitely.
Hello, everyone. How are you all doing?
Hello. It's good to see you as always. Happy to see you guys still showing up for yourselves. I have no doubt there's going to be more people logging in shortly. Listen, we're on day 8 already, which means after tonight we literally only have
2 more days.
2 more days, and this is where it's going to really start getting interesting in terms of implementation, right? And the most important things to be thinking about moving forwards. So, how are you doing today? How's your energy? How's it? High, low, somewhere in between? Where are we at? Okay.
Low. Oh,
cool.
no.
Okay. Hopefully you'll feel more energized after today.
Elias, hi.
Thumbs up. Good. Elias, you're always like the first one here. I'm loving that. I'm loving that.
Always get a notification like 10 minutes before Elias is logged in.
Love it. Amazing. So who here would like more energy? Yeah, okay, cool. And who here would like to stop being affected by other people's energy and other people's stress? Yeah, okay, cool, perfect. Well, that's exactly what we're going to be diving into. Okay, today we're going to be diving into how to nurture your own energy and what that actually really means and what that entails. All right,
absolutely. Now, before we do, I've got another little story for you. My story of more suffering I used to put myself through. In, like I said, the first half of my career, when I was in corporate fitness, working in gyms as personal training, fitness management and general management, all those areas, working for obviously other people, I used to be I was working 15, 16, 17 hours a day because I was unable to trust other people to do their work. I always thought that they were lazy, they were stupid, they were trying to annoy me and stress me out. So this would create a lot of problems because not only was I training hard every day, I was eating a lot of food. So my digestive system was constantly on the go all the time, even though it was quote unquote unhealthy food. I thought I had everything perfect. I was training all the time, I was eating, I was working hard, but I was exhausted. And I thought, obviously, because if I work 16 hours a day, as long as I'm training hard and as long as I'm eating right and I'm sleeping, I'll be fine. But the problem came is I was doing all this for months and years, and I was so tired and exhausted all the time. At one point, I was on 9 cups of coffee a day. I was filling out one of those loyalty cards every 2 days at coffee shops.
I'm pretty sure it was every day.
No, every 2 days.
Every 2 days. It was pretty intense.
Yeah, I was literally 9 coffees a day. I was all sorts of things. When I was tired or I was exhausted or annoyed or angry, okay, let's go to the gym, get up to the gym, work it off. I'm going to feel energized. And it just kept adding on to my tiredness and exhaustion. I spent all day long trying to fix people around me because I was a massive control freak. So I was kind of trying to control things I couldn't control. Okay. And because I couldn't, like I said, I couldn't trust people to do basic things. So I thought, if I'm not around and I can't control the situation, nothing is going to get done. So I have to go and do it. So holidays for me were a nightmare. I could never relax on holiday. So I was wasting so much energy trying to change everyone else, wondering also how this is kind of possible to kind of get more energy and why I'm so tired all the time, because I thought I was doing everything right. But my energy was going in the wrong places. I was putting my energy in the extent that I was letting other people's energy affect me. I was letting my own energy kind of crash and burn because I wasn't looking after myself. Like I was just angry and stressed and exhausted to the point where that didn't matter what I did. My energy was so low. I was tired all the time. I was exhausted. I remember days it would be halfway during the day. I'd be sitting in the office at the gym. I'd never go home. Even if I had a couple of hours, I thought I can't go home because if I go home, things aren't going to get done. I'll be sitting there falling asleep in the chair. My eyes would be going. And I'd be like that all the time. And I remember living like that for a good 10 years. And that became my normal until I realized that there's more to energy than meets the eye. It's not just about the food you put into your body. It's not just about the exercise you give your body. There's more to it than that. And it's so important. I'm sure some of you have experienced it as well before, where you're eating healthy, you're moving regularly, you're sleeping well, but your energy is still low. You're still struggling to pick yourself up and really keep that energy consistent. And this is what we're going to go through today, why this is happening and help you to nurture your energy and bring it back into balance again.
Because energy is the foundation of everything, right? It's all well and good having all these tools and learning all of this stuff that we've been covering over the last few days. But if you don't have the energy to show up and use them, it can be a real challenge. So if you feel like you're struggling to implement, your energy is always the first place to look. Always, 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 always. So this picture that you can see in front of you, okay, is a great demonstration of what the latest science and technology is showing us about how we can actually now see and measure the energy that emanates from around us and even around other things, right? But what it's revealing is that we all have basically our own sphere of energy, right? Every single one of us. And I know you can relate to this. Put a thumbs up in the chat box or just give me a real thumbs up on the camera if you've got your camera on. If you can recall a time where you've recognized maybe somebody's violated your personal space, maybe they haven't touched you, but they're just standing a bit closer to you than what you would like. Or if you have felt somebody kind of maybe looking at you and you look over your shoulder and there is actually somebody there, but you didn't know they were there. You kind of just picked up on that energy, right? The reality is, like, this is because you're sensing, right? You're sensing this energy that we don't include when we talk about our normal 5 senses, right? When we're talking about what we can see, touch, hear, taste, and smell, we don't talk about this 6th sense of these other vibes that we pick up on, but they're there, right? Even though we can't see them, and then they're not talked about as much, right? So this happens because we all have what I like to refer to as our own energy bubble, right? In my mind, everybody is walking around in their own bubble of energy, right? And when you start to tune into this, you start to be able to sense how energized they are or how depleted they are, right? Now, we mentioned this a couple of days ago when we were speaking about emotions having a different emotional charge, right? A different frequency. Yeah. So the higher vibration, essentially, usually the stronger our energy bubble is. Okay. Now, You see this picture in front of you. I want you to imagine, this is the best way I picture the energy bubble in a way that you could perhaps recognize. So imagine right now where you are sitting, that you're sitting inside an energy bubble, except it's 10 meters around you in every direction. Okay, everything in that space around you is interacting with your energy, and your energy is interacting with it. This includes your energy, your furniture, the people in your surrounding, the things you can hear, see, smell, taste, even the sound of our voices coming into your space where you are, that will be having an effect on energy, right? It's literally all leaving what we call like an energetic imprint on you, okay, and you on it. And unfortunately, often we're not aware of our own imprint that we're leaving on other things, let alone the imprint that other things are having on us, until there's a problem, right? So depending on how self-aware you are and how conscious you are about taking care of your own energy bubble will depend on how strong it is, okay? So common sense would then tell us, well, if we take care of the way we show up and who we are being and what we are choosing to bring to ourselves and the world around us consciously, then we will tend to have a stronger bubble, right? And when it's strong, you will have a greater influence over what is happening around you, right? And then the same goes for the opposite, okay? So this is my visualization of the opposite, right? If we don't take care of our energy bubble and how we show up and how we feel, our energy bubble gets depleted, right? We become a lot more vulnerable to the people around us, and we tend to get influenced by other people. All right, because we're not keeping a nice robust space for ourselves, okay? And that space is not selfish, because it's not just for ourselves, because like we said, you get to influence others from your strong energy bubble too. So if you've ever been affected by a toxic work environment, for example, has anybody experienced that? Toxic work environment, or even maybe toxic friendships or relationships, then you'll know what it feels like to have your energy bubble depleted. You'll know what it's like to almost pick up on other people's emotions, and perhaps you go into work or come home into your relationship and maybe you're actually feeling good, right? And your energy bubble feels strong, but then after 10 minutes, you're like, what happened? And you feel completely zapped. That is because your attention and awareness would have shifted into the other person or the environment, rather than heightened your own awareness of your own energy bubble, okay? Because over time, if we don't do this, it will wear you down, right? I think you guys know that. So the aim of the game here is to look after your energy bubble, right? Okay, and it's to become conscious and aware of the energy signature that you want to leave behind. So our energy bubble is always an expression of who we are being and how we are showing up for ourselves, always, because we cannot control everybody else, but we can influence based upon where we are. Does that make sense so far? Yeah, cool.
Yeah. So go in your workbook, you'll see a page on there with a blue circle that says what affects our energy bubble. Okay, so obviously you can use blank paper if you've got only a soft copy, but these are the things that affect your energy bubble, including your awareness. Okay, so your awareness of what's happening around you, of other people's energy, other things affecting your energy bubble, that awareness or lack of awareness sometimes affects your energy bubble. Our emotional states, like we discussed the other day in emotions, all emotions are energy, just vibrating at different frequencies. So our emotional state affects our energy bubble. So the more low vibing emotions, we start feeling shame, guilt, anger, it affects and reduces our energy bubble. We feel those higher vibration emotions of gratitude, joy, love, our energy bubble expands and becomes more robust. Our quality of thinking, how we think and talk to ourselves, because our thoughts are energy. So we keep saying we're not good enough, I can't do this, I can't do that. It affects and depletes your energy bubble. We start thinking from a resourceful place of I am, like we've done in the quantum flow, I am, and living as your true self and who you actually are, your energy bubble expands and becomes more robust. Food and drink, we mentioned it yesterday. So what you put into your body will influence your energy bubble, And the same is what you think and perceive about food will also affect your energy bubble and the effects it has. As we obviously saw in the studies we shared with you yesterday, our environment, the people around us, our work, our relationships, literally the environment in terms of weather as well, and how we react to that. Those extremes of stress, of cold and hot, can also affect our energy bubble. Rejuvenation and recovery. Okay, so the less, if we don't sleep, like we mentioned, sleep, the less sleep we have, the more prior sleep, our energy bubble very depleted. Okay, flow and freedom in the body. Our body is designed to move. It's built to move. Okay, so our physical body needs to move to be optimal in terms of our health. So the less we move and the more stagnant we are, the more our energy bubble becomes depleted. And then grounding into nature as well is another one. Obviously, so if we are disconnected from nature and we don't go into nature, whether that's going for a walk on the beach, in the woods, in a park, or getting outside, that will affect our ability to expand our energy field, and we get depleted. Okay, people is a big one. Every time we all mention relationships, spouses, family, friends, colleagues, they have a big influence on our energy bubble as well, and we on theirs. And heart-mind coherence as well is a big one. That connection between our heart and mind has a big determination on how depleted or how expansive our energy bubble is. The more disconnected we are from ourselves, the more our energy bubble shrinks. The more connected we are, the more it grows and more it becomes robust.
So obviously, since the Kickstarter started, we have been discussing most of those subjects, right? We literally had pretty much a workshop on each of those. Okay, so today we want to bring your attention to the 3 that are highlighted in orange here on the screen, because these are your energy multipliers for your energy bubble. So everything else is super important because we want sustainable energy, right? We don't want you to just have energy for a week and then you bomb again, right? That's absolute waste of time, right? You want to live a full, happy, healthy life full of life force forever, right? For as long as we are here. And that is essential, that you really get those areas dialed in that we've said for that longevity. These 3 things that we're going to be leaning into today: grounding into nature, heart, mind coherence, and people. If you can get these 3 into your life and into your awareness and really start to nurture them, they will amplify what benefits you get from really leaning into the other areas. Okay, so these are real easy wins for you.
Definitely, yeah. And the first one we're going to kind of discuss is grounding and discharging earth energy. So grounding is so powerful. It's also known as earthing around the internet, grounding or earthing. And this should be priority number 1 when looking to improve our health, is that connection with nature, which as a human race we've lost because of the invention of massive cities and tall blocks and destroying nature, really, getting rid of stuff to make way for parking lots and malls and all these types of things. So the more we can connect back with nature and ground, the healthier we're going to feel. Because for example, when we ground, our body voltage, the energy in our body drops, it dissipates. That electrical buildup from the stresses of the day, when we get to the other ground, it dissipates and all that buildup just releases from the body. So this happens. So when you're feeling stressed or anxious, for example, you build up an electrical charge. So you feel stressed, you're anxious, you're building up inflammation in the body, you're building up this intense electrical charge that stores in your body. Now, if it stays in your body and is not released, it causes massive issues, which we've already discussed in past days. Lots of health issues, chronic issues. But if we can step barefoot into nature, that electrical buildup dissipates and you feel calm and grounded. Grounding is one of the best medicines for stress and anxiety. Okay, so I want you to think of your body as a big battery. Okay, so this battery has a positive and a negative charge. So the human body is negatively charged. So which means when we're holding on to all this electrical charge, it creates something what we call free radicals in our body, which are dangerous for us if we don't dissipate them. So when the human body touches Earth, those negative free electrons, or the negative electrons that enter from the Earth into the body, it helps to complete the electrical circuitry and dissipate any stuck charge within our system. So just as a battery needs to be recharged, we need to be recharged. Okay, so the more you use a battery, it depletes of its resourceful energy and is left with next to nothing. But when we recharge it, fills up with energy, good to go again. So that lack of connection with the earth has in reality decreased you of those electrons. So when you touch the earth, it's decreased you of those electrons, and the earth gives you those back. Okay, so when you're building up that electrical charge and you're feeling that tension, you're feeling that stress, that's your body decreasing you of those important electrons it needs. And then as soon as you go outside into nature and you step on barefoot onto earth, your earth gives you back those and it recharges you. So there's a little bit of science for you, just literally about 1 minute, just so you can understand what's happening, because it's not like all woo-woo and this is what we think it does. There's proper science behind this. So the electrical current in human beings consists of photons, which are positive charges, which you get from the sun. Okay, then we have free electrons, which are negative charges, which we get from the ground. So there is a transfer of energy when negatively charged electrons from the Earth's surface enter the body and pair with positively charged destructive free radicals. This neutralizes the body, brings us back to a baseline. So these free radicals are unstable atoms that can damage cells, causing illness and aging. So by grounding, we deal with these free radicals, which helps our body optimize for recovery. But if we don't ground and we don't connect with nature, these free radicals stay within our system and they create more inflammation and more damage. Okay, which is why with most people, if they feel that need to go outside, they go out, stand in nature for even just for a few minutes, and automatically they feel the sense of calm come over them. That's because that connection with nature is an innate feeling within us. It's an innate thing that all human beings need. And when you ground, there's so many benefits of grounding. You get rid of inflammation from the body, which I'm going to share a study with you in a second. You improve your sleep. Okay, it reduces pain, reduces anxiety, and improves your mood as well. Who doesn't feel better getting outside into nature, fresh air, take a few breaths in, you feel great. Okay, I don't remember the last time someone went into the forest or into a beach, stood there and go, oh my God, I hate this. I want to be back inside. I want to be back in the office. I want to be back indoors. No one. So there's many other benefits that are related to grounding, and I want to share one study with you. I will share a link in the WhatsApp group after today that has 20 of these studies, so you can read through in more detail. So if you can see here on the screen, there's a before and after. So the before picture is of someone, it's a middle-aged woman who has heavy inflammation in her body, and is suffering from immense pain, stiffness, tightness, waking up sore, struggling to sleep, waking up during the night because of this pain. The red area is that electrical charge, it's those free radicals in the body, that inflammation that's causing damage to the body. And 2 hours after grounding, so went outside, grounded for 2 hours, this is what happened. Massive reduction in inflammation. It was actually an 87% reduction in inflammation in the body. And she reported a 85% reduction in pain after 2 hours of how she felt. Okay, and there are many studies to back this up. And I'm going to share a link with you in the group that shows this. And the link I'm sharing with you is actually studies done on using grounding technology inside your house when you haven't got access to nature. So that study will show you the power of using grounding technology. And if you look at that and think that's amazing, think about the added benefit of going actually outside into nature and the magic that has on your body. It just shows you your connection with Mother Earth is vital for our longevity and our health. We are directly connected with the earth and everything else around it. And the great thing about the technology we have nowadays is we can see it in black and white, or in red, orange, yellow, and blue. We can see the physically the changes in our body of what happens when we connect with nature again.
When we're stressed and anxious as well, our inflammation rises, right? And when inflammation rises in the body, we are more prone to illness and dis-ease. So the sooner we can start to recognize the inflammation that we're causing ourselves from not looking after our energy bubble, and the sooner we start to lean into these things, the easier it is for you to flow through life without so many issues. Now, we're not saying, life is going to be perfect, but what we are saying is you're going to be way more well prepared with the internal environment that is going to help you to thrive.
Yeah, and like every single morning, first thing we do once we've hydrated, we go outside and ground for 20 minutes. And we do that again in the afternoon after lunch. So we do minimum 40 minutes per day to ground. And if you don't have easy access to nature, like I shared with, I'm going to share with you with those research studies, there's many companies around the world that have developed grounding mats, grounding sheets for your bed, grounding pillows that you can connect to the grounding element of your plug socket in your house, which connects to the earth. So that grounds your electricity so you don't get electrical shocks every time you touch something. So that brings nature into your house. By then connecting your bare skin with the mat, it has the exact same effect as what you're seeing on the screen now. So if you don't have access to nature easily or conveniently, you can bring nature indoors. Now, thanks to obviously your scientists and technology and being able to replicate that nature indoors if you're far away from it.
Quite a few of our clients, they're working indoors a lot, and they're not particularly close to any real nature. So they have a grounding mat that just sits underneath their desk. Yeah, so they can have bare feet, put their feet on it, and they felt a massive reduction in stress. They feel like they've got more concentration. They feel like they've got more energy just from this thing. And how hard is it to just put your feet on a mat? Right? Exactly. This is a very low bar in terms of effort from somebody's side to be able to really implement.
Absolutely, and they are extremely cheap. You can get it like in the UAE. I remember you can get it on Amazon for about 200 dirhams for a grounding mat. Yes, so Kailesh mentioned this with this work on stone and paving. So with most paving in that, not really, because it's not natural. It's not natural. If it's natural stone that is not been man-made, like cement and all this type of stuff, then yes, because it's part of the earth. It's natural. It's got obviously grounding elements in it, but the best thing to ensure is obviously sand, dirt, grass, water, so the sea or a lake, anything like that, anything, it's got to be natural. So anything man-made, like literally living in the middle of the city, for example, when there's hardly any grass or anything around, walking bare feet, well, not only will it not give you that grounding effect, but there's probably other things that you're probably going to pick up along the way. But it's important to get out into proper nature or bring it indoors with you if you don't have that access. Renard mentioned, so grounding is being barefoot. It's being any part of your skin touching nature. So that could be laying down on the floor and you've got your legs, your arms touching. It could be just your bare feet touching. As long as bare skin touches dirt, sand, grass, whatever, you get that effect in the body. Again, it has that grounding effect.
Swimming pools, no, because there's so much chemical. Yeah. So much chemical.
It's got to be the sea or like the sea, a lake, stuff like that. It's got to be part of like the natural environments around you. Perfect.
Any other questions on grounding before we move on?
Obviously, if you've got anything more that you want to go through in the Q&A, we will definitely go through. But grounding is such a big area, and it's there's a lot you can do to ground. So if you do have any questions, you're more than welcome to, and we'll get to them.
Elias got a question.
Yes, Elias.
It's on grounding. Please unmute yourself.
Usually, how many hours you have to spend daily on these mats? On this mats, let's say.
The mat you can spend as long as you want, but minimum 40 minutes a day has that benefit of discharging energy. But if you have a mat at home, there's no reason why you can't stay on it the whole day. Like, for example, if you're watching TV, you have it there in front of you, bare feet on it, or you can sit on it, you can do yoga on it, you can breathe on it, you can sleep on it. So you can stay on it as long as you want from there. But if you've got access to nature and you're thinking, well, I don't have much time to get outside, minimum 40 minutes. So we do it in 2 20-minute stints minimum per day. If we create more time in a day, we'll go for long walks for 40, 50 minutes an hour. And you definitely feel a difference. You'll notice the difference within your body, your mind and body as well. It is very powerful.
Hope so. Thank you.
Grounding is one of those ones as well where if you feel like you've already been doing a lot in terms of energy, it will just get you an extra like 20, 30, 40% on top of already a real good energy level. right? It really is optimization.
Yeah, and if you like, if any of those ones who enjoy the quantum flow stuff, if you practice that outside in nature, you don't even want to know. The effects are just crazy.
100 times amplifier.
Yeah, it's immense.
Renad, you got a question on grounding?
Yes, so I'm just thinking, because you said also forest is part of nature. So when you're there, you feel good because of the fresh air, but do you have to be barefoot for that effect? I mean, like sometimes you're just walking, you're in nature and you're just happy, but like even if I'm not barefoot, because in Bahrain we don't really have these things, but when I travel and go to Europe, I automatically, like when I'm out there and it's always nature, it just always feels good, even if I'm not really barefoot.
It definitely helps, but that will be a lot to do with you having fresh air, right, and the breathing rather than the contact and the charge.
You do need a direct connection with the skin on the earth. So it can be your hands. If you want to sit down on the ground and put your hands on the ground, it doesn't have to be, it just has to be any part of your body that with bare skin that needs to be touching the earth to have that effect on it.
You can go for a walk barefoot in the forest.
Yeah, we do. We're not here, we don't, but we used to in the UK.
When we was back in England, I think people thought we were crazy.
Yeah, I was walking through the forest and it was like
snowing.
2 degrees outside and walking out the forest in a pair of shorts and barefoot.
It feels so good. Like when you get used to it, I wouldn't recommend you go straight wandering around in the snow, but it's super, super powerful. What's May said here in the chat? I know that prayers as Muslim do this energy release, especially the part where our forehead touches the floor. Yeah. And if that floor that is touching is earth, then that's going to be, again, a massive amplifier.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like you can connect through the quantum flow stuff, that connects you to the earth energetically.
Yeah.
Okay. But on a physical perspective with what we're feeling on our body, the amplifier, like we said, it's an amplifier.
Yeah.
By getting out and physically getting your bare skin in nature, it amplifies the effect of releasing stress and tension and inflammation in the body.
Yeah. So we talked about grounding in 2 ways, right? So far on Kickstarter, this in terms of grounding, connecting to the earth, but also grounding into your body. When you do body scan, right, you're grounding into your body, and that is also super, super powerful. So like Jonathan said, this is really an amplifier. If you want to just have a turbo boost, this is huge. Or if you are experiencing any inflammation in the body, tension, stiffness, any sickness, get your feet bare outdoors. Easy win. Easy win.
Definitely.
Was there any other questions on this? There's no more hands up. No.
Obviously, if you did any pop up as we go through the next bits, just obviously write them down and we'll cover them in the Q&A.
Yeah. Okay, super. So the second thing that we said we was going to dive into a bit here is really about people, right? I think it's clear. I think we're all very, very aware that people have an impact on our own energy and we can have an impact on theirs. But sometimes we forget that life is a co-creation and that we really need to have social connectedness, right? And I know obviously everything that happened with COVID and quarantine has really, really highlighted this for people. A lot of people really struggled in lockdown, and a lot of people are still struggling coming out of lockdown because of that social connectedness has changed a lot. And there is a big difference between social engagement and being socially connected. Okay, how many of you have friends that you can go for dinner with, have maybe some good laughs, enjoy some small talk, but you can't really have deep conversations or really talk about the things that matter to you, right? That's very common, especially on personal development journeys as well. And what happens there, unless you start to run in circles with people you can have that deeper connection with, you will actually start to really lose energy, not because those people are bad people, not because you don't love them any less, but purely because they are no longer connecting with you at the level in which your soul is literally yearning for, right? And that is so, so important. And again, another one of the downsides of kind of COVID is that a lot of people now collect more so on Zoom. They connect more so on social media or on apps and Instagram, Facebook and things like this. And we're really starting to overlook the real human contact. And it's becoming the norm to communicate this way. which has its place, and there's so many benefits to it, but that's real social connectedness is so important, and it will raise your frequency. It will raise your vibration when you can have those deeper levels of connection. Now, I'm pretty sure you've all heard the saying, it was a Jim Rohn, I think, is that you become by the 5 people you're surrounded like. Yeah, sound familiar? It's so true. And if you don't consciously cultivate and nurture your network, whether that's friends, family members, colleagues, you will start to match their frequency of people who maybe are not on the same page as you, or you can actually boost their energy from you taking your own energy to a new level, right? So I know some of you are obviously leaders, right? Your parents, you are the boss at work, maybe you hold a more responsible level in your family, even if it's not a parent. You're a leader, right? And as a leader, it's essential that you are nurturing your own energy bubble and helping raise the vibrations of others, rather than allowing yourself to drop to that frequency. Now, the time to change your people that you're surrounded by, okay, is after you've done everything in your power to nurture your own energy bubble. Okay, we see this too often, especially there's some very like abrupt messages that you might see pop up on these memes and things like this, is you should just cut toxic people out of your life, you should just cut these people out and just move on, find a new group of people. And unfortunately, if we don't nurture ourselves, our own energy bubble, all you're going to do is go and attract more people of the same frequency and repeat the same process all over again, and you're going to get stuck in that cycle. So really doing your best to nurture your own energy, and after you've done everything you feel you can, that is the time to start considering, okay, maybe I need to start moving in new circles. Okay, does that make sense? Yeah, cool. Is there any questions on that at this point? No, okay, cool. If they pop up, obviously we'll go into the Q&A.
Definitely. So just remember, it's vital for our health and our energy to ensure that our heart and mind are on the same page. So this is the third kind of thing that we mentioned on what affects our energy, is that heart-mind coherence. So when our heart and mind are not on the same page, is one will dominate the other. Because we tend to spend too much time in our head, overthinking, overanalyzing, using logic, and often our emotional data becomes the enemy. Ready? And we tend to try and control all the situations and relationships. That's what I used to do a lot, trying to control everything and hold authority of emotions. And I went through many, many years doing that, and I suffered because of it, because I was trying to control everything and I couldn't. I had complete disconnect between heart and mind. And when we spend too much time in our heart as well, feeling everything deeply in the absence of logic, we can turn into that swinging pendulum that Charlene mentioned a few days ago, is we're swinging from one extreme to the next. And it's just feeling that overwhelm of emotion, living in the illusion that all is terrible or all is well. But there's no peace or stillness or that center point. We're swinging so from one side to the other, it becomes exhausting. Okay, and this imbalance can turn people into addicts. Okay, so even behavior that is usually healthy can become addictive, like mine. I never used to drink alcohol. I never used to go out socializing because I was very strict with what I ate. So my unhealthy obsession became training in the gym and eating extremely quote unquote healthy. And I would sacrifice socializing, relationships because of that. Okay, and even meditating, attending courses can be an addiction as well. Okay, is so focused on attending, I'm going to do 100 courses this year trying to improve myself, but no implementation on anything. Okay, so we get addicted to doing these things. And it can also be used to avoid obviously pain or personal insight as well. When we do stuff like this, we're addicted to one thing, to think, oh, this is going to work. I'm going to meditate 3 hours or 3 times a day, every single day. I'm going to meditate, and if it don't feel like it's working, I'm going to keep pushing through. I'm going to keep doing it. It's going to become an unhealthy obsession. Okay, and it's one way to avoid pain, which is what I did. I avoided pain for 10 years, and avoided the what I needed, which was tapping into myself and actually gaining those insights on what I actually needed and connecting my heart and mind. So our goal is to find that balance, coherence and unity between our heart and mind, so we can play together in harmony. Okay, so heart, mind, once they're in harmony, everything flows. It feels easier. You feel connected to yourself and everything around you. And when they do, it creates these higher vibrational energy. It puts us in a natural rhythm of the earth as well. Okay, it creates a cascade of events inside of the body that promote growth and repair. It boosts our immune system. Okay, so we find ourselves not getting sick as often, and we're not getting ill. And when we do, we recover quicker. Okay, our window of tolerance opens. We become more resilient at dealing with stress. Our energy bubble will be turbocharged, okay, and expanded in that nice, big, robust 10-meter expansion around us. And we just end up thriving when we're connected heart and mind, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely. And remember, life responds to who you are being, right? Not what you are doing. Okay, what you are doing, your actions will help to nurture your energy, but it's who you are being in the process that other people respond to, that the universal energy will respond to. It's an expression of who you are being, right? And like Jonathan said, a strong energy bubbles keeps us centered on that pendulum. A question here that Jamilah's put is, how do you nurture this energy? Everything we've been speaking about on this Kickstarter is the how, right? It's about dialing in on or zooming in on the ones that you feel like could be missing for you, trying them and seeing how does that affect your energy. Because every single thing that we've suggested, every experience we've taken you through, all of this will boost your energy. And not only will it boost your energy, it literally starts to create new energetic pathways, new cellular pathways inside your body, so that it starts to remember that this is who you are and this is where you live from. You don't live from that stress state anymore. You live from this place of resourcefulness, from an open window, right? And when we are doing that, we obviously then feel a lot better, we feel more energized, and our body remembers that that is who we really are, right? And that becomes the vessel that you move around this earth in, right? Because you're creating a new environment. Like if you go to the gym and you train really hard and you essentially get a new body, right? In some cases, right? If you really go through full-on transformation, right? You get a new body through the exercise, the physical exercise you do. Everything we've been discussing on this Kickstarter is about you essentially getting a new body on the inside, right? And it's not new, it's actually just bringing you back to your default, right? Which has always been here the whole time. This loving, compassionate part of you, this ability to connect to your emotions, this ability to have an open channel of communication between your mind and your heart, so that you can actually start to boost your electromagnetic field around you, so you can then have an incredible impact on other people. So I really like for you, after today's session, is to take some time to answer the question which is in your workshop, is what?
In the workbook. In the workbook.
Workbook then, fair enough. So what's your energetic signature going to be? What's it going to be? Because you get to choose it. Right? What's it going to be? Are you going to be somebody that's got a semi-inflated energy bubble wandering around? Or are you going to choose to wake up every morning and rise and inflate and expand and be that leader for yourself and for your loved ones? Right? So what do you want your energetic signature to be? Describe it. Do you want people to feel better after they leave you? Do you want people to feel like they've had a little lift every time they speak to you? Do you want them to feel like they've learned something every time they hang out with you? Do you want them to just know that they're seen and heard and loved? Right? What is that for you? Only you know what that can be and what your intention is for who you are. And then ask yourself, is what do you need to focus on? Okay, out of all of those things on that previous slide with the circle, right? And all of the things we've been speaking about, which area do you need to focus on to nurture your energy bubble moving forwards the most? Okay, tomorrow we will go into this more deeply in terms of the how to implement. But at the moment, it's important that you identify what are the priorities, what are the opportunities that you are seeing. Because you would have noticed in the WhatsApp group, some of you said the biggest takeaway so far is like sleep. Some of you said love and compassion. right? So you all got different things. So take some time to reflect on what is the stuff that you feel is needed for you to keep strong, to keep robust, to keep that level of resilience, but from a place of love, from a place of resourcefulness, from the center of your pendulum. What do you want that energetic signature to be? It's the big question.
Definitely. So guys, what we're going to do is we're going to take you through a guided heart-mind coherence exercise. So this is a 13-minute exercise, so it's not too long. And all I want you to do is where you're seated now, just basically get yourself in a comfortable position. Okay, so make sure you're comfortable in where you are, because we're about to take you on a journey of heart-mind coherence. So just going to stop the slide there.
So everything about this session now is about you opening, right? It's about you imagining and expanding and feeling your energy bubble opening through connecting with the heart and mind and opening that conversation. Okay, so get yourselves comfortable, pens down. You're not going to need any pens for this one.
Nope. And basically, so when you're comfortable, all I want you to do is just close your eyes and just start connecting with your breath. Just slow breathing in and out through the nose.
Let's start by gently closing our eyes and beginning by taking a few natural breaths, allowing yourself to breathe at your natural pace. I invite you to notice the sensations that you feel in your body. Notice your shoulders, notice your neck and head, notice your jaw, and allow your jaw to relax. Notice your back, notice your hips, notice your legs, and see if you can allow your body to relax now. Notice the rising and falling of your breath. Notice the movement of your breath in your chest. Notice the space inside your chest. Notice your heart and feel for its beating. Good. I invite you now to take a nice big inhale through the nose and feel your exhale through the mouth, making a sound on the exhale. And as we continue to breathe this way, on every exhale, allow your body to relax even more deeply now as the muscles relax. And feel really comfortable, relaxing into your body. Continue breathing in from your belly and exhaling and relaxing with the sound. Relax even more deeply now. Sometimes in life, we are sitting with many thoughts and questions, and we may find ourselves turning them around and around in our mind, looking for a peace that our mind does not know how to give. Sometimes in life, our minds are our loudest companions, and they play predictable patterns and records, repeating over and over, despite our desires for something new, or something more, or something to give us rest. What would it be like now to find the rest and the peace that you're looking for? What would it be like to allow yourself to feel? What would it be like to find
find peace by turning to your own heart and aligning your heart and mind as one. Place your hand on your heart now and allow your mind to go to the place of that touch. Notice your heart and feel your heartbeat. Keep breathing and stay with my voice as you're aligning your heart and mind right now. You're initiating your inner wisdom, your inner power to heal and bring out your best. I invite you now to keep your eyes closed and keep paying attention to your heart and keep breathing this way. In and out. In and out. Perfect. Placing all of your attention and keep touching your heart. With openness and curiosity, I invite you to listen deeply for its wisdom. Because here is your guide. Here is your wise counsel. Your heart is ever present for you to turn to with your thoughts, your questions, your fears, your sadness, any emotions. And whatever it is you may be going through, you have within your heart an endless source of stability and calm. You are safe here in your heart. Feel your heart's willingness to listen, to embrace, to hold, and to soothe whatever it is you may be going through. Feel your heart's invitation to lay down the weight that you've been carrying and let yourself be loved, be accepted. Keep breathing slowly and deeply with a sound of every exhale. Keeping your attention on your heart now, knowing that right now you're tuning into the truth of who you are. You're aligning your heart and mind as one. And when you do this, you're able to create your feelings on demand. So I invite you now to feel the feelings. Bring your awareness of the feeling of gratitude and feel the feeling of gratitude to anyone or anything. Feel the feelings of appreciation now. Appreciation for anything or anyone. That's right, very good. Now let's feel the feeling of compassion for anyone or anything to the best of your ability now. Feel the feeling of care. Care for yourself, care for your loved ones, care for this sacred life right now. Feel the feeling of peace. this moment, touching your heart, feel the peace in every cell of your being. Feel the peace inside you now. This is a way to find your power. You are creating the feeling on demand, not waiting for the world to give you a reason for the feeling. You are the one initiating this feeling inside of you now. You're choosing to have a feeling because you choose to. These feelings are coming from the place from where you're touching your heart. You're breathing from the feeling of your heart. You're allowing your body to settle into this feeling. Staying focused on feeling from within. Allow yourself to feel the feeling of love. Allow yourself to feel calm and abundant. Notice how you feel grounded and strong, resourceful and calm. And take a moment to breathe even more deeply now. And allow yourself to feel a deep sense of love and kindness with clarity that all is well. All is well. All is playing out as it's supposed to be right now. You can trust yourself in this moment. Whatever it is you need is here now. Allow yourself to hold it as sacred. Breathe. Be loved. Allow yourself to notice that there is a space for you here, a space for you to be seen, to be heard, to be accepted, to be loved, here in your own heart. No matter where you are in your journey, here is a heart who loves you and guides you. Here is a heart who has room to hold all of your experience. Here is a heart with wisdom from your soul. Notice the magnificence of your own love, as here is the peace you have been looking for, and is ever available to you whenever you choose to align your mind and heart as one. Feeling that much more connected, that much more alive, deep from within. Your mind and heart can stay in coherence with one another, continuously, ever evolving, ever growing, ever loving, ever aligned, ever in peace, and ever connected. You're holding on to that wonderful feeling with a deep sensation of all being well inside. Slowly come back to your natural breathing pattern. And when you're ready, open your eyes and come back to me.
Welcome back. Are we still awake? That is
They
the
are
question.
falling asleep.
Kailesh looks like he's out of it. He's gone. Guys, how are you doing? Unmute yourselves. Let's talk. Bring yourselves back. If you've got some water nearby, have a quick drink of water if you can. Feel free to unmute. Anyone? Who's awake enough to chat to us?
I can go first, maybe. So for the breathing, as I mentioned before, because I feel that's my weakest area, today I also felt like lightheaded, and I was yawning a lot. And I don't know how to focus on two things at the same time. So in this practice, because of the breathing was hard for me, so it was more the focus. I tried to focus on what's been saying and like my heart and mind, but it was more on the breathing. But the self-compassion day, because we weren't focusing on the breathing, we were breathing normally. So I was able to.
You're frozen there.
You're frozen there. Not sure if it's us.
It's okay. I can either focus.
You're back.
I'm back. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you guys froze as well.
No worries. But so just the focus on multiple things was the challenge, yeah?
Yeah, so breathing or breathing normally and then being able to. So I don't know, am I supposed to be able to do both at some point in time? And what's the solution with this getting this lightheaded and yawning?
So the solution with the lightheaded and yawning is to keep practice your breathing. Okay, but practice, I would say, with like the conscious breathing, which was just becoming aware of your breath from those earlier sessions. That will definitely help with the lightheadedness. With regards to the focus on multiple things at once, that's completely natural. This is one of the reasons why we've put this here now, so that you can experience what it's like to just breathe, to just concentrate on your heart, and then to start combining all of these modalities together. So in time, it definitely gets easier. And in the love and compassion meditation that you really resonated with, it was a lot easier, or it can be a lot easier to connect with those feelings, because we started off by imagining the loved ones, by imagining other people. It tends to be a lot easier for us to pull on those emotions we hold for others before we get to the point of just being able to pull on any emotion whenever we want it. Right, and that's where this heart-mind coherence becomes so powerful, because you can just switch it on. Even if you are feeling stressed out, you can literally just breathe, bring yourself back, and move yourself into this big cocktail of beautiful gratitude and compassion and kindness. Right, so you don't have to visualize friends and family to do that, if that makes sense. Did you want to add anything about the breathing? The lightheadedness?
It's just a practice thing. It's the lightheadedness is just and the yawning is that kind of like the symptoms of retraining your breathing. So that lightheadedness thing is just because we're not used to breathing that deeply and that focused, is the lightheadedness is just energy moving around. And the same with the yawning, is just the brain enjoying the extra oxygen intake it doesn't normally get. So the more you do it, it will start to dissipate, and then your new normal will be no more yawning and no lightheadedness, because that will be, your body will have adapted, your brain will have adapted, and that will become your new breathing rhythm and your new state.
Amazing, thank you for sharing, Renad.
Anyone else?
Merva, how about you? I think are you unmuted? I think so.
Yeah. This time it was harder than any other time. I felt it was very heavy to breathe in the beginning. Then in the middle, I felt nauseous, that I needed to put my head down. But now, after we're done, I feel lightness in my shoulders and my neck, different than how I started. But I don't understand the nauseous things, why I felt nauseous. And I was yawning for the first time, like Brenda. So I don't know.
The pace and the longevity, really, because that was 13 minutes, and the ones we've done previously, you've been doing your own natural breath, or you've been in and out of different kind of breath, like when you did quantum flow, but you've been steady and consistent the whole time throughout that one. right, or as best as it could be. So that is bringing a new sense of rhythm to your system. So that will be one of the reasons it's just not used to it. So it's just a case of building that up over time, and you'll feel different each time you do it. Right? It's different always, just like anything that we've practiced. So always just be curious, but it's nothing to be concerned about. Just drink plenty of water, and love the fact that you're feeling lighter, and you can feel that in your shoulders as well.
Yeah, it's much looser. All right, thank you.
Beautiful. You're welcome. Who else wants to let us know how they're feeling, or if they've got any questions? Anyone? Kalesh?
Yeah, I mean, I felt cold, which was weird. I've never had that sensation while I've been meditating. And then in between, I felt like I was going to fall over. So I kind of just got up again for a second. And I really struggled with that breathing as well, for some reason as well, which was quite weird. And again, experienced a bit of yawning at the start of that, because that breath work was just a bit different, trying to keep tempo with that music. It's not a tempo that I was just out of that tempo for some reason. I was just trying to kind of sink in with that tempo. So found that a bit difficult. But yeah, it's a weird sensation, to be fair, from the other meditations I've had.
Yeah. And again, everybody's gonna experience their own thing, right? I mean, there gets to a point where we just keep saying the same thing now, isn't it? One thing I would say though is it's probably a slower rhythm if you're very new to this kind of breath work or meditation. Just slowing that breathing down would probably be a bit better. So perhaps when I do the recording, maybe we'll just slow that down a touch, and then over time you can start to increase that speed if you feel you want to.
I was going to ask, are all these meditations going to be available to us?
Yes.
Because I'm in the process of rewatching all of them and just kind of refining my notes. So I just want to just check if that's going to be something that's going to be available to us at the end.
So the last day is Sunday, right?
Yes.
So by Monday you'll have all of them.
Amazing.
So on the same page that you have the recordings on the same link, you'll then have your links to be able to listen either online or download.
Cool, thank you.
Great. Malak, how are you? How are you doing? I'm not sure if you're working or if you're just busy taking notes. I'm loving it though. You're very productive over there.
It stays in the mind. That's why. Hi, everyone.
How are you?
How are you? I'm okay. Today I'm better. Just like 5 minutes ago, since we started the exercise, because yesterday I had a very stressful day, to be honest, and the day before. Yesterday I had some clash with and conflicts with the team, especially the manager. He's so bossy. He has a bossy attitude, and the behavior and treatment started to be very flashy last week. And I know each one of us has his own language, if you may say, but it's just like this session was very helpful because I don't have to understand to work or make efforts in order to understand his language. Maybe I can just set some of the boundaries in order to make him also signs so that we can understand each other's, but I don't have to make efforts. Yesterday was very very rough on me. I also lost all my energy. It was very stressful. I had the burden for today. I was not able to breathe, knowing that I was trying to do the breathing meditation. But just now during the exercise, I was feeling the burden as if it's fading away. It's going. So yes. And I started yawning and mooning at the end of the session, not the start at the start of it, not at the beginning. No.
That's good that you felt that stress start to dissipate, right? Especially after a particularly stressful day yesterday as well. And I really like the attitude that you're coming with now with your boss as well, because if you're putting your energy on you and how you can respond, or maybe how you can tweak certain things, or how you can communicate boundaries, all of this kind of thing, that will just help charge you up. Otherwise, we lose so much energy worrying about what somebody else did, said, how they behave, because they've got their own story, they've got their own ways, and we're not going to change that about them, right, most of the time. So it's great where you're placing your energy.
Well, actually, I'm trying, Charlotte, but it's not easy because it's been like a year now. He's always like, he's less experienced than me. He's with 2 years experience. I'm with 10 years experience in the telecom market. And whenever I try to explain something, he's like, okay, whenever you talk to him, there's an attitude, a very strange attitude. Even myself, I try to call my colleague and I'm like, Jan, do you have any problem with Suzanne? Because we always fight. And he's like, okay, we used to fight as well until the CEO just like, because I work remotely with them, I don't see them on a daily basis. I don't hear them on a daily basis. And then until the CEO has had to interfere between them and find a way, okay? And then when I was like, okay, it's fine for me, just let me cool it down. I won't understand his language anyway. But why he's stressing me a lot? He's the weak point here. I'm not the weakest point here. I'm the well experienced, and I don't have to worry about anything. This is the first thing I thought of. And then but he's not listening, okay? So when he called at the end of the day, I was like, fine. Okay, it was like fine for me. But he called back and he was like, you did that, you didn't do this. But I'm like, okay, we didn't do that. We don't have to go through the technical level. Or for instance, I'm a technical engineer, but I don't have to go through the technical. It's just that it's a matter, I want to see the traffic I am selling. I want to see, or I want to receive, okay? And he's like, no, Malak, again, the same attitude. I was like, okay, just like controlling myself. I don't want to, okay, as you want, like, but we're not reaching to any point yet, you know?
So what do you feel like a potential solution could be that you can control?
I tried the explanation. I tried everything. Even if you see the email I've sent to the CEO yesterday was like, I read it for maybe up to 10 times, just in order to see if there's any negative like vibe here or there. It doesn't have any of them. I'm not trying to just break or accuse or whoever. I'm trying to fix as much as I can. If there's a problem, you need to focus on the problem itself. I don't want to point out fingers, you did that or you did this. So we need to focus on the problem. Otherwise, we won't be able to solve anything. And he's having an attitude like, I understand it from after I had a call with my other colleague. I understand it because, okay, after 2 years being whatever position, manager controlling a company and just reporting directly to the CEO, it's a very big achievement, okay, in 2 years. I've been in the market since 10 years and I'm like, just okay, having steps and being promoted. I got a lot of promotions in 6 months and 4 months, but I've never reached to this point for a business development manager on which I can report directly to the CEO or the owner, for instance. You know, the ladder consists or includes a lot of positions. But still, the attitude is not acceptable. I had to go directly to the CEO. It's been happening since a year, but I've never wanted to seem very childish. I was focusing on the business. But now recently, it's being very stressful. And I don't think it has to go this way. We will lose the business. We will lose the workflow. We won't be able to tolerate. I don't have a problem with that, but there's an attitude here. I had to refer this and report it to the CEO, to be honest. But still, he came to the.
I was going to say, and sometimes that's needed, right? You've obviously looked at the situation, you've done the best you can, you've been resourceful now and escalated it in the way that it needs to. What I'm more concerned about here, Malak, is what are you doing with that stress? So aside from now solving the problem and taking practical action, what are you doing with your feelings about all of this? Because that's the thing that's going to drain your own energy and stress you.
Charlotte, to be honest, yesterday I was laying down most of the time, especially when I came to bed. I was laying down most of the time before, like 2 hours before I fell asleep, just trying to think of the situation and to make it easy, and thinking of a solution on how I should like talk to Dan, or what should I be telling him. For instance, if he wants this to be done this way, and even if it's wrong, should I accept it? But it's wrong. I'm following up his processes or his methods since months, and it's wrong. It's not acceptable. If we continue like that, we won't be working anymore. There won't be any company anymore.
Okay, all right.
So I was trying to take it easy, but I felt so tired. I was really tired. I was really exhausted yesterday. I couldn't do anything.
The thing, I completely understand that then you needed to think of a potential solution. However, the extra thinking when you were laying down trying to think of a solution, that would have been draining you even more, right? So whenever you feel like you're really, really thinking a lot about a problem that's just kind of stuck in your head, you're going to lose energy there, right? Especially if you're thinking. Obviously, I always recommend, like we said on the sleep day, is do a brain dump and just get everything out of your head, like scribble it down. It doesn't have to be a solution to anything. It can just be getting it out of your mind, that energy. Then changing your state, whether that is taking rest and having a sleep, whether that is you moving your body, then revisit the problem after you've done that, because it's otherwise we can just chase our own tail in our thinking, and we wind ourselves up more and more sometimes from doing that. And it's something that you clearly got some practical steps you're trying to do now with him, which is great. Your focus needs to be on your energy, so you can then continue to try and enforce the changes that you want to change. Does that make sense? But when we're in a thinking problem, we need to move out of our head, right?
Okay, this is what I can do before I sleep. But while I talk to him, and the way he starts the conversation or the whatever, the attitude, it's just like set me directly on my nerves, and I'm starting like, oh my gosh, listen, Malak, you have to focus, you have to stay quiet, breathe, do something. I'm always like that with him. I cannot tolerate the behavior. But yesterday when we had the tension or the fight over the call, imagine he had a very, very bad tone talking to me, and I was like, why are you talking to me this way? Okay, if you have, he said, Malak, he was like, Malak, I'm talking to you in whatever way that I feel comfort with it. I'm like, no, you cannot talk to me like this. You're stressing me. And I had to tell him, if you need anything, just please go write an email and send it to me. I will respond whenever I'm just like done with the things I have in my hands. And he's like, no, you have to answer me now. I'm talking to you. I'm not going to drop the call, but your tone is not acceptable like that. I was like even explaining to him that it's not good to talk to me like that. We're not kids, we're not at school. You're just like holding a stick and you're hitting me in my face. You cannot talk to me like this. And then imagine, it's very crazy. And imagine, just like I was like, okay, if you go talking to me like this, you need to, if you want to talk to me, I can have the call with you. I can stay over the call with you, but you need to watch your tone, please. And then within like few seconds, he turned from very aggressive person to a very polite person. The way he can change and swing between this and that, it's very annoying also. Like, I start.
You've done the right
I felt like
communicating, Malak, right? You've done the right thing by standing your ground and communicating. But the thing that needs your attention the most right now is the fact that he's triggering you. The fact that there is a trigger. That's the bit that needs your attention. Okay. Yes. You are clearly an intelligent lady that knows how to deal with those kind of situations because you're doing it. But the thing that's going to help you now to go to that next level in terms of how you feel about it is working on opening that window of tolerance so that you become less triggered, right? So you're not in that hyper arousal state, right? Where when he presses your buttons, it just annoys you instantly. The minute you hear his voice or see his email pop up in your inbox, right? That immediately takes you out of your window of tolerance. right? So your focus must be, how can you stay in that window of tolerance even in those situations? And it's okay that you still feel a certain way about it, but it shouldn't be stressing you out so much that it's affecting your daily life and your productivity and your performance, right? That's not acceptable, right? And people will learn how to treat you through the way you communicate with them as well, right? So you're doing the right thing by saying, okay, how about we try this tone? I feel more comfortable. Is there anything I can do to make this easier? So it's not just you putting any blame on him, right? You said you've tried that in many ways. So you're seems like you're doing the right things. You're getting the COO involved. So the thing now, Malik, that is essential for you is keeping your window of tolerance open. Okay. And that is leaning into a lot of the tools that we've already shared. I don't want to give you anything extra, but that is essential. But one thing that actually can be really useful, and this might be hard to do at times, but if there is a specific person that triggers you that you almost don't have a choice to kind of just cut out of your life, right? Is there, is in your scenario, is you change whenever you think of them, is you change your state. So you perhaps laugh instead, not to him, not as in like he starts speaking to you, you laugh at him, but in your mind, you almost just take it lightly, right? You almost have a little giggle with yourself internally and say, okay, here we go. That's okay. I got this. And it just takes the sting out of the trigger, right? It doesn't have to be a laugh. It could be a nickname. It could be you thinking of him, I don't know, dressed like a clown. Like, I know these seem like very silly things, but you start to change the association from this person's name or this person's face or this person's tone immediately into something that has less charge attached to it. That will help in the short term. But long term, you must open that window of tolerance. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would try it.
Please don't go laugh in his face. I can't emphasize that.
You laugh in your head.
Internally, just taking it lightly. Right. In the same way that the old advice of if you want to give a speech in front of a room full of people, imagine them in their underwear, right? It makes you feel a little less serious about the whole thing. It's that idea, right? That's that idea that we're talking about, the association. I'd love to hear if anybody else has got any suggestions there for Malik. Elias, I feel like you're itching to say something here. I don't know if that's my hallucination.
No, actually not for Malak, but I was asking about the energy bubble. But for Malak, definitely sometimes you can control your emotions, your attitude, but others you cannot control it for others. And you know, if he's angry and he's not happy or whatever, he's making the situation bad, you cannot control it. Sometimes you can control yourself, as if like you are into traffic, you know. You cannot do sometimes changing the attitude of the others, but you can work on yourself at least to calm down the things, because you cannot do anything about him. You've been 1 year trying with him and he's not able to change. Are you able to change him? I don't think.
Yeah.
No, I'm not able,
that's the
but
problem.
in fact, it's if I like make my level of my window of tolerance maybe wider, it will be more helpful to have less free day at the end of the day. Because to be honest, yesterday I felt some sickness at the end of the day. It wasn't easy at all.
Not easy, yes,
not easy, no.
When somebody pushing you at the edge, and it's not easy, but you know, maybe changing in your attitude or thinking, it will be accepting the things more peacefully.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and he will be irritated more. You know, being calm, it will make him more irritated.
Well, Jonathan and I used to work together in a fitness company, and we worked in the same place. Do you want to tell the story?
Oh yes. So this is during my angry days, when I was Mr. Angry, the Hulk. So we used to work together in the same club, and we did not get on at all in the work environment at all. We were very, very opposite.
Normal.
Yeah. My whole concept of work, and there was I was always angry, and it was my way or no way. I was right, everyone else was wrong, everyone else was stupid. And if they didn't do things right the first time, it means that, like, you know, you should be sacked.
He was Malik. He was like the guy you're describing.
Yeah.
Very much so. Pretty
much. Yeah. If people come up to me and they were asking stupid questions, or what I thought were stupid questions, people were scared to work with me, actually. And then obviously Charlotte came along, and we butted heads big time when we worked together, didn't we?
Yeah. So. Yeah, right.
But it shouldn't be.
we weren't together at this time. We barely even really knew each other at this time, right? And I was a bit like you, Malik. I was getting really triggered by him, but I knew me just talking to the guy's not going to do anything, right? Nope. So all I could do was lead from my own example of how I felt things should be done, and just keep doing the best I could with the approaches I was having. And it took time.
Yeah, it did.
But eventually, you started to realize different results for you.
Because throughout my career in health and fitness, I've worked with general managers and fitness managers who shouldn't have been in that position they're in. They weren't competent enough, and I wasn't learning from anyone above me. I was trying to teach myself. And then when I started working with Charlotte, and before she came in, I started working with her, I was getting results. I was increasing revenue in the club. Numbers were increasing. Everything was increasing, like record numbers, but it was taking time. And then Charlotte comes in, does things the opposite of the way I'd done it, and gets a faster result. And I'm going,
and a happier team.
And I was going, what the hell is going on? It's like, how is she doing this? And then that's when I started to have to step back and go, okay, maybe there is a better way of doing things. Maybe there is a better way than being angry and shouting and making staff feel like this, to be scared of me. Stop ruling by fear, pretty much. And that's when things start to shift for me. And it did take a while. It took a good few months before I started to make those changes and start to then, okay, this is a different experience. So if I talk differently, if I act differently, and I show up differently to the people around me at work, I get a faster result. Makes sense.
And the reason I share that, Malik, especially for you here, is because I knew I couldn't change him in the beginning. There's nothing I could have said to him that would have made things any better at all.
Hello.
The only thing I could do was lead by example.
Pharmacy.
I could. That was the only thing that I could do. I had no control. I could go home and be really peed off at him. There were times when we would butt heads, and I would leave. And I was like, I will not have you speak to me this way, and I would leave, right? And I would set my own boundaries and say what needed to be said, but in a professional way. And the rest was up to him, right? And obviously in Jonathan's case, fortunately, for where we are now, obviously he started to rethink things. But there were other colleagues that I've experienced over time as well. It's the same scenario, but they don't change. But when I look back now and think, okay, well, where are they now? Where am I now? Who's happier? You know, and who's on their kind of on their A game, so to speak. I'm very grateful that I chose to keep my attention on my path and not waste energy in places that it just is unnecessary. Every single day to this day, as part of my evening journal, I have a thing called power leaks. Basically, I make a note of anything where I feel like I have lost my life force energy, my power. So every day I ask myself, what were my power leaks today? And sometimes that is overthinking a problem, spending too much time focusing on this person that won't help themselves. Because we have to at some point recognize that people will only change when they want to change. But you are leaking your life force energy and your power every time you switch your laptop off and you still think about the guy. Every time you give it an extra 5 minutes, you're losing your life force energy and your productivity and your performance and time, beautiful time that you have in this world, wasted in that direction. Now, I truly believe that it's important to think of solutions as best we can and be resourceful, but we don't get those resourceful solutions when we're in a heightened state of stress and we're leaking our energy everywhere.
Yeah. And just remember that basically 99.9% of people on not doing things with malicious intent.
Yeah.
Okay, like I wasn't acting the way I was because I wanted to make Charlotte's life hell and the people around me hell.
Even though it felt like it sometimes.
But I was doing that because of what I've learned growing up, how I've learned to behave as a human being growing up, and what I've learned to adopt and how to manage. I've picked these up and I've adopted them, and I was doing the best with what I knew at that point.
Yeah.
It wasn't until I started to unknow what I knew and started to be open to new ideas. That's when things start to change, and that's the same with the majority of people. People aren't like people aren't sitting at home going, "How can I make Malik's life hell tomorrow?" Or "How can I make Renad's life hell tomorrow?" and make her upset and anxious. They react in the moment based on who they are in that moment. They might not know who they are, but that's how they react. It's an innate response based on what they've learned over the years growing up. So until they're ready to see things differently and start to question and go, actually, is this really the best way I can do things? And start to question it, then they won't change. And when they do, it can still take a long time for them to fully grasp those ideas and run with them like I did. I was in that state for 10 years. The first 10 years of my career, I was angry. I was aggressive. I was in that state of playing the victim of everyone's stupid. Like people are trying to sabotage me, and all this is happening, and people are trying to stress me out. 10 years to realize that I'm causing my suffering by not being open to thinking there's a different way.
Does that answer your questions?
Sorry, I lost you for the last minute, but I was like,
no worries. I think you heard the moral of the story.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pop you on mute for a bit. Is that okay?
Yes, I'm going to mute it. Sorry.
No worries,
right.
That's okay. Elias, sorry, my friend, you had a question about the energy bubble.
I need to know here the energy bubble.
Yeah.
Usually, energy bubble, in my opinion, change according to the situation. You know, if that's like you are in the office or you are in the house or this one. So how it's going to be changing and how a person can mobilize or try to choose which one is better for him, you know. So this is very difficult, you know. Sometimes it depends on the situation.
So perspective here is as if there is an energy bubble at work, at home. What we need to do is realize that you are the energy bubble. Now, wherever you go, the energy goes. So if you go into the eye of a storm and you are the eye, then you're good, even though the situation is chaos, right? So if you're nurturing your own bubble, you take that everywhere you go, right?
So it will be the same everywhere?
Correct, yeah. You can literally show up with the same level of resourcefulness everywhere you go. Now, it could be, though, that you might need slightly different things to nurture your bubble depending on where you are, right? So for me, I know that if I am going into an old family dynamic, I need to nurture myself in different ways compared to when I show up to deliver a workshop or client sessions. I will nurture my own energy bubble dependent on my intention of the experience I want to co-create in that moment. So for you on a work day, perhaps your routine maybe is slightly different to charge your bubble slightly differently compared to on a weekend day when you want to hang out with your family. It might be slightly different. But your energy bubble follows you everywhere. Forget about the idea that everything else is a bubble of its own. Does that make sense?
The nurturing, usually how it's done, this nurturing? Well, I'm not able to understand that how you nurture your bubble. That means you're changing in your behavior?
Basically, all the things you've been doing over these last 8 days. So breathing, changing checking in your emotions, raising your emotional state, checking your quality of thinking, getting enough sleep, getting quality sleep.
Yeah.
So all these things, obviously the food you put into your body, hydration, movement, love,
compassion.
love and compassion, that heart-mind connection. all those are tools to nurture your energy bubble.
Okay.
So what most people have a depleted energy bubble because they do nothing to nurture it, which means they wake up in the morning from a poor night's sleep, they grab a cup of coffee and they rush out the door. They don't spend time to connect with themselves and nurture that energy bubble through mindfulness, breathing, yoga, setting their intentions. They just get stuck in the hamster wheel, which is society and life or external life, and forget to focus on the internal. It's the internal that nurtures. So it's how we show up, it's what we think, how we feel, how we move our body, what we put into our body, how we breathe. That all nurtures our energy bubble. Does that make sense?
Might be, but I'm not able to how to reduce it. You know, if and I believe myself, I have a very big bubble. All around me feel my energy. That I'm not able to reduce it. Yani, okay, even I'm nurturing it always, whether through breathing or good sleep or sports or whatever I'll do. I'm not able to reduce it. You know, maybe because sometimes it's the job you're doing it will make for you a big bubble. Maybe because I am the boss. Maybe that's why it's feeling like that. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it is like embedded in you.
When you say reducing your bubble, what do you mean by that?
Yani that means you don't feel that somebody is irritated beside you. Yani that means feel your this energy from you going on. You know, and in order to leave sometimes the impression which you are around you. You know.
Yeah, so I mean, our goal ideally is always to expand, right? Yeah. Expand that energy bubble. The reason why it gets affected, expand it, right?
I need to reduce it sometimes, you know. Sometimes you have to reduce it because sometimes it's irritating others. It will irritate others sometimes.
Okay. So that's a different
thing completely.
Yeah.
So when you expand your energy bubble, your energy bubble expands with high vibration, love, compassion, kindness. Doesn't expand through pride, fear, anger, or judgment, stuff like that. That reduces it, that shrinks it. So anyone around you who is within your 10-meter radius and you're emanating love, compassion, kindness, they're not going to get offended by that. They're not going to get irritated by that. And if they do, and if someone's in that low vibration and they don't like what they're feeling, that's not your problem. Like you can't reduce and expand your energy based on how someone else is going to think or feel. Because if you do, you're going to constantly deplete your own energy because you're worried about what other people are going to think or say about you or feel around you. And that's going to restrict you as well.
And that doesn't mean that everything has to be perfect and then that means your energy bubble's strong. It doesn't mean you have to be jazz hands, happy, smiling all the time around other people who might be struggling, right? It is about being aligned with your intention. So for example, if you are going into work and you have some projects that some of them raise your vibration and you feel really good doing them, you know that that's something you probably want to spend more time doing if possible. But if there are other projects that you feel you're not as passionate about, perhaps, right, or more challenging situations, that means you probably need to bring a different intention or a different emotion to the table. So you can still be considerate based on the situation.
Okay.
Right. So it's about you choosing. You have to choose consciously. How do I want to use my energy today? What kind of energy do I need today? Right. Some days I need more presence. Right. Sometimes I need to be so present so that I can show up for loved ones, for clients and things like this. Other days, my intention is to show up with pure love and joy. And that is it. It's my only intention, right? It depends what it is you need. Some days it's to show up and be creative. That's nurturing my energy bubble.
Okay.
So we need to choose what intention is that sets the tone for then how you fill up that energy, whether it be breath, meditation, sleep, hydration, and then you can use that in your situations.
Okay. Great. Yeah, it's good.
Cool. And Jamelia said as well, so is the daily routine and morning intention can nurture your energy? Absolutely. What you do as soon as you wake up has a big influence on your energy bubble. So like I said, if you get up and you grab a cup of coffee and straight out the door to work, you're not nurturing your energy. Your energy is depleted. And when you get to work, you're probably more likely to be triggered. So if you wake up and you spend time, you hydrate, you focus on a bit of stillness, mindfulness, meditation, yoga, breathing, move, whatever that is for you, to focus on you first, that nurtures your energy bubble. So then when you go out and into work or wherever it is you go, you're in a more resourceful state, and your window of tolerance is open to be able to handle any challenges that show up through that day, but in a more resourceful space.
Even if you imagine that when you wake up in the morning, let's pretend that every day when you wake up and your energy bubble hasn't been blown up yet. Your first job every single day is to blow up your energy bubble, your intention with your daily routines, and then you get to open the front door and go out into the world, right? If you can do that every day, eventually you get to the point where you wake up and your energy bubble is already inflated, because it is the you that you've been nurturing all of this time, and it just becomes second nature.
And then that energy influences people close to you in a positive way. For example, when I was going through my stage of being angry and just frustrated and all the time, if I was around people who were happy and joyful and positive, that would annoy me. And that's not their problem, that's my problem. I need to raise my vibration. I need to nurture my energy bubble, not them reduce theirs. And that's the important thing, is like, even remember when we first started working with Charlotte, if I kept finding a problem, she would keep going, what's the solution? Like, what can we do? And it was like, that was annoying me. That used to trigger me because I was focused on the problem, not the solution. And that wasn't Charlotte's problem. Right? That was my issue internally that I needed to deal with. That was my emotions, my energy bubble, my thought, my quality of thinking. That was stopping me from seeing a solution, because I was living in victimhood. I was living in that victim mentality, whereas everything was a problem. And it wasn't until I started to think, okay, actually, I don't need to see everything as a problem. I can see a solution in every problem. And that started to help me expand my energy bubble. And that means that people around me get influenced by that and they feel it. And I'm sure you felt it before. You meet someone for the first time, and as soon as you get close to them, you feel something like you've known them your whole life. It's like you're a good friend, even though you've only just met them. You can chat to them. That person's energy bubble has drawn you in. And if someone has got a negative, like they're very fearful, they're angry, they're very low vibing, you feel like you want to stay away from them. You kind of get repelled. And that's kind of how it works with the energy. We get attracted by the people, the energy around us, but also we attract what we're putting out there. So the greater expansion of our energy field from a place of compassion, love, and kindness, we attract that into our field as well. And we help positively influence maybe people who are vibing on a lower level. They might feel something they don't quite understand, but it can affect them and it can plant that seed. And then maybe they think, oh, okay, that felt different. Maybe I can feel like that. And it starts to have that ripple effect as well, which is why our energy is so powerful.
There's a really beautiful poem, Elias. I'll put it in the group. It's called Return to Love. You might have seen it before, by Marianne Williamson, Return to Love. And there's, this is paraphrasing, but there's something in there that says, I'm going to ruin it now. I'll send it in the group, but it's about not dimming our own light, just so we can kind of pander to other people. Essentially, that's definitely not the poem. Yeah. But I'll share it in the group. But it's, you don't want to play small.
Yeah.
Just because you might upset somebody else, because you're not honoring yourself, and all you'll do is you will deplete your own energy bubble. Your whole identity will actually start to take a bit of a whack as well, and that's not okay.
Shamila's mentioned there, with this type of energy, people surrounding you feel this intention.
Yeah,
yes,
100%.
People feel your intention. They might not know what it is, but they feel it.
Yeah.
We've all felt it when someone walks into a room and we just have to turn and say, someone's just come in. We feel the energy. They're literally like, it just encompasses the whole room.
Yeah. Beautiful questions. Thank you so much.
Preets. Get your hand up there.
Hey, hey, thank you very much. I had a question. You had mentioned something about the beta sound waves or alpha sound waves, theta, alpha, and everything. Is there anything specific that you use to listen to start vibrating in a different energy zone or something? I've never read into it what each sound wave does to your mental thinking or state or while sleeping, but I've heard of them.
Are you speaking about
something
sleep in particular?
Sleep or getting energy, like changing your energy form, right? If you listen to, say, example, alpha sound waves for some time while reading or something, get you an upbeat or something. Is there something that you guys do or?
Yeah, well, so we do. There are out there. There's sound waves that like music and binary beats and that vibrate at the frequency of love, of gratitude. That when you listen to them, it can help bring your own vibrational level into up to that level. So it can definitely help. So music is a powerful thing, and when you listen to certain music that does vibrate at certain frequencies, it can help you to elicit those emotions related to that frequency, like gratitude, love, kindness, compassion, enlightenment, whatever that is. It can definitely help. And same thing is if you're going to sleep, you can get music that helps you bring your brainwave states quickly down into that sleep mode, into that into the delta brainwaves. So there's a lot of science to back that up, and there's so many things out there. You can even search on YouTube binary beats, or you can find specific frequency of a certain emotion, like love, for example. You can find that frequency, and then you can search on YouTube by music, or the frequency in the music, and you'll find tons of stuff on there.
There is one that is super interesting. I think it's interesting. Now, I'm not a musician by any stretch, but I like music. Music's been very helpful for me. I find it really helps me change my state really well. And going back to what we spoke about, window of tolerance, being in shutdown window, in our window, or hyperarousal. If you find yourself, for example, in hyperarousal state, if you then listen to a song, it could be any song that you resonate with, that is kind of at the pace and at the tempo that you're at in your own moment, in your own mind or your own body at that time. So maybe you're feeling super anxious and you listen to something that's quite fast paced, but then if you have a song that then slows down towards the end, it will start actually opening your window of tolerance, right? And you can do the same with the opposite direction. When you have, like, you're in that shutdown mode, listen to a song that starts off relatively slowly, that builds up towards the end. That will also help to open your window of tolerance. Now, that's pretty new in the sense of you being able to just go and buy like a CD.
No one buys CDs anymore. I just
went back like 10 years. What happened there?
You're back in time, guys.
You can go and buy a soundtrack. You can't. Yeah, I don't know of any albums that are specifically designed for that, but you know from your own playlist. Just perhaps have an idea. If you know that you're in shutdown mode a lot, have a playlist to hand that you know starts to charge you back up, and vice versa in hyperarousal. So definitely look into the frequencies. Jamila's mentioned neurosync there as well. Mindfulness apps. You've got
the one I use called Breathonics. It's an app. It comes with it. Well, when I bought it, it was a mask. So it's basically blacks out everything. It's got headphones in it, and it attaches to an app called Breathonics. And they have different frequency-based soundscapes. So some to wake you up and energize you, and other ones to calm you down and help you sleep. And there's one on there I love called Space Out. Anytime I struggle with sleeping, I'll put that on, and my brainwaves just drop, and I'll just go straight into sleep mode. I love that soundscape. But there's so many out there that you can connect with, and you can try to see what works for you. But it's proven, lots of science to back it up, and it is so powerful. Especially if you are in your head a lot, or your kind of nervous system is like hyped up, it can really help as a quick come down tool to kind of break that cycle and bring the nervous system back down again. I find it powerful as well. Charlotte does as well. Obviously, listen to stuff before bed to help bring everything back into balance and bring things down into the right brainwave states. But yeah, there's so much science and research to show that. You can literally just type on Google of like brainwave soundscapes and sleep, and brainwave soundscapes and recovery, brainwave soundscapes and memory recall. All these things, there's so much behind it. It depends how deep you want to dive into it.
I think one thing that I find super useful is when I'm writing, doing some creative writing. So one of the things that kind of got going on more next year, I'll be talking about this, is writing a book. And it's sometimes helps me to get into a creative flow when I put certain soundscapes on as well. So again, YouTube is your best bet for finding those frequencies and just seeing what ones resonate with you. At this point, I would say if you're new for it, and then start exploring the gear, right? Because there's so many different ways. But it's definitely useful. I find it useful.
Okay. Completely a bit off topic. Whenever Jonathan talks about his anger management issues and everything, I resonate quite a bit. I'm not sure if you guys have seen a series called Afterlife. It's by Ricky Gervais.
Yes, love that.
It kind of reminds me of myself when I was like back then and dealing with those issues. So just wanted to bring that up. Have you guys ever tried? I don't know if it's in the same scale of discussion of this workshop, but microdosing or medicinal thing, or is it something that you guys would be able to comfortable sharing if something that you've gone through that journey? Or
I haven't.
I haven't either.
You haven't tried this.
We have kind of thought about it, but one thing we realized after all the years and kind of things we've tried in terms of holistic approach is you can get the same benefits from your breath, and that's, and anyone one of the kind of Wim Hof used to smoke weed, take psychedelics, all this stuff, microdose for things to change his state in brainwaves and all this stuff, until he realized that he can do the same thing with the breath, which is a safer and much more efficient and effective tool to use, because you've got it all the time and you don't have to worry about any potential side effects. And the same with anyone. You look at anyone who taps into the holistic approach, especially with breath work, they all can get the same effects from using their breath in the right way as to using psychedelics, microdosing with other things like LSD, stuff like that, to elicit that psychedelic response. They can get the same feeling by tapping deep into their breath. And as soon as they realize that, they stop psychedelics and they stop microdosing, because they think, okay, I don't need this, I can create it myself. Because that feeling you get, like through tapping deep into the breath, is the exact same in terms of physiological response and brainwave response that these microdosing psychedelics create. So it depends on where you want to go with it. Like, we don't try it. I wouldn't say never, but I don't feel the need to try it. It's mainly because I know the feeling that the holistic approach of breathwork gives for me. And listening to people who've taken psychedelics, who've been microdosing with different things to elicit that response, that psychedelic response, or tapping in to something beyond themselves. Listening to what they've gone through, I felt that through just using the breath, and I think, oh, okay, that for me is powerful. Is knowing that I have that power within to be able to create that response without external stimulus to help that, if that makes sense.
Good, thank you for sharing.
Amazing. Jamila's also said she uses Awakened Mind, so there's another reference there for you.
Yep.
Cool, amazing. Any other questions?
No.
Preet and Kailash, always here till the end.
Yeah.
I love that. Okay, so tomorrow is all about sacred alignment. This is about how do you now start to become more aligned, reorder some of the things you've learned to piece it together so you can actually start to see how this will start to play out in your life. And then the final day will be about then optimizing that so that you literally have a plan to walk away with. So I'm looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow.
Definitely. It's going to be exciting stuff. The last 2 days.
Yeah, last 2 days. If you do have any other questions, by all means, pop them in the WhatsApp group and we'll answer them in Q&As.
Yeah. Great.
All right.
See you tomorrow, everyone.
See you later.
Bye.
Jamila, I hope you're feeling better today. Well, see you later.
Hello, hello, hello. How's everyone doing?
Hello. Just to submit some others. How are we doing, everybody? It's a Saturday. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Today, obviously, is the penultimate day. We are almost at the end of the Kickstarter and we are super, super excited for today. If you happen to listen to our voice note today, you'll know that this is pretty much now the glue that is going to hold together everything that you've been learning this whole time. So a massive well done for everybody who's been showing up, whether that be live, whether that be on the recordings. So long as you are showing up for yourself, that is what it's all about. Okay, so amazing, well done for being here and showing up. So curious to know, for those of you that obviously are here live already, have you ever struggled with procrastination, or perhaps done some workshops and courses and then struggled to keep the changes or implement what you've learned from those things? Give us a thumbs up either in the chat or on your little emoji thing on Zoom if you've ever experienced a struggle of moving into action. Wow, everyone's like super quiet tonight.
Wow.
Everyone's just settling in.
I know there's a couple of people driving, so obviously don't
Thumbs up.
use your mobile phone while you're driving.
Yeah, 100%. Hey, Kadesh.
Okay.
All right, so today, if you have, and I know Kristen's put a thumbs up there, I'm sure those of you on the recording will also be able to relate to perhaps struggling to implement things that they have learned or keep changes after making strides in a really good direction. That whole notion of starting something and giving it up, starting something and giving it up, right? I think at some point on our journeys, we've all experienced that. So it's really important. I really want you to know at this point that it is not, you're not doing that because there's anything wrong with you. Okay, and it's so, so important to put that out there because it's too easy when we start something and then give it up that we give ourselves a hard time, and that it's almost like everybody else seems to be able to do something and stick to it except me, right? And then we fall into a bit of a shame cycle, which is very, very unhealthy. So today is all about you finding out what could be some of those missing links and the key ingredients to moving into action. Okay, because there's 3 things that we believe, and then we're going to be digging into, that are missing often when it comes to creating lasting change. Okay, and those 3 things are energy, confidence, alignment. Those 3 things are needed to follow through on everything that we set our minds to. Energy, confidence, and alignment. Those 3 things are essential, but often the 3 things that are missing when it comes to moving ourselves into action. Okay, so today we're going to be sharing what we've learned from a higher performance coach that I've worked with, who some of you have may seen speak at our Become a Force for Good event. The guy's name is JP Villiers. So what we're going to share with you today is a combination of what I've learned from working closely with him under his mentorship, and also what I've learned from clients and what we've both obviously learned over our years in this space as well. And JP, if you're not aware, has worked with some of the best, including the members of UAE Royal Family and Jay Shetty, just to name a couple. So this stuff that we're sharing with you today is so, so powerful. And if you really, really, truly want to embody something and move yourself into action, this strategy or these strategies we're going to share with you today and the pillars behind them are vital if you are somebody that wants to move into action.
Absolutely, guys. So typically I've always been an action taker. I've been a doer, get things done, but only on the things that were aligned to my identity. Like I told you my story over the last few days about me being a very angry person, especially at work. I used to snap quite easy. People used to be scared of working with me. I used to be extremely exhausted all the time, which would add to the issues I was experiencing. I was in pain all the time. And I got this nickname from colleagues at work very early on in my career as the Hulk. Okay, that was that's kind of, and I quite proudly actually adopted that identity. I thought that was a pretty cool name. That was a pretty cool identity, was to be the Hulk. But obviously now what I know, but that's not really a very healthy identity to adopt. Being very angry, aggressive, ruling by fear was not the way I wanted to or the person I was. It definitely wasn't the person I was deep down. And coupled with that fact, when my goal was, as being a personal trainer at the time, was to always be ripped and have a six-pack. And even when even Charlotte knows, everything what I was doing was all about getting that six-pack. With my identity, well, my perception of it is being in that industry, I had to have a six-pack to be cast as a credible, good personal trainer, which I know now is absolutely rubbish. But that's how I saw myself. That's who I thought I was in those first 10 years of my career, basically being identified as a Hulk and being proud of it, and being that six-pack trainer, killing myself to get that six-pack. And I was always confident in my abilities to be quick to anger and confident as a trainer. So when I was at work, when I was personal training, when I was training myself, I was extremely confident in that identity, because that's identity. I adopted it and I embraced it. But it was, it still didn't feel the way I wanted. I didn't feel satisfied. I didn't feel fulfilled. There was always something missing. So I'd always lean into that. But I was kind of a victim to the image I created. Even though people had given me that name of the Hulk, I created that image through how I was showing up and my actions and my behaviors. But outside of that identity of being the Hulk and that six-pack trainer, I had very low self-esteem in social situations, and my ability to maintain long-term relationships was non-existent. I lacked vision outside, for my life outside of the material world. I was always I wanted flashy cars, big houses, expensive watches, all these things I was attaching to success. So I didn't really act on the areas I needed the most, because at that time, I didn't really know what I needed the most. I didn't start changing until I started to adopt what we're going to share with you today. Okay. Simply put, we're motivated into action by who it is we think we are. So I was motivated through anger. I was motivated through fear. I was motivated through the Hulk personality, the identity. So for example, someone who believes and identifies as a marathon runner, for example, will adopt the habits needed to run marathons. So they'll eat regularly, they'll eat well, they'll rest well, they'll train regularly. They reinforce their identity through their actions. Okay, I identified as a six-pack Hulk guy, and my habits and behaviors reinforce that. So now imagine if we identify as someone who is a victim, someone who feels powerless to make changes in their life, or someone who needs to know more before they can act. That kind of saying is, oh, no, I can't do that yet. I don't know enough, or I'm not smart enough, or I'm not good enough yet.
Not ready.
I'm not ready to do it. Exactly. The habits and behaviors will reinforce this even further. So if there is something you want, for example, to feel healthier, calmer, happier, you need to start identifying where that lives within you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. And I know this is a big question, right? It's where we ask, like, you know, who are we at the core? That's a big question. Like, go many different directions. You can go quite esoteric there, or you can get very practical there. And we're going to explore that shortly. But first, I really want to ask you is, do you agree that this life that we have, that we've been gifted one way or another, is sacred or precious? Yeah, give us a thumbs up. We've got some nods there. Yeah, perfect. Those of you with your cameras off who are not driving, please obviously share in the chat. Yeah, the emoji is brilliant. Because every moment counts in my eyes, right? That's what I truly believe. And every time I ask this question, most people say yes, right? Because it's like, well, of course it is. But let me ask you this follow-up question. Are you truly embodying your belief that life is sacred? Are you treating life as if it is sacred? No, right? Some shake to the head. And I'm sure in some places you absolutely are. right? I'm sure in some areas of life you are, but I'm sure also in other areas of your life, you know, perhaps we're wasting some of these moments. Good question from Alam. So how do we know? Well, are you fully fulfilled? Do you feel like you are really making the most of your time here? And without getting really kind of blunt here, but if you died tomorrow, would you be happy with what you left behind? Right? When we start to question our own mortality or think about mortality, it really brings home how sacred life is for me. Okay, so there's some areas here that we're already noticing. Does this also include resilience? Yeah, I would say so, absolutely. I think if you're being resilient, that shows that you've got, you know, life is sacred and you're pushing through, right? You're using whatever strength it is you have. That is, absolutely. I would say so, for sure. Okay, so I think then we can perhaps agree that until we start treating this life and embodying this life through ourselves, if we start treating it as if it matters, we will start to follow through, right, on the things that we want to do, right? If we do not start to embody who it is we are and the legacy essentially that we want to leave behind, even if you don't know what that is yet, that's okay, right? But we will never ever follow through on what we start unless we connect with this part of ourselves. Now, in your workbook, there's a task on this, which is going to be your homework. And I'll be very transparent with you today, is you're going to have 3 pieces of homework to do. Okay. I think you guys will enjoy doing this homework. It's a bit of self-exploration and it's very much a thinking exercise in many ways as well. And I know I've got some thinkers on here for sure. So this is definitely something you're going to enjoy. But basically, we can't live a life full of our potential from a place that isn't built on a strong foundation. So part 1 of today's homework is to remember who you are, right? It's for you to realize and recognize, okay, well, who am I? And then stand strong inside that identity. And that sounds very kind of simple, but this is about us almost putting our flag in the ground and saying, hey, this is who I am. This is why I'm here. And then from there, you can build. From then, you can then move into action. So inside your workbook, you'll have just like a little bubble that says, who am I in the center? Okay, and it's a little spidergram. And basically, your job is to just, with whatever words spring to mind when you say, who am I? Write those words down. Write those words. Who are you without your titles, your job titles, your family titles? Who are you without the people in your life? Who are you without your possessions? Right? What are the words that pop up? What words pop up? I'll answer that shortly. Ganesh? Okay, so your job here is to do the exercise as part of your homework and then share it in the group. Okay, now this, and I said to you guys, I'll be like completely transparent always. This is literally a picture out of my journal, right? Fresh from the journal. And when I first did this exercise, I want to share with you, is I had maybe 3 or 4 words, right? If that. And over time, when I really started to reflect and really observe myself, I was able to start adding more and more and more, right? So should I use an adjective, excuse me, when I said, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Any adjectives that you identify with, yes. Alam, who are you outside of your name? Okay, really important. Okay.
Thank you. I actually did this exercise already, and I have a lot of terms. I just couldn't put them all here. So
okay, good. Perfect. I love that you've already had a go at this.
But I'll do it again. What I'll do is I'll do it again. Maybe something more will come up.
Yeah, and it will. I promise you that, yeah. Right? Because here's the thing, right? We're giving you the task today, right? And it's definitely something I would really love for you to start today, if not tomorrow, before our next session. Now, this though is going to be an ongoing piece of work. This is something you're ever evolving, right? You're going to have new experiences. You're going to remember other things about yourself, right? And the thing is, excuse me, I'm like just completely losing my voice here. So basically, in moments of stress or doubt, you get to lean into this, right? You get to remember who it is you are. You get to utilize this. This isn't just a nice idea and something that we do. No, it's something that brings you back to you. It helps you to come back to your center when you remember who you are. Okay. Now, I also use this in moments when I know I can perform better, or when I know that my best is required to be able to serve and to show up, whether that be for clients or in the community, right? And I check myself on this on a regular basis to make sure I'm living from this place, right? It is essential. Otherwise, you will be walking through life and one day you'll wonder how you got there, right? And it potentially you could have been creating a life based on somebody that you don't identify with. And that's not a very nice place to be. I know on day one, a few of you, a couple of you said that you felt a bit lost, you wanted some clarity. This is the place to start, because when we start living from a place of, a place with foundation, we are centered, okay? And it keeps you aligned with what you believe, how you think, how you feel, how you behave, and how you show up in the world. And this is what then starts to reinforce your energy bubble that we spoke about yesterday, right? And it gives you almost the why behind why you get up in the morning, why you believe this is sacred, and you get to lean into those things. When you're setting your intentions, Kailesh, you asked that question, does this go back to intentions? It does somewhat. If your intention is to show up as the most authentic version of yourself, right, you have to know who you are. You have to revisit this. If you need to show up in your environment, whether that be as a parent, as a leader, as a colleague, just as a good human, right? You set an intention, but you set an intention that's true for you. So if on one day you're not sure of maybe what energy is needed for that day, come back to your who am I exercise. Come back to that, because that is going to be the foundation. Just pick one, pick anyone that makes sense for you on that day that you feel like you could lean into a little bit more. Because over time, just like repetitions in the gym, it's going to start to just help you level up more and more, and it'll become even more natural to you. Because unfortunately, it's too easy for people to forget who they are, right? It's too easy to run away with the busyness of the day or the opinions of other people, and you forget who you are, right? Now, this exercise is absolutely designed to pull out those positives within you, and the things you believe about yourself when you're coming from this loving, compassionate place. Now, that doesn't mean we're ignoring the problems, right? Or if there are any blind spots that you have, right? One of the things I've written up here, I'm not sure if you can see that, says the duality of all of this, right? So as in all of these things I totally own and I believe are true for me personally, but I also believe that the opposite exists. Right? This isn't about toxic positivity and just neglecting the parts of ourselves that maybe show up from time to time, right? But that's where we stay centered on the pendulum, is when we get to see all of it. The reason this is so important now is because most people get super stressed out because they've lost touch with who it is they are at the core, right? Because we respond to different situations when we are embodying the truth of who we are, compared to when we are falling into victim mode or helplessness. Okay, is that making sense so far? Yeah. Okay.
Good. And the important thing is, once we remember who we are and make a deal with ourselves, that when we show up in our truth, that's where we're happiest, and we can have the biggest impact on this sacred life. Okay. And the next step is to build forward momentum here. From this point onwards, once you know who you are, you can build forward momentum. And we do this by goals. We are setting goals for ourselves, but more specifically stretch goals, don't we?
Yeah, so curious to know, have you guys heard of SMART goals before? Yeah, okay, so most people have, right? This is one of the reasons why I'm not going to teach that today, is because often we know what SMART goals are and we still don't do what we need to do for them. Okay, so I want to introduce you today to something called stretch goals. Okay, if you don't know what SMART goals are, you can Google that one, but this is what I would suggest you focus on, okay, because they're super powerful. So a stretch goal a stretch goal, okay, a stretch goal is something that is not easy and something that's going to push you and stretch you into more of who you are. Okay, so this is a goal that is a little bit out of reach. This is a goal that you would have to really lean into who it is you are and perhaps who it is you want to be more of. You would pick a goal that allows for that to happen. Okay, this then allows the foundation of who you are to then start linking up to your future. Okay, and this is essential. So a stretch goal must embody and include all of the things you put on your first task, the Who I Am Spidergram. Okay, your stretch goal must embody and include those traits, those characteristics, those adjectives, right? Those intentions of who it is you are. Okay, and who you want to continue to grow into. Now, as an example here, again, being fully transparent with you guys, literally screenshot fresh out of the journal today. Okay, is these are 3 of mine. So I've got a few more, but you know, one thing at a time. So these are 3. Okay, these are 3 of my goals. 1 is to embody heart-centered leadership even more. 2 is to complete a kayak challenge, and 3 is to deepen my physical and energetic connection. Okay, now the reason I've chosen these goals, okay, is because for me to achieve these goals and to stay on the path with these goals, I have to pick up all of those words you saw on that previous slide. I have to pick them up, put them into practice every single day in order to be able to achieve these goals. Okay, so for me, the embodiment of heart-centered leadership even more is very much around community, right? And being present in my community, whether that be volunteering, whether that be just connecting, whether that be just leading by example, obviously wellness theory, and also in personal relationships as well. Okay, because my kind of past history is a very much a doer and a thinker rather than a beer, right? But over the last few years, I've really been able to nurture that. So now it's a case of, okay, now how do I put that into leadership so that I can actually have that impact even further? And I can't do that if I don't embody who I am, right? There's no motivation there if it's not connected to something I want to be achieving. The second goal is to complete a kayak challenge. This one, getting a lot of crazy talk from people telling me how crazy I am for doing this one. So my goal for the end of this year, and the reason I picked this is because it embodies many of the aspects of who it is I am, but it's specifically about being strong, having high energy, being healthy, being resilient, and having as much adventure as I can, right? So these are some of the things and what that are contributing to this. So at the end of this year, I'll be kayaking around 3 islands. Kristen, I know you're moving obviously to Thailand, so if you're going to be in Samui at the end of the year, I'd love to see you. Well, I'll probably see you before that, but it'd be amazing to see you there, cheering me on from the sidelines. I think I might need it at this point. And so that'll be around the Koh Samui, Koh Phangan, and Koh Tao in 7 days, which is a bit mad, but it's something I've picked because I know it's not easy. I know I could have done 1 island, right? And it would have been so easy for me to write that off and be like, okay, I'll just do 1 island, beautiful. But no, if I want to grow and I want to stretch myself and see what I'm really made of and embody who I am, then I need that push. So 1 island turned into 3, right? And there is no way I can achieve that if I don't then look after my nutrition, my training, my mindset, my planning, my intentions every day. Do you see how these feed in to a specific event or a specific thing in your life? Is this making sense? No? Yes? Maybe? Anyone? Can you hear us? Yeah? Okay, cool, good. All right, brilliant. So the third one there is same principle. It's like I said, it's deepening the physical and energetic connection. And for me, that is a big part of that is nurturing. It's about being truly present. It is about taking my own spiritual journey to a whole nother level as well. But again, I wouldn't be able to do that unless I embody the truth of who I am. Okay. All right, so now you are aware of who you are and where it is you want to go. The next part of your journey is sacred alignment, okay, which is turning your stretch goal into what we call a daily sacred ritual. Okay, so the first part of sacred alignment is, who am I? The second part is setting a stretch goal. And your job, second task for you after today, is to set at least one stretch goal. So the third thing now is then turning those into sacred rituals. Now, please notice I've said sacred rituals, not habits, not a new routine. Okay, sacred rituals are so much more than that. These are non-negotiable. These are like your 10 commandments. You treat them as sacred. This is you waking up every morning saying, this is who I am, this is where I'm going, this is what life is about. If I pass tomorrow, then I'd be happy with what I'm leaving behind, through your efforts, through your actions, through your emotions, through your thoughts, through everything. Okay, and your sacred rituals allow you to do that. They are the building blocks which will lead to you achieving your stretch goals. Okay, so your sacred rituals will feed into your stretch goals. Okay, so they basically affirm and help you to remember who it is you are and how you're choosing to show up each day. Now, when you then complete your sacred rituals on a daily basis, and then you end up achieving your stretch goals, that then builds more self-esteem, that builds more confidence, which then fuels your energy, which then makes you move then into even further alignment. Because now you're living it, you're achieving it, and then you finish one stretch goal, you move on to another stretch goal, right? And that in turn helps you build trust within yourself to be able to say, yes, I'm going to do this, and then work back and actually achieve it. You learn to be able to rely on yourself so much more. And this then fuels your capacity to stretch yourself further and further and perform at an even higher level. So Kailesh, your question here is, how would that look like? Once again, here's a little snapshot from my diary. Okay, so this is my current one. Now I review my sacred rituals every 3 months, sometimes sooner if I feel like I need to embody something else. Okay, so I've got 12 here, but I'm going to challenge you guys to pick 10. Okay, and 10 might sound like a lot, that might be overwhelming, but if you're leaning into who you are, and you really want to embody this sacred life, right? Own who you are, right? Own who you are. Setting yourself a stretch goal that is actually genuinely going to push you, not a goal that I think I could do it, right? Not just, oh, that'll be a nice thing. No, what do you truly want to do, and what is going to push you to be more of who you are? That will require some solid rituals. Okay, now I hope you can actually see this. I'll read these out because I know some of you are driving and things like that, so please don't concentrate on driving. So the first one is drop into my heart with compassion. I have a tendency, like I mentioned the other day, to wake up and go, right? I kind of will get out of bed and off I go. I'm straight into a thought process, or I'm straight into whatever's happening that day. And if I don't drop into my heart, it would be very hard for me to then be a heart-centered leader, wouldn't it? Right? Doesn't make any sense. So that then feeds into how I then embody and show up throughout the day. Sensating into my body with a beginner's mind. Okay, so my intention for connecting deeper with my body is to have a beginner's mind. Be curious. Wake up every day as if I don't know how I'm going to feel. Right? Because when you do that, or when I do that, I notice things that maybe I didn't notice before. Right? Whether that be energetic, whether that be physical, it doesn't matter. But that's something that feeds into that stretch goal that I shared. I then set an intention every morning and journal. I have a very specific journal thing that I do. Micro safety cues. Okay, so this one doesn't really feed into the goals that I've shared with you, except from deepening my physical connection. So for those of you that remember, on day 2, I believe it was, when we spoke about window tolerance, hyperarousal, I would have shared with you that my nervous system literally got stuck on hyperarousal, right? My nervous system was literally just stuck in survival mode. So it's very important for me every day to lean into something called micro safety cues, which helps my nervous system to basically feel safe inside, right? So that's something that I have to do, something that if I don't do that, I cannot show up resourcefully and in a space where I can be a heart-centered leader, right? I can't show up and be truly aligned and intentional with what I'm doing if my nervous system is like freaking out every 5 minutes, right? And fortunately, after so much work, it doesn't do that. But this reminds me every day to make sure I am anchored in my center. Okay, mobility, training, nutrition. Obviously, that one leads into the kayaking challenge. Quality moments with this guy here every day, because obviously we work together. So we don't want our relationship to just be work, right? So these things are really important to me in terms of developing those relationships further and further. Laughing, playing, expressing, or creating. Really important for me. Again, if I want to live from the heart and be intentional and show up as myself, because some of those things are on my who am I list. If I don't make time for that on a daily basis, you get further and further away. Okay. Connecting with my soul tribe is another one. And that is basically just connecting with people who I have deep connection with, people that I love, people that I care about, people that cheer me on, people that I cheer on, people that I just genuinely fill up my world and bring more sweetness to my life, essentially, okay, in the long and short of it. Evening journal, I also do, because every day I will check that I followed through on this stuff. I will evaluate and I'll see, okay, well, what's going on? This might take me 5 minutes one day, it might take me an hour another day, depending on where I'm at. Okay, then dropping into my heart again, coming home to my body, making sure that I put the day away at the end of the day, and I'm coming back to my body and I'm grounded and well rested to be able to go to sleep. Okay, and then HRV is a conversation for another day. So that's just a quick overview. And the reason I share that with you is truly because it can be hard sometimes to visualize what this stuff can look like. I'll get to your questions very, very shortly. But the key here is, the key takeaway that I want you to take is that whatever you choose for your own sacred rituals is that if you did die tomorrow, would you be happy knowing that you've been doing your best every single day and honoring your life as it is? Are you making the moments count? Right? If I get hit by a bus tomorrow, luckily there's not too many buses in Thailand, but if I did, right, I'd be super happy if I spent my last day living from my heart in compassion, connected to myself, intentional about who I'm here to serve and what it is I'm here for, feeling grounded and safe within myself, striving for a goal that I find exciting, right? And the list goes on. I'd be super happy with that. I could rest in peace quite happily. And I really, without making it really morbid, like I would really hope that you guys feel the same way too, because that is really the embodiment of this sacred life in my eyes. You have your own thoughts and feelings on that, and that's okay, but the point is to share with you what works. So the question here, it could also be something we are already doing, but maybe more mindful and connect to our stretch goals. Yes, 100%. Yes. It could definitely be something you're already doing. It's about you recognizing that that is sacred for you. Because sometimes when life gets busy, sometimes we can stop doing those things that we always do. And then when we do that for too long, we get out of that momentum. So yes, absolutely. Great question. And Kailesh, is this a daily ritual? Yeah, these are daily sacred rituals. These are daily things. And listen, do I get it perfect every day? No. So over here, I should have taken a picture of the whole thing really. But on that right side, I know this is pretty old school. You can actually like get an app for this now, like a little checklist. But I like to recommit. Literally every Sunday, I recommit and I rewrite them because it reaffirms to me, this is what I'm doing. This is my intention for this week. But you can do it your own way. But basically on the right-hand side to this, basically got boxes for every day. And I just tick it off every day, or I make a note of what it is I did or whatever's relevant. So yes, this is daily ritual. And sometimes I'll have days where there's crosses, right? Because I'm human, just like everybody else. But it is about knowing where I am. And I always have had this rule of 3. is to never go 3 days without any single one of these rituals. Never. If you go more than 3 days, is there a slippery slope to get back on track? Okay, you tend to just draw things out a little bit longer than it needs to be able to come back. So having that visual for me really helps to be able to just tick it off. And at the end of the week, I'm gonna be like, do you know what? I did really good. Or do you know what? This week I need to step it up, right? It'll be different for everybody. But yes, Kailesh, that's daily.
Definitely. So those 3 areas we've been going through, energy obviously being number 1 into taking action. You've been learning all those tools over the last 8 days. You go with all the breath works, the meditations, the journaling prompts, all these things you've been learning on how to raise that energy vibration and build and expand your energy field, okay, to secure and make your energy field robust. Alignment as the second one is what we're focusing on today, okay, becoming aligned with everything we've been going through over the last 7 days and aligning that into who it is you are, what it is you want for your life. And then confidence was the other key component here, okay, to moving into action. Our confidence automatically increases when we treat ourselves with love and compassion. And we stop beating ourselves up. When we stop beating ourselves up, we're more likely to treat ourselves from a more resourceful place and treat ourselves with love and compassion. And that's what we need. It increases when we accept and honor where we are right now, being raw and real with ourselves. It increases when we take action. Every little step we take, our confidence increases, but it also increases massively when we create a strong support system of cheerleaders around us. Okay, those people around us, that community, that tribe, whatever that is for you, it's important to have those people that support you. People who remind us of who we are when we forget. Okay, and that's so important because it can be challenging times sometimes where you do forget who you are. And you've got that good support network around you that help to kind of pull you back into alignment and remind you of who you are. Okay, you get excited about you and what you're up to. Okay, when you gain that confidence. If you focus on these 3 tools, you're still not moving to action. So what we're sharing with you now, if you're focusing on these, you're kind of going deep into it, but you're still not moving into action. This is then where the root level needs attention. This is when it's going deep into that root level to uncover what is still holding you back, what is still stopping you from taking action.
Yeah, definitely. So guys, confidence and energy, those 2 things will really obviously help, right? They're going to help to take you where it is you want to go. But without aligning yourself, where are you going to go? Right? And where is it coming from? So it is essential. I really, really want to highlight specifically one thing that Jonathan shared there is about the support system. One of the reasons most people fail is because they're trying to do things alone. If you're doing it alone, then you're doing it wrong. Okay, and it doesn't mean you have to have a team of people behind you. It means just maybe having one accountability partner or one friend, right? Or one colleague, somebody from this group. Guys, you're in a WhatsApp group. If you've resonated with the way somebody's been speaking, drop each other a direct message and say, hey, why don't we catch up once a week and see how we're doing and how we're implementing this stuff, right? It's an incredible thing to really put on yourself to do for somebody else and for you. You're more likely to do it. And like Jonathan said, there will be days that are harder than others. And on some of those days, you need somebody to say sometimes to you is, hey, this is who you are. Hey, you told me that you're ambitious. You told me that you want to go and achieve kayaking around 3 islands, right? What are you doing sitting over there, right? You need somebody to call you on your stuff, right? In a loving way, right? You can put that burden on yourself, but here's the problem. Usually we're our own worst enemies, right? We're our own worst critics. And it's easy for you to lose sight of who you are, but also what you have already achieved. When was the last time you guys on this call actually like just sat back and reflected maybe where you were 10 years ago and thought, damn, I've come far? Have you done that recently? Anyone? Just really giving yourself a pat on the back? I hope so. I truly hope so, because every single one of you have your own story. Every single one of you have overcome challenges, but I'm sure most of you will be the first to tell me of all the things that are wrong, all the things that you're struggling with, right? And you're so much more than those things. One of the reasons why I have that checkbox next to these sacred rituals is because it helps me to see what I have done. right? It's not to highlight where the crosses are. It's to be like, okay, do you know what? Maybe I just thought that week was worse than it was, or that day. Because when you actually see it there, it helps to remind you, right? It's a great visual, all right? So that will help to build confidence, which fuels your energy, which keeps you aligned, okay? Making sense? Yeah, do any of you have any ideas on what your stretch goals could be? Just straight off the bat? Or is it going to require some further thinking? Some further thinking. Okay, so to help you along with this, okay, I'm going to take you on a very short guided visualization. Okay, so it'll be around 8 minutes. Okay, and all I would need you to do is have a pen and paper or somewhere where you can take notes next to you. So as soon as you're finished, you could just make a few notes of what come up for you. Okay, if you are listening to this and you are driving, or obviously if you're at work or anything like that, please do not do this exercise, okay? Please just make sure you are in a safe environment to do so.
Okay, let's turn that off.
So get yourselves comfortable, make sure you've got pen and paper next to you. Come on, DJ, where's the music?
Just getting everything there just so you can see everyone as well. And the music is, yeah.
All right, perfect. Okay, so get yourselves comfortable. Please obviously stay on mute the whole time. I'm just going to mute Fatima there. Perfect. Super. Okay, all good?
Yep, all good.
Okay. So just gently start by closing your eyes and just taking a few natural breaths. Just sit back, nice and relaxed. Nice natural breath now. Just bring in a gentle awareness to the natural flow of breath in and out of your body, allowing yourself to relax and just welcome yourself into this moment now. So I'm going to take you on a journey of being a wise witness, so you can observe yourself going through a typical day. And as your wise witness, you'll be able to see any areas where you perhaps wish to reevaluate and change, and any areas of which perhaps you admire and love. But none of this is about judgment. It's about learning, growing, and ever evolving into even more of who it is you are, and perhaps who it is you wish to be. So just go ahead and take a nice deep breath in, and hold it for a moment, and then just slowly exhale. Keeping your eyes closed and keep breathing gently and slowly in your own natural rhythm. It's perfect. Imagine now that you can see your breath rising up through your spinal cord, all the way up just above your head. Notice your breath flow from your head all the way down to the soles of your feet. Your breath is just flowing through you easily and effortlessly. And on your next breath in, I'd like you to imagine a ball of light that you can see right in front of you, right at the center of your mind's eye. And you'll see a glow of light from this vantage point. Any way in which you do this is perfect. Well done. So imagine now that you can rise up above your body and look down at yourself below as if you were watching a movie. And that character is going through a typical day. So from above, looking down, take a moment to look at yourself waking up in the morning. How do you wake up? Do you wake up with a smile on your face? Do you wake up groggy or swearing about your day? Do you wake up alone or with someone? How do you greet your day? Now notice you're getting out of bed, or brushing your teeth, or taking a shower, or whatever you do in the mornings, perhaps eating breakfast, whatever's right for you. Maybe you live alone, or maybe you're by yourself. Will you tune into the news? Or maybe you're talking to others. Just be the observer of this person, as if you're fascinated by them. What do you notice about how they interact with others? Or how they interact with themselves? What about their attitude? Now watch yourself going into your day. Maybe you're going to work or taking children to school, whatever's a typical day for you. So watch yourself going about it. How do you interact with other people? What's your attitude? What do you see about this person that maybe they don't see about themselves? Take yourself into your midday. Perhaps you break for lunch, maybe you go out for lunch, or maybe you're with other people. Just notice what you do and notice how you do it. Watching this person with fascination. And see that person go into their afternoon, whatever tasks they're doing. How do they interact with others? Notice again, what do you see that they may not see now? As you move through your day, perhaps you're winding up your work day, maybe you're going home for dinner, maybe you work in the evenings. Take yourself into your evening activities, whatever is typical for you. Notice. What does that look like? What do you see about the person that you're watching? What is it that may or may not notice about themselves? And then finally, you're winding up your day at night, getting ready to go to bed. Notice the attitudes with which you do that. How do you finish your day? How do you close off everything you've been doing? How do you get into bed? Watch yourself falling asleep. And as you review what you saw about this person going through their day and their typical struggles and activities, what advice would you give this person? What do you see that that person that you were watching, the person that is you, doesn't see down here on earth? Communicate with the wise witness that lives inside of you. And when you're ready, when you've taken the time to really see yourself objectively without judgment, and when you're ready to give that feedback, slowly open your eyes and take in the world around you. And take a moment to review what you've witnessed and make a note of those learnings now so that you can carry them into your future. So if you haven't already, slowly start to open your eyes. pick up your pen and get ready to make some notes. I'll give you a few moments now to make some notes on whatever came up for you, whatever your wise witness has highlighted. So take a few moments now, and shortly I'll invite you back to us in the now. Whenever you're ready, by all means keep on making some notes. If anybody dozed off there, now is the time to wake up. All right, beautiful. Okay, so those of you that are with us and can, what are you pointing at? What have I done?
Expand it.
Oh, okay. Before I just nearly disconnected you all. Yeah, for those of you that are with us and can and are here presently and not working or driving and these things, please feel free to mute yourselves. Let's talk. Any questions you have, any learnings that come up, if any, that'd be great to hear. Kailesh, how are you doing? I can see you sort of almost wanting to say something.
Yeah, no, I thought that was really a really powerful meditation. I really enjoyed that. Got a lot out of that, looking and observing my day. I don't know, I felt while I was viewing myself that I could see I need to do more stuff with love and compassion, self-compassion, with less or no judgment in how I'm doing stuff, and also kind of greeting the world in the morning and how I wake up and acknowledging the positive energy and not only of mine but of people around me, and at the end of the day, more importantly, not forgetting to, well, not self-isolating myself and actually sharing my energy and also and sharing that positivity in the ending and reviewing it. So yeah, a lot to think about there, so that's good.
Nice. Brilliant, great observations there. Your witness is very wise, Kailesh. Very wise. So those things that you picked up there, those would be great things to perhaps adding as some sacred rituals for yourself, right? So you said at the beginning of this that one of your intentions is that you want to be like the best dad you can be, right? What an incredible stretch goal that is, potentially, right? Obviously you pick your own stretch goals, but that could be a great example. And then one of your sacred rituals is dropping into love and compassion, sharing my energy, and whatever that looks like for you, right? They're two beautiful rituals that will be really, really powerful for you to embody.
Yeah, I could see that, I could visualize it as well. So I think for me, it's just kind of getting that visualization into reality now. I think that's carrying that energy over. Yeah. So just how I'll go about doing that by acknowledging those moments and kind of being more self-reflective in those moments to tap into that energy and that self-compassion and love to share with my son and my family would be great. Yeah.
Beautiful. Nice. I love that so much. And remember, our goal is never to be perfect. It's to be directionally correct. Okay, that statement really impacted me on my journey, because I'm very much somebody that would give myself a hard time if I didn't do everything the way I wanted it to do or do enough, right? And I think there's a few nods there, right? And it's something that's super, super powerful, because you can't be perfect, right? And if that's your nature, is to think that way, chances are whatever is perfect will never be good enough anyway, right? So how about let's just honor where we are and just keep moving in the right direction, or a direction that helps us feel alive, and it helps us feel like we're on the right path. It just gets a bit easier to be compassionate with ourselves at that point, I think.
Yeah, no, definitely. Thank you for that. That was amazing.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you, Flesh.
Alarm, you got your hand up there. Unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. How are you doing? Okay, so what I've observed is I just realized that I'm actually spending a lot of time on my phone, which I didn't realize up until this exercise. And it's quite disturbing to know that. But then the observer that was there just brought that to me, just like I'm observing you're spending too much time on your phone. I work during your lunch hours, and then in the evening after you come back to work from work. So I think it's time for me to socialize more at work and after work, and then do the things that I want to do related to myself and my growth, instead of spending too much time on my phone.
I love that. So some of your sacred rituals there need to be around that specifically. That was one of mine. So at the start of this year, we made a decision as a couple that we're going to optimize everything. Like, I mean, everything, business, health, relationship, everything. Like, just go all in, taking everything to the next level, basically. And one of my things was screen time. Then I asked myself, okay, well, what's preventing me from optimizing the way that I want to? And it was screen time, because we do have to spend time on social media and things like that for work. Also, personally, we do too, like most people. And one of my sacred rituals for the first 3 months of this year was to have my phone off until 11 a.m. every day. So I did not switch my phone on. It wasn't even on for anything, whether it be WhatsApp, social media, whatever. It was just not on. And the amount of productivity, creativity, deep connection that I found in that time was like next level. I probably grew more in the this year, probably like 10 times more than I did the year before, just in the last 5 months. And I can't put that solely down to turning my phone off until 11 a.m, but it definitely played a role. It definitely did. So anything around that will be spot on as a sacred ritual for you, big time.
Thanks. I'll focus on that. Yeah. And the other thing that I observed was, the observer brought up is my night routine is messed up. And this is something that I need to work on as well. So the thing is, I go on and off. So on some days my routine is amazing, impeccable, and on some days it's just messed up. So consistency is key here, and I'll start working on consistency. That's
what I would get you to reflect on here is what stretch goal is what stretch goal can you attach to your evening routine? Like, what's the why behind wanting a good routine or a good night's sleep? What does that allow you to do? Because if you attach it to that stretch goal that is your next level thing, you're going to be way more motivated to go to bed at a certain time or run your routine more consistently because of it being attached to a stretch goal.
Okay. Yeah. So becoming more productive at work and having high level energies in the morning is something that I really want to focus on. So I think that's
perfect. So make sure those stretch goals are written in the same place as your sacred rituals, so that you can reflect on that even daily or weekly, just to make sure you can check and be like, okay, well, is my energy rising in the morning? Am I being more productive at work? right? Really important to check back with it. Like, why do you want to be more productive at work?
Because because I want to grow outside of my job. I mean, I want to outgrow the position I am in right now, and the best way to do it is to acquire the extra skills that need me to get to the next position, to the higher position.
So whatever that position is, make that your stretch goal.
Okay.
Right, is to assume this position by learning these skills, right? Obviously, steps. And in order to do that, I need to sleep well, I need to run my evening routine, because this is who I am, right? And then you say, because I'm ambitious, because I'm focused, because I am disciplined, right? Or whatever you resonate with. So link those three things together. That is like a turbocharge, and just it will take your performance to another level if you do it.
Thank you. I'll do that.
Alan, you asked another question in the group, and I wanted to wait until you was on the call to answer it. But let's just see if there's any other questions in relation to this exercise, and we'll come back to it if that's okay.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for sharing. In the chat box, what did I see here? I'm not so pleased with what I saw. Loneliness, poor quality of life, neglected, struggling, tiredness, need more self-care. I will implant new rituals for myself, starting from the thought I sleep on to the celebration of being alive the next day and the attitude for in between. Perfect. Right? I love Mervat, and I will take care of that. Perfect. So Mervat, go back to that who am I exercise. Okay, really important, because I believe I think you was one of the ones that mentioned about feeling a bit lost, right? And the fact that you mentioned there as well is like neglecting certain areas. Come back to who are you? Yes, you love Mervat, but who is Mervat? Right? Clearly somebody that's caring, clearly somebody that shows up for herself, clearly somebody that connection is important to you, right? If loneliness is a theme in anybody's life, connection is often the thing that then we are desiring, right? High quality of life. What does that look like? Tiredness. So potentially the opposite is who you are, right? Is that energy, being energized. So please go back to that who I am exercise first, and then reverse engineer it. Hope that makes sense. Renard, my lovely.
Hi. So basically, very powerful. So just like what happened to me with the self-compassion, this also impacted me a lot. I've always thought like I can't do imaginations, but this time I was really like there, and I was watching myself. It was so amazing, really. So so basically, first, the way I wake up, when you said, I was like, oh my God, what, she's struggling to wake up. I have that snooze button with 2 alarms, traumatized and all of that. So this is one area. The quality of food, I've always struggled with that, because I eat whatever I want. I want to be healthy and eat healthy, but at the same time, no, I want to eat whatever I want. So that's a conflict I have to resolve. And the time to wind down and reconnect with myself. I do it maybe, but not mindfully. Like at the end of the day, I'm tired, so I just sit on the couch and watch TV, for example. And even taking breaks during the day. I think what I've been learning on this course the past 10 days or 8 days, I think if I implement that mindfully, at least a bit, I try once and then add, I think that would help, because you mentioned something when I saw your sacred rituals, you know, the reconnecting with your intentions. It's really powerful, because my comment was, we do things like, I was thinking of 10 things I need to do, but I'm always, every day, the things I do is for me to reach my goals. But maybe that connection, like this is a stretched goal and this is what I'm doing. So that I think needs to be done. Yeah. It's amazing. And I have a comment about the stretch goal. It's amazing because I'm the type who, you know, I like to journal and I like to put resolutions and goals. And when I put just a goal, sometimes like, I just want to do it for the sake of, okay, this is a goal. And
oh, we've lost you again, Renard. Oh, that was like in suspense as well. Oh.
achieve the goal.
In a minute.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
you're back. Renan, we lost you there for like 20 seconds.
so
okay. I'm intrigued by what you said though, because we had you until you said you usually just make a goal and then you cut.
Yeah, okay. So I like to do resolutions and put goals. I do this wheel of life thing. I've learned it, like financial, blah, blah, blah. And I put goals in every aspect. And sometimes I just put a goal for the sake of putting a goal. Like, you know what, in this aspect of life, let me just put something. But now looking at it from stretched goal perspective and tapping into who I am, it's like maybe I'm putting a goal just for the sake of, no, I have to see what do I really want? Who am I? So that's really powerful. So I think it's going to change a lot of like the way I see things. So yeah. I actually have another also question, but I'll keep either later after everyone's done or maybe tomorrow about having, I always have I want to do a lot of things and I'm not sure how to choose. Like I end up having stretch many goals and many things, and you just can't. You just have 24 hours, right? And knowing what you want and what to do. But I think that's a very long discussion, so I'm just throwing it here. Maybe it's another time.
It can be, right? It can be a long discussion, but I mean, that could be a workshop of its own. But the main thing to think about is what you just said there, is come back to who you are. Come back to this sacred life. How would you be wanting to spend your time? Right? And always just ask yourself that question. Based on all the goals you have, if your time was almost up, which one would you really want to go after? Right? Because chances are that's probably the one you want. Right? So I would always say start there and on a reflection and see where that takes you. If you still are struggling to make decisions, it can be a sign of some deeper beliefs that might need some attention. But sometimes I think just a bit of presence with yourself, even just closing your eyes, put your hand on your heart. What do I really want right now? I think you, Renad, I think you'll come up with your own answer. So I think start with those couple of things. I think you'll find it a lot easier. Yeah. Amazing. Who else do we have that is here with us and wants to unmute themselves?
Anyone else?
Share.
It's me. Hi. Hi everyone. Hi, how are you? To be honest, what's such a wonderful meditation. You may be like seeing and feeling and knowing, and you are aware what you're doing since you open up your eyes until you sleep, you fall asleep, but you're not able even to improve it or see how to improve it. This is a perfect projection on your daily routine in which you can see yourself. Well, actually, I saw the things I saw on myself was like I'm very dedicated and successful, very kind and lovely without the triggers. Because whenever there's a trigger, I'm like, don't talk to me. No one talks to me. And yeah, and at the end of the day, I'm like, okay, I saw what is missing there, and it's better to work and on certain like things. The first thing is to have a bigger like window of tolerance in order to seize all the triggers in my daily routine at least, which like helps fading the stress. Mm-hmm. And the alarm snooze, like I struggle waking up sometimes, and it's better to work on this, knowing that I love to wake up early, but I'm a night person. I'm not an early morning person, but I love to do that, to be honest. And I have added recently, because I had to cut off some of my friendship connections, and I'm okay with that. I feel like more safe and more happier, and I have added some of the programs, some of the books, and some of the things to as a learning phase between 9 or 10, or between 8 up till 10. And I have to go back to gym. Yes, I stopped going to gym, but I have to go. I have added a lot of things, and the main thing, yes, it's the morning meditation and the self-love compassion. these are the main things I had to add, like as a priority on my notebook.
Perfect. So those things will be part of your sacred rituals, right? I love the fact you recognized who you are, that your dedication, and yeah, I love that. One thing I would get you to also look at when you're doing the who am I exercises, even though you saw yourself maybe getting triggered, who are you when you're getting triggered? Are you resilient? Are you resourceful? Are you still respectful? Are you a problem solver? Right, so start to question those things when you're doing your homework. Just question those a little bit more, because even though you are being triggered because you're a human being, okay, and that's okay sometimes, so long as we're not taking it to the extremes, okay, because we're all going to have challenges. Who are you being when the challenges show up? That's the question. That's going to help you build your window of tolerance more and more.
Sometimes I'm in full control even when I'm triggered. Yeah, even if I get angry or upset or something like that, I'm still in control. I'm triggered, okay, and I can feel the tense in my nerves, but at the same time I do rely on my mind in order to reflect, okay, but sometimes no, I go very aggressive, to be honest.
Okay.
Like it's not your business. Mind your business. It's me. It's me. I want to do this or I want to do that. That's it. Mind your business. It's your life. Do whatever you want, even if it's small. To be honest, I'm like that sometimes. Sometimes I'm just looking at her. Okay, I'll fix it. Okay, I can. Okay, don't worry. I will do this. I will do that. But sometimes I'm like, Mom, it's my life. I want to do that. If it's your life, just do whatever you want. In my life, I don't want anyone to control. But yeah, it's a bit aggressive because it's my mom at the end of the day.
It depends how that's delivered, right? I think it's very healthy to enforce boundaries and to make things clear. It just depends how that's delivered and if you're happy with that. Because, you know, like you just said about your mom, like that's her life. This is your life. If you're happy with that and you feel like this is who you are, you're assertive. You know how to enforce boundaries. You know what you want, right? They're not bad things, right? It's just what perhaps would you want to tweak if you was to treat this life as sacred and like every moment counted. So long as you're happy with the answer to that question, like that's what you want to be sort of exploring when it comes to those little things that you want to implement.
Yeah, it's just like I want to do this. I feel like I feel happy. I'm happy doing this. I'm happy in doing that. I'm happy going to these places. It's my stress relief places, for instance. If it bothers you, it doesn't bother me. It's my stress relief places. Yeah. If you don't wish, or if you don't find in the good places, you don't go there. You just go wherever you feel comfortable. But I found it a bit aggressive because she's like, okay, what I have to do with this girl? She goes like that. Sometimes she goes mad, and my father. But I'm like, okay, I cannot tolerate to have them getting upset over things I want to do. That's it. That's the thing. And this is stressing me, and this is causing me also another trauma that I have to think before I sleep. Oh my God, I made my parents like upset or something like that. It bothers me. Okay, so yeah.
So perhaps one of your sacred rituals would be to communicate your boundaries or to express yourself with love and kindness, right? That would be a good thing to focus on, right? That could be a really good one for you. Or it could be to find other forms of expression, right? Because perhaps if you feel like it's quite aggressive, then maybe there is some aggression in there that needs to be let out. Go back to the gym, like you said, right? That can help. Write, journal, paint, go for a walk, whatever, shake it off, right? What we've learned here, like you channel that aggression, if it is aggression, somewhere it needs to go, somewhere you can release it instead of towards others when you're enforcing your boundaries, because that's obviously not your intention, you know, to upset your mother and father.
No, I don't. Yeah,
exactly, right? So that's just a few things to think about when you're doing your homework and you're setting those rituals.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Thanks.
Well, this one in the chat from Linda. Thing with me is I felt I let myself down. I don't recognize me anymore, and I know I need to take care of me. Every time I hear our sessions and do these exercises, I love myself more. Or let's say it makes me remember myself. but then I'm back to reality and I get carried away with life and my endless responsibilities. I forget myself again, putting everything and everyone first. How can I keep remembering not to forget me? Sacred rituals, Linda, sacred rituals. Okay, like you have to revisit. One of the reasons why I have one of my sacred rituals is connect with my soul tribe. Okay, and essentially for me that is connecting with people who help me to remember who I am, right? And not because I forget every day, but because I forget sometimes, right? Or I do get busy with things and we have projects and events and commitments and all of these kinds of things, and it's very easy to forget. John knows when I forget who I am because he gets it in the neck.
Oh yes,
right?
Yeah.
But
I have to remind Charlotte a little bit. So okay, Charlotte.
Don't go back to your
Yeah.
spider eyebrow. No, but my point here, Linda, is support system. Support system is so important. Get an accountability partner, even if it maybe there's not a friend or a family member in your immediate vicinity. Have an accountability partner, somebody you can hop on a call with once a week. I never used to really buy into this whole accountability buddy thing, if I'm honest. I was always something like, oh, that just makes me think that, well, if I don't do something, then I've got to show up and tell someone, that's going to make me feel worse about myself. And that was genuinely how I used to think. But the reality is, like, it just wasn't the case. Like those accountability calls or those compassionate calls really are just a time and a place for you to discuss what's coming up, how you're feeling, what's going on. Did I do this? Did I do that? What's my commitment for the next week? And you support each other, right? You have a cheerleader in your corner, and that is important. And I had accountability partners for my emotional and mental well-being, business-wise, performance-wise, training-wise, right? It's so important because that helps us build confidence. Because the thing is, when we forget who we are, often then our confidence takes a tumble, right? And our self-esteem drops. And then we wonder, can we make it back to where I was? And you absolutely can. But if you allow yourself to forget on a daily basis because you're not putting the rituals in play, you're not even giving yourself a chance, right? So what kind of sacred rituals could you adopt in order to help you to remember who you are? Even if you set one ritual. Now I know I've challenged you all to do 10, okay? That's because I know that you're all more than capable of 10 rituals. But pick one. What one ritual can you put in place so you don't forget who you are? Just one. Maybe that is an accountability buddy. Maybe that is you putting your who am I spider diagram somewhere you can see it every single day. Maybe it's you reaching out to Mervat here, right? That said that she'll happily hop on a call with you and you can both be accountability buddies, right? What a beautiful ritual that would be for both of you. That'd be hugely powerful. Now, I'm a bit concerned because I can see you driving now. So I'm going to leave that there. When you stop, let us know if that answers your question. Okay, you're smiling. It's a good sign. Okay, cool. May, your hand is up, my lovely.
Hi, how are you?
Hello.
Can you hear me properly?
Yes, perfectly.
Yeah. Well, regarding today's topic, I think I'm the queen of procrastination and letting myself down. I think you are fully aware. It's been like 7 years. I feel I'm not only stuck, but actually I'm dropping. Like even to consider health-wise or the quality time I want to spend with my kids, I think I'm like dropping. So, and it got to a point I start questioning everything, like all our training, all my reading for self-help books, all my sessions with coaches or even psychologists.
Yeah.
I don't know, I mean, it works for everyone in the globe except me.
Do you believe that? Like, really?
No, it's not I believe it's not working for me, but this is what's happening.
Yeah, I get that.
I know I'm failing myself, but I keep thinking, why do I do this? Like, even to my closest friends, they keep telling me, May, you are super smart. you know a lot of things.
Yeah.
You are the go-to when we need advice, even they are all older than me.
Yeah.
But yet when it comes to me, like sometimes I just can't see it.
Yeah.
And they keep telling me it's front of you. How? Come on, just wake up. And whenever I hear such comments, it's like, okay, I feel happy that someone can zoom out and see the things out for me, but still I can't. Come on, how stupid I can be that I can't really get what they are saying. So I don't know. I don't know. I know I'm following you since beginning of the session. I know even if I will come up with the who am I, and then with all these secret rituals, I'm not sure I will continue doing these things.
Have you ever done the who am I exercise?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
With you, I remember. I did it with you. I remember when we had one-to-one coaching.
Okay. Okay, cool. So what I would suggest, God, you must be going back years now, May.
Yeah, it's like 2000, I don't know, after Robert's training.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah, we had a few sessions. So listen, I think the first thing that I'm hearing here, okay, in the way you're speaking is that lack of compassion, self-compassion.
Yes, true.
It's very easy for everybody else to see how awesome you are. And sometimes the hardest thing is to be able to see it for ourselves and get that completely. Now, sometimes that is being fueled because there is some emotion that we're holding on to. Okay, one of the things that you mentioned a few days ago on here was about like the psychology course.
Yes,
and
master.
How shame came up, right?
Yes.
And shame is like the emotion that blocks us from being able to see and be compassionate to ourselves. It's like it's the thing that butts heads with it and will literally make us blind to it. So that is definitely the first place to be looking at is self-compassion. Okay. Obviously letting go of shame and exploring your relationship with shame would be essential. Okay. But thirdly, confidence and community, May, for you is important. Having somebody in your corner that you speak to on a regular basis that keeps you on the line, that keeps you on the track, that it challenges your way of thinking, that's challenging the choices that you're making, and not in a way of, scold you or shame you if you don't do something, but in a way in which they can help to ask you questions and to help you see, okay, well, what's the next step instead of the whole staircase, right? It's that classic quote there, because, it's one thing committing to do a master's, but that's a long stretch goal, right? You've got to have the emotional endurance and stamina, mentally, alignment wise, to be able to see that through. And if you don't have like a network of people who are there for you, it makes it 10 times harder. And when there is shame at play, when there is lack of self-compassion at play, support system is in community is usually the answer. Now, what's your thoughts on that, May?
Well, to add on that, it's difficult for me to trust anyone to be my mentor. To add the cherry on top of the cake. And then maybe if some people may get like so close and they trigger things in me, I tend to push them away or to behold myself. So I believe you mentioned something about the root, and I know that there is a lot of work to be done. I'm just confused, and I'd really love to carry on with you after this training to do something about it, like, because I really don't think that my health can take it anymore if I keep doing so.
Yeah. And listen, mate, you're so resilient. Obviously, I do have a bit of an insight into past experience as well, but I definitely think, and you was asking me the right question the other day in the chat about the regulating the vagal system, right?
Yes.
That would definitely be something worth exploring more deeply, because one of the reasons that we push people away when they start to get close is because we feel threatened, or there is a like you said, it's a trigger, right? So it's sending your system like crazy, and then that's fueling thinking, which is fueling emotions, and then that just feeds into more shame or more guilt or more self-doubt.
Yes.
As well.
True.
Yeah, so that's definitely something to explore. But when cheerleader, May, you and I after this we're connected. Okay.
Yes.
For the time
I'm really looking forward to it.
For the time being, May, please remember that sometimes we have to borrow other people's belief in ourselves. Okay.
Yeah.
What I mean by that is I really want you to listen to those friends who are telling you how smart you are. I want you to hear me when I say that you are resilient, you're somebody who is so far on the path, and it takes courage to stay on the path, especially when it's hard. But you are more capable than you think. So please, until we do start to connect again, okay, please lead into some compassion. Please borrow some of the belief and some of the things perhaps you've taken from this Kickstarter, because that will keep you on that path until we explore a bit deeper. Is that okay?
Okay. Yeah.
We make that deal?
Thank you.
You'll perhaps be a bit more self-compassionate until we speak again.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you.
Cool. Beautiful. Who else do we have? Was there some more comments?
Comment from Jamila. So the feeling of guilt can limit us sometimes from taking care of ourselves and show self-compassion.
Yep. Great advice.
Yeah, definitely.
And the thing with the antidote to guilt is forgiveness, right? Forgiveness, so powerful. Forgiving ourselves, forgiving others, right? Really, really important.
Yeah, I can comment here if you allow me more. Yeah. Because maybe if I share my own experience, then maybe Linda or Mervat, because I felt with Linda, with her message, that she's really responsible, and this is true. She has all of us, we have families, or we have, parents or anything, right? We have responsibilities. Yeah. But it took me a while to understand that the feeling of guilt, if you are not really sharing or being present with them before that you take care of yourself, this is also limiting yourself to give them more. Yeah. Because if you don't take care of yourself, how you can take care of others? And this, it took me a while. I was really, really doing a lot, and I was strong enough to a certain time that where I started to feel the burning out. I didn't go through it, thanks God, but it took me like a shock. Oh my God, why I'm doing this? Why I'm giving a lot before that, and nobody is giving me back, because what you do with this attitude, you bring people being more dependent on you, because you are doing everything and you are so responsible and you can do it because you are strong. But did you ask yourself on what level? Because you are paying also from your health, you are paying from your passion to yourself. And then I noticed that if I want to give love and caring, I have to start loving myself. And this is where the story and the journey started. And believe me, today I wanted to share this with you, because all the daily sacred ritual I started already. And I'm so happy that I am on the right track, because I have it. I have my sacred ritual. And I think, yes, Charlotte, we had a conversation before and you see the difference. Yeah. So my advice to Linda, don't feel guilty if you are not all the time with your family. If you take 1 hour for yourself and be present with yourself, go for a massage or for a social, gathering with your friend, it doesn't mean this is really bad. No, you will come back more energized and you can be more present. one more thing, I always, share it with my friends who they have also family like raising now, because my children are grown up. I wish that someone, gave me this advice earlier in my life. But 1 hour or maybe 5 minutes or 10 minutes that you are fully present with your kids is equal to 10 hours if you are not present, because they feel it. So try to make times for yourself and time for the family. And one thing, and sorry, I cannot put camera because I am sick. I'm still sick. One thing I really learned the hard way is set boundaries. Saying no. Why I say no? Sometimes you have to say no and set boundaries. And when I set boundaries, all the people that they were dependent on me, they start to feel more empowered. And I start also to feel confident that they can do whatever they want. Why I have to be always the person and to take the responsibility? No, give it to them. And I know why. I am perfectionist. So I start to work on my perfectionism. And I seek more excellence instead of perfectionism. And I acknowledge everyone around me. My daughter is different than me. My son is different. My husband is different. So, okay, it's okay. And then I start, to love myself more. This is my story. I hope that I could really share some, but it took me years. Don't think that you can really change it very quickly, but at least start. Be present with yourself before others. Thank you for giving me the chance to share my own experience.
Beautiful. So Jamila will be taking tomorrow's session. We're going to take the night off. She's got it dialed in nicely. She's on the path. Jamila, I'm so happy to hear you speaking this way, especially obviously after we connected a number of months ago.
Yes.
Yeah, completely echo what you just said there. I think absolutely. And sometimes when we come off the path, right, and Linda, that was one of the things you mentioned, is sometimes you can do it all well and then you feel like you fall off it. Coming back on the path is actually the work. It's bringing yourself back that's the work, right? That's the bit. That's where the power is. Every time you come off, bring yourself back as soon as you notice, right? Instead of going down a path that's the opposite of compassion, right? Instead of beating ourselves up, let's just get back on the path when we notice, right?
Yes, Charlotte. Yeah, this is what's happening with me. I'm not all the time, and don't believe me that I am all the time self-compassionate or, or following all these sacred rituals. But I notice now. I notice when I am down and, okay, something is missing because I'm not taking care of myself. So go back, be on the track and try, to put more on what is your routine, your daily routine. And now my husband, when he sees me taking my meditation, he is now taking care. He doesn't open the door. He knows that this is my corner. But in the beginning, no one was really accepting it. And I did it because it makes me grounded. And I told them, I explained to them, if you want me to continue and being happy, because this is what is the aim. The aim is to really live our life with happiness. Why we want to be sad? No one likes to be sad. So, but what is important is to share your feeling with others because they don't know. And they want you to be happy. Of course, no one wants you to be sad, but they want you also from their own eyes because you gave them a lot and now you don't want. It doesn't mean I don't want, but you are grown up now and you can do whatever. But even from before, you can start also putting this limitation and some boundaries to take care of yourself. But of course, I am not all the time going up. I go down and go up, but at least I notice it.
Exactly, and you get yourself back on track. And you get yourself back on track by remembering who you are and what you need in order to be able to live the way you want to live. And that is a perfect example of what we've been talking
about. Exactly.
Thank you so much, Jamila. Thank you. Preet, your hand has been up longer, so please unmute yourself. Why are we echoing? Can you still hear us?
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, good.
Gavin, I can hear something in the background. Two things I wanted to ask and talk about. One of them is, how do you structure your day with your sacred rituals? I've tried it a couple of times, not as per sacred rituals. I mean, what you added today has given me different perspective to have sacred rituals attached to the stretch goals and the identity, which is something I never thought of. I mean, I just went with, miracle morning rituals. You wake up, gratitude journal, exercise, cold showers, etc. But every now and then, there would be a day, like you said, the 3-day rule. And I've realized that looking back that, I would slip from the 3-day rule and then it's a slippery slope to get back. So how does a typical day structure for you to add everything? Because every new thing that you learn, you would want to add it to your ritual, or I don't know if you read out the rituals every month or every quarter saying that this is going to be my new rituals. At times when life happens, things fall off the wagon for a week when you're traveling. Like my rituals are like all off the charts now. Since I've moved to Canada, it's been 2-3 weeks. I'm adjusting to the new rituals of my family, and I know I need to get back into my own space.
Yeah.
So how do you manage? What does a typical day look like for you both?
Great question. Do you want to go first? Well, I've been talking for ages.
This is definitely your thing. Obviously, tomorrow we're going to go deep into that perfect day, what it looks like for you. But for us, for me, my morning always starts with what we've discussed in previous days. Obviously, waking up, hydrating, breath work, quantum flow, whatever that is, connecting to myself, is doing that inner work of setting my intention, connecting with my inner self, and then expanding that intention and building a more robust energy bubble. So that's kind of the start, and then from there I'll go into, depending on the day, either the gym, or I would go, I'll do some mobility, I'll go ground at the beach, I'll do ice baths, and that would all be my morning. So if my morning is all about me, or sometimes us, depending, like we ground together, we hydrate together, we go to the gym together. So some of the things we do combine, so they're the same. And then we do some individual stuff as well that we do, but our morning is all about us. So once we've done our hydrating, our grounding, our movement, our intention setting up our day, all these things, then we get into actually taking action on what we just set up. And like we said, Charlotte said before, we're not perfect. Like there are days, once in a blue moon, where we do miss it, or something happens and we don't end up doing everything we normally do, and we do notice the difference. We feel I feel a bit lost throughout my day if I don't do that. If I don't align myself, or if I don't set my intention, I don't bring myself into alignment, I feel lost throughout the day, and I feel like I'm kind of chasing my tail and not really getting much done. So I just bring myself back to that, and I'll make sure I bring myself back next day. Okay, back on track, get on it. And then once kind of we're taking action into the day, again, we take those breaks. So after lunch, we go for a walk down the beach, ground again, bring ourselves back into alignment. And then going into our afternoon, into our evening, whatever that looks like for us in terms of work, or usually work, because that's our time. And then we do our evening routine, which again would be bringing ourselves back to ourselves and reflecting on what's happened, what we've achieved, what's gone well, what might need, what still needs to be focused on, and then kind of getting everything relaxed and out for bedtime, whether that's thoughts, whether that's nervous system obviously calming down, whether that's obviously getting everything out and setting up for the next day. So we're going to bed with a kind of a clean slate, and some of the things we do together, some we do separately, but at the end of the day, the results are the same. It's that self-work first in the morning, coming back to that self-work last at night. That makes sense.
Okay.
I would, from my perspective on that, Preet, it's I'd echo what John says. So my my perspective is I will not show up for anybody else until I've shown up for myself. Right. And that, so it's like, I'm not going to show up as a good wife if I haven't shown up for myself. I'm not going to show up for clients until I've shown up for myself. And that's a rule that I've really set for myself, because I don't want to show up half-assed in anything. Right, I did that for too long, and it's something I will not tolerate as part of who I am. Right, and so that's really my rule of thumb. And the morning is where I will essentially move through a lot of my sacred rituals. But my other perspective that perhaps could be useful here as well is that I see my life's work as my inner work. Everything else, wellness theory, relationships, is the inner work in practice.
Okay.
Right? So when people say, like, what do you do for work? What I actually want to say is I look after myself, right? I'm moving towards my stretch goals. I'm living in the truth of who I am. And what they really want to know is, like, what's my job, right? And in reality, that's what I do to serve. That's just how I practice my stuff that I've been practicing. I'm not sure if that's useful or not, but that's really how I set up my day. It's I will make sure that I've kind of switched myself on, so I can then go and practice it all in action with all of the responsibilities that I have. And then in the evening, I come back and I will just kind of reground and drop into my body, come back to myself, journal again, and then I'm away. For how often I review my sacred rituals, it's every 3 months, definitely. But depending on where I'm at and what's going on, sometimes it's on a monthly basis.
So, like, do you have like time blocks set or something, like being too analytical as a technical, like first 3 hours in the morning as for myself, for my thing, next 3 hours is going to be work, then 1 hour again for the rituals, etc. Like, do you have it like as a bin containers or something? Or
I used to do that.
Okay.
But for me personally, it took away the intuition of what I needed and when. So for me, it's all well and good me saying, right, the first few hours of the day are for me, but sometimes that wasn't actually what I needed. Right, sometimes actually what I needed was to perhaps get stuck into a creative project for wellness theory, because that I had something that I really wanted to move forwards with, and therefore then I would do some of the baseline things that help me switch on and come into myself and come aligned, and then I'll go straight into that, and then later on I might train, for example, and go out off in the kayak or whatever. So I stopped being so rigid just because I felt that it didn't enable me to flow as much as what I need, because I'm somebody that really, really thrives with variety. So one of the notice on my sacred rituals was my thing is drop into my heart with compassion. That's always the first thing I'll do when I wake up, always. But I will do that through sometimes meditation. I will do that sometimes through listening to music, sometimes for just literally connecting with my heart and having a conversation, saying a prayer, having a moment with John. Like, it depends on what that is. So I allow variety within my rituals, and then that works for me. But having a time and a schedule is this.
I'm the schedule. I literally do. In the morning, depending on the day, my schedule will be that, and the only time I break that is if, again, like something comes like that the other day. We done a podcast interview at 7 o'clock in the morning. And the only reason we've done that is because it was a mentor of mine, someone I've been following for a long time. The only time I could get him in. So I thought, okay, the conversation was going to be too powerful for people who are going to listen to it and take from it to not do it. So that's the only time I do that. But most of the time, like 99% of the time, in my mornings are very structured. And then I know after I've done me time, then it'll be work time. And then there'll be a break where it'll be I'll cook, do lunch, then I'll go ground again. And then there'll be another time of work. And then it'll be back into dinner time, where I'll cook again and go outside, to spend a bit of time in nature, and then come back to our time then, usually, or depending on obviously if we have clients late in the evening. So that the evening times are a bit more flexible, mainly because of where we are and where clients are and stuff we do like this. But mornings, afternoons, for me, they're pretty set. I've got very blocked out times.
Somebody could ask me at any moment and I could have a pretty good guess as to what John would be up to. Like, even if I wasn't there at the other side of the world, like, all right, what time is it? Then it's standing on the beach with a bulletproof coffee right now. Like, it's like clockwork.
Yeah, that works for me, and I love that. And I've definitely got a lot more variety than I used to. I used to be very rigid. But now I will only change things up if I feel they're no longer serving me or working anymore. So like for me, I used to train a lot in the gym, and that got to a point where it no longer served me. It wasn't giving me what I needed for my health. So I switched it up. I train twice in the gym a week now, and that's it, because that's what feels good, and it serves me in those times. But I fit that in, and it's a structure. So I know the same time every week I'll be in the gym, whether Charlotte's coming with me or not, I'm going. So
and it'll be the same routine.
Yeah, it'll be the same routine. And I like that's what I like. That's how I function. It's what feels good for me. And that's how I've always been. But I've learned to be more flexible with it, and learned to be more kind of variety orientated when I need to be. But adaptable. But a lot of the time I like to be structured.
Okay, like I struggle mostly with my evening rituals. I never, like, I promised a lot of times that I'm going to do evening rituals, but they go off the chart. Like I do mostly in the morning. So what is like the most important evening rituals that you guys do for yourselves, like which is non-negotiable for you?
For me, it's journaling. So I have a very specific thing that I do for journaling, but it's not a long-winded thing. So the thing I would say with that, anybody that's struggling to implement, even if you've got good intention, is make it as easy as possible. Whatever it is, make it easy, make it convenient, make it short. So my evening journal, I literally I reflect on what are my power leaks, and I try my best to come up with 5 of each of these things. I have 5 power leaks. Where have I lost my life force energy today? I have a body scan in there, and I make a note of the things that I've noticed. So I'm dropping into my body to kind of through my action of journaling. It's just a quick check-in. I also have an energy check at the same time, as in, okay, how is my energy feeling? So how's my physical body feeling? And then what's going on with my energy right now? And that's probably a conversation for another day, because that goes a bit deeper, but I think you'll probably enjoy that conversation, Preet. The other thing that I look at is how, like 5 things I'm grateful for, 5 wins, lessons from the day, and then what are my vows to play an even better game tomorrow. So by the end of every single day, I have kind of evaluated, and then it's okay, well, what does tomorrow look like? Who do I need to be tomorrow to make tomorrow better than today was? And that is my non-negotiable. If I do that and go to bed, I'm good, I sleep well, and I wake up the next day feeling clear. So that's the thing for me.
Yeah. For me, it's much more simple. I find it very easy to switch off after I've done something. Like, for example, today we'll be already after midnight anyway. I'm not sure what the time is. But after this, I'm very good at once this workshop is done, we've done what we needed to do, I'm easy to switch off and go straight to bed and be able to calm my nervous system down very quickly. I've been very good at that for decades now. That's one thing I've always been good at, switching off when I need to. But my 2 kind of big things are outside of this event, because we're going to be later than normal, is blue light glasses and going to bed at the same time every night. And that is key for me.
They're the 2 basics.
Those are my 2 basics for me that work well. Blue light, because we like watching movies. I love movies. I love series because I love the stories. I like that kind of immersing myself in those worlds as well. So sometimes we do watch a little bit later than planned, but as long as we've got the blue light glasses on, and stick to that going to bed at the same time, for me that works well, because I can easily switch off from what I was doing to what I need to do next. If I do feel like my mind's racing or that, I know what I need to do is tap into my body, which is breath work, whether that's conscious breathing, heart-mind coherence, some meditative style, quantum flow, whatever that is, to do that. But for me, that's very rare. Like I said, only need to do that when I feel that my nervous system isn't switching off quick enough. But most of the time it does. So for me, those are my two kind of big ones: blue light glasses and go to sleep at the same time every night, regardless of what's happening.
Yeah, I think that
with the blue light glasses. Sorry to interrupt you. But with the blue light glasses while watching the movie, doesn't it like feel odd, or you get used to it? Like you wear the red ones.
You get used to it very quickly. It was weird at first because everything is red. It's like, because obviously it blocks out blue light. So when you're watching anything that's blue, you don't see the blue light. So its colors change a bit, but you do get used to it very quickly. It doesn't take away from the experience at all. So we're used to it in a few days. But the thing is, like, even though it is a bit weird compared to watching without, the benefits outweigh what the consequences of not. And that's the key, is I'm more interested in, obviously, my nervous system and my sleep than I am watching a movie without blue light glasses to have that better experience, to get like the light and all the senses going. So for me, it's more, the sleep's more important than the movie itself. So you get used to it very quickly, and sometimes we don't even realize we have them on. I think there's been a few times.
Okay.
You go, well, where are the glasses? Oh yeah, they're on my face.
Okay.
I think
thank you for sharing.
The key here is have your bare minimum rituals, right? Have your easy win rituals, like wearing blue light glasses, a quick journal, or a quick 2-minute meditation, whatever that is. Even if it's you doing it whilst you're laying there in bed, eyes closed, that's when you do it. Do something that's like an easy win. And then if there are other rituals, like, so for me as well, like most nights I will do something like qigong or a meditation, or like a Reiki scan as well. But that's not part of my bare minimum. If I'm having, like, if I've got less time, or I am feeling particularly lazy that day, or I don't feel like I've got the energy and I do just kind of want to go to bed, I will just do the minimum thing. And that's okay, because then I've chosen it. Right? I'm doing that lovingly. So just be careful you're not picking too many rituals and kind of just try and do everything all at once. That all or nothing mentality, right?
Yeah, because it can get exhausting. Well, we try that as well, like 2 hours before, okay, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, then I'm going to do that, then I'm going to do that, then I'm going to do that. And then after about a week, it's like, oh God, this is exhausting. I just want to relax. So it's really pick what works for you. And like trying to say, do the bare minimum. And when you feel like it, just to know that you're going to be able to calm everything down and get into that resourceful state to get into a healthy sleep.
Thank you very much for sharing.
Like you said, Preet, with that perspective of you're not just doing it for doing its sake, you're doing it based on who it is you are. Bear that in mind as well as you go into evening routines, because, you know, why do you want to wear blue light glasses? Exactly. Why do you want to run your evening rituals? Like, what's that got to do with who you are? And when you connect those dots, perfect. So maybe one of your stretch goals is healthy night's sleep. You said sleep was one of your main goals this year. It's to bed on time, waking up at the same time. Maybe it is the blue light glasses. Like, set those things as your rituals, because it's clearly something that's important to you. Be easy.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing.
Renad, your hand is up again. Alan, we'll come back to you after, my lovely, because I did promise you. So Renad.
Yeah, I have a question. I'm not sure if you've answered and I didn't pick it up correctly. So sacred rituals, are they kind of like forever? I mean, for example, there are things that are going to be maybe important for me for life. So like, for example, we pray, so that's like, it's always there. Or some things, maybe we do them just for a period of time to get something. Like, I'm trying to think, because you said we start with bare minimum, for example. So I do, let's say, a quick journal and breathing and all of that, and then you will keep adding, but then it will be a lot, right? So do you start switching, or does it serve you, not serve you? How do you think about that?
Yeah, great question. So as soon as things start coming second nature to you, they don't need to be on your sacred rituals list, because you're doing them automatically. So for me, grounding is not on my sacred rituals. Hydration is not on my sacred rituals, because those are things that I just do. right? I don't even think about it. It's just something that I do. So as soon as something starts to become second nature, it no longer has to be a sacred ritual that you check on and tick off, because it's now become part of who you are. You've embodied it, right? So that's what I would suggest. But also, yes, your sacred ritual will change. Your sacred ritual will change when your stretch goals change. It will change when maybe the priorities in your life change as well, right? So for me, for example, like I said earlier, is like for the first few months of this year, one of my sacred rituals was phone off until 11 a.m. right? That's not a sacred ritual for me anymore, because now it's not a problem, right? It's not something that I need to stretch myself to do. I can just not pick up my phone, right? It can be on and I just won't touch it. It's fine now, right? So it's, as soon as something becomes less important, then it doesn't need to be a ritual anymore, right? Or you have already embodied it so well that you don't have to almost make it a ritual, because it just happens. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, perfect. I think I get it, because we just have to visit and see the things. And sometimes I guess, like, for example, let's say I want to fix my sleep or the way I wake up in the morning. So I do that as a sacred ritual to become second nature. I'll drop it. Maybe I'll travel for a month, come back. It's back to my sacred ritual list, because I need to train myself, right? So that's the how. Perfect. Okay, now I'm thinking in the right direction. Thank you so much.
You got it.
You did very
You're welcome. Keep your alarm clock somewhere else, by the way, like so that the snooze button isn't near you. Put it on the other side of the room.
So you have to get out of bed to put the snooze, or just
doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
Get one.
Doesn't work. I could sleep through a snooze. Like, I have an alarm to wake up for morning prayer. It could go off for 3 hours and I keep sleeping, because I don't know why. It's like, this is crazy. You know, I need to do intentions.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wake up at this time. Yes, I like that intention. Hello, my lovely. Are you still here? Are you able to unmute yourself and talk to us?
Hi, yes, I'm still here. Just a little bit tired from the course and sleepy, but I'm here.
Thank you for hanging around. So you asked in the group the other day, or one of the things you wanted more clarity on is, you said, if we were aware of things from the root level, will that make it easier to let go or change? Do you want to expand on that question at all before I jump in?
Yes. So let's say procrastination, and I'm talking about that's probably my number one blocker at the moment. And if I know at the root level what's causing me to procrastinate, would I be able to change faster? Would I be able to get out of it faster and easier and effortlessly? Or does it require me to, let's say, dig deeper and work more and take more actions, and
So I don't believe that it is about always doing more. I believe it is about coming back to who you're being, right? And I know I'm like on a bandwagon this last 10 days and like a broken record there. But when we explore at the root level, as I know you know, is like when we are looking deeper at our identity, when we're looking deeper at our belief systems and our core values, it definitely can make things easier. However, that being said, sometimes we can know too much, and we then get stuck in the knowing, right? Or we get stuck in all of the information that we just don't take action, because our energy is being wasted on questioning, why is this happening? What's blocking me? Why am I doing this? Why am I doing that? So, you know, the age-old saying of ignorance is bliss, honestly, it can be, right? It really can be. And it can be a case of, no, you just need to bite the bullet and do it. However, if there is a fear, right, or if there is something you're gaining from not taking action, then it needs to be addressed. It needs to be. And it needs to be dug deeper. But only you'll know, I think, deep down, which one makes sense for you. What does make sense for you, Alam?
So I've been working on myself, and I've been taking actions, and I've been moving forward, and I've been growing, and I know that, and I've noticed that, and I know it's working. It's just that sometimes I just stop in the middle of things. You know, I stop following through just because of the sake of not following through, and for no other reason. And I keep questioning myself, okay, what's going on? You know, what's stopping me from continuing, for example?
Do you have the energy to follow through on what you want to do?
Yes.
Do you have the community and support system to follow through on what you do?
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't.
Okay, so that's an area of opportunity right there. Okay, community needs to be consistent.
Okay.
Right, that will help you be consistent.
Okay.
What about alignment, as in what we've spoken about today? Identity and stretch goals. Those things.
Okay, so
in mind.
So what happens is I do the alignment and I'm sure of what I want, but then after, like, say, going through the course of doing it, or the actions that I'm taking, I stop being engaged. I stop being passionate about it. Like I kind of forget why I started in the first place. And that's where my issue is at the moment.
And when you forget, how do you try to remind yourself of why you started?
So I meditate on it, I work on it, and what happens is I journal about it, and sometimes I sleep on it, sometimes I seek help, sometimes I just go and, you know, call a friend or call a coach. I need help, I have this kind of blockage. What can I do more, or what else can I do to identify where the issue is?
Well, Alam, you'll understand this question I'm asking you. What's your driving question at the moment? What's the question that you're asking yourself over and over again?
For the last couple of I'd say for the last 1 month is, am I doing things right? And I know it's not a very good empowering question. So yeah,
I would encourage you, one, to revisit that question, obviously, and shift it to a more empowering one. But I've heard you say doing probably about 30 times since you've
I'm not being
yourself. Right. And it is about coming back to who you are being. And I'm not even going to apologize for saying it again. But
I know, I get it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. Yeah. Thank you very much for
it's being the narrative you're applying to it and coming back to who you are, not even necessarily what the goal is, right? So yes, it's important to have stretch goals, but if you're living every day as who you are, that is going to lead you to where it is you're supposed to be. Your stretch goal might change, and that's okay, so long as you are still acting in accordance to who you are. But in order to act in accordance of who you are, you need to be who you are.
Yes.
I think an empowering driving question around who you are being could be useful to explore.
Okay, yeah.
And community, consistent support, and not, it doesn't even have to be a coaching session like we said earlier. It could be a friend that you're saying, okay, I want you to call me on this, I want you to remind me who I am. Send them your spidergram, right? And say, okay, when I come to you and I'm not acting, you need to give me a good talking to about who it is I'm being.
Yeah, I'm working on that actually. I've got some help from so we're working on that, inshallah.
Good. Keep coming back to it, and regularly as well, like weekly if possible.
Hopefully, yes.
Can I jump in and just say something?
Yeah, of course.
Sure.
Hi. I've been here. I'm traveling right now, so I can't be on video, but I've been listening in. And so for Ahlam, I don't know if this is your situation, but I just wanted to add something that I've kind of been trying to remind myself, because I sometimes find myself in the same situation where I start something and I think that it's what I want, and then I find myself getting stuck, and then I don't follow through, and then it, really like affects me, because I'm not the type to just kind of give up and change my mind and be very fickle. But something that I've I've been trying to remind myself is that it's okay to change your mind, and that, you know, at some point you might have wanted something at one point, but as you've walked into that, then maybe you decide that this isn't actually what you want, and giving yourself that grace and compassion to just accept that, yeah, this isn't actually what I want, and what I want is something else. And so, yeah, I think just giving yourself that compassion to not feel that guilt or shame when you don't follow through, and kind of just knowing that difference.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, 100%. That's yeah, perfect, Kristen. Really good addition there. I think it's essential, right? It is essential. I've always been one for changing my mind. Like I said earlier, variety is a big thing for me. But I also think that it is important to remember that even when you change your mind, it's still leading you to where it is you're supposed to be as well. Because sometimes, like you said, that shame or that guilt can slip in there, and then we start to think, okay, well, where am I going? Where am I heading? And even though the end isn't clear, by coming to it from that compassionate place, you're still on the path that you're supposed to be on. It's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that, Kristen. Kristen, did you want to have any questions or anything else from your side? Now I know you're here.
Gosh, you know, I think for me, this topic has just been very relevant to kind of what I'm walking into the season that I'm in. And so I just really resonated with this topic, and just kind of what you were talking about in the beginning of, you know, what is it that we want versus what it is that society and culture and other people want for us. And I think for, I don't know if I've shared that in this group or with you personally, I can't remember what I've shared, but I think that's been the big impetus for my big life change, to move to Thailand and start my own health and wellness business, and to also work with people who are experiencing like the burnout and stress that I experienced really severely last year. But I had this struggle because I've spent my entire career in academia, in higher education, and that's sort of been the expectation of me. You know, I've always excelled academically, and so I think that there's always been this expectation that, of course, I would stay working at a university and doing research and doing, you know, all of this. And so what are people going to think of me if I all of a sudden quit that job, leave a stable, secure, steady paycheck, and, you know, do something that seems very like, I don't know, like fluffy is the right word, but just like, you know, too free spirited. And that's not really like how my family is, how I've been raised. But I know that this is what I want to be doing, and this is how I want to be helping other people. And I truly feel like that is more in alignment. And so I guess I'm just, yeah, like sort of in this weird transition season right now, as I'm like trying to wrap up this one phase of my life as I move into this other phase. And so it's been really hard to implement and keep these basic rituals or disciplines, as I call them. And so, yeah, I don't know if I have like a particular question, or maybe if you guys can just kind of speak on your own transition when you were moving. And granted, you were staying kind of in the same field and same area of work, but I think just how do you navigate like a huge life transition? Because I think it's easy to be in a rhythm and a routine when you have some stability. And right now I just feel like everything is so up in the air while I close up my life in the US and move to Thailand and leave my job and start a new business, and, you know, all these things. So I don't know if you have any advice, or if anyone else on this call has any advice, but I'd be happy to, or, you know, curious to hear what anyone has to share.
Absolutely. God, transitions, like it's just such a funny one. Like you said, it's almost like you're in limbo. You've got one foot in one place and one foot in something else. Completely resonates what that feels like. Do you want to go first?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, because when we transitioned, we've done a few transitions, from obviously working for big corporate companies to then working for ourselves, and then combining what we do to then create what we're doing now, and then moving from the UAE to here. And I think with all of those transitions, I think for me, it felt like it was right. And I think that was the thing, going from one to the other, finishing up one, moving to the next one, closing that business, starting up another one, moving another country. It all kind of felt that was happening at the right time, even though we didn't plan it. If that makes sense. We didn't plan. It was just, we started talking about things happened, and then we made a decision, and it just felt right. We didn't personally, I didn't feel much, what was it? Anything really holding me back from taking that step. Like as soon as we made the decision, it seemed like, yeah, okay, great, we're moving to Thailand, or we're gonna close these two businesses and open our combined business. And it just seemed to kind of fit very well. And it just seemed to, it's kind of hard to explain because it's more of a feeling than it was a logical thought process.
I think one of the things that, in terms of the biggest transition that was the most challenging, was when we went from the UAE. We were supposed to go back to the UK for like a month or two, and then come to Thailand. That was not in our
that
plan.
Was a show. Yeah, that was.
We ended up getting stuck in the UK for a year, and we were staying in a family dynamic that come with some changes, some challenges as well. And what was interesting was how we kind of doubled down on the things that were important to us in order to keep one foot in where we were and one foot in where we were going. Because like similar to what you were saying, is there was expectations around the choices we were making from society, right? Our family's like, why are you doing this? Why do you want to do this? Like when we left working for somebody else, like we was on good salaries, we were, you know, it was all secure, stable. It was like we had good positions in terms of seniority and things like that. And family members specifically were like, you're crazy, why are you doing this? But we did it anyway. We set up our own business, 2 successful businesses. And then we obviously said, okay, well now we're going to do not something else, essentially the same path, like you said, the same field, but we essentially were closing down 2 businesses, one fitness education business and one coaching business. And then our family's like, why have you done that now? Like you left the secure job, you finally got your businesses to a point where they were secure, and now you want to change it again. And it's like constant judgment, question, people putting in their own like fears essentially and like projecting them in our direction, which was challenging as well. So with all of that going on, patience and surrender were probably the 2 biggest things that we learned in that space of time. Patience with ourselves, patience with others, surrendering to where we were and what we could do and what we couldn't do, right? Because sometimes it was easier to lean into those rituals or disciplines, depending on certain environments we were in and things like this as well. But those were definitely 2 things. And obviously listening to the feeling, right? Because no doubt at any point did we doubt that it didn't feel right. Even if the mind went, okay, well, why are we doing this? If anything, it just reaffirmed why we were doing it in the first place, which brought us even closer to who we are. And then into obviously the path that we ended up taking.
Exactly. Every time someone questioned what we were doing, like why we were doing it, is we had that instant kind of remembering of why we're doing it, and we knew why. There was no doubt in our mind that it was the right decision for us. It was the right choices we were making. I think that was quite, I think that also confused people, because I think most people aren't, when they do kind of get questioned, they start to doubt and go, why am I doing this? Is this the right thing for me? And for me, before we kind of got into what we're doing now, my whole thing was about stability and security. Like me doing all that, from a very good paying secure job to starting our own businesses, to closing them, to then combining, moving country, that before I'd done all my work, that would have been a no-no. I would have gone, hell no, I'm staying exactly where I am because it's safe.
You like predictability.
I like predictability. I like routine. I like security. I like stability. That was like, everything was about that. And then everything changed when I started to do that inner work and started to focus on that surrendering mentality of thinking, okay, it's good to have that, but I don't get to experience all these amazing, I don't get to experience other countries. I don't get to experience opening my own business. I don't get to experience all these amazing things that come along with taking those risks and stepping out there. And I think that's, like, I still like stability. I still like security. Who doesn't? But I love adventure. I like trying new things. I like taking risks. I like meeting new people. I like going to new countries. I like new experiences. So it's finding that balance between the both. And I think it all comes back to every time we make it, like we said before on previous days, is every time we choose to do something, we choose it based on, is it aligned with who we are? And if the answer is yes, we do it. If it's not, we rethink it.
Yeah.
And that's the key. It all comes back down to, like we said, every choice, every decision we make all comes back down to, is this aligned with who we are as individuals, but also as a couple?
I think it's really, really important that you think about what can anchor you during this transition, because in any transition, there's going to be some swinging on that pendulum that we described the other day. What anchors you in your center, right? Faith, perhaps some other like physical self-care rituals that you might have. Like, what are the things that anchor you, and just make sure those are your non-negotiables. And like you said about having grace for where you are and the fact that you're in that transition, being patient with yourself and perhaps others. I think that those things combined, I think would always help us in a future transition. Yeah. So I hope that's shed some light.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for sharing your experience. And really, I think just kind of hearing your story, is inspiring. And it just kind of shows me that, that like, you've done it as well, and you've also experienced the same emotions and doubts and questions and judgments from your family as well, that I think is to be expected, but you're doing it, and you are clearly thriving and in alignment with what it is that you want to be doing, and that's exactly what motivated me to do this as well. And so it's just really cool to see you, because you guys are further ahead in the journey than I am, but thank you for your experience and sharing.
Thank you so much. So in the chat over here, I think there's been a whole conversation happening here. So let's just catch up between Alam and Renad. I also relate with you somehow. I always thought it was lack of discipline, a new perspective of being, rather than doing it amazing. Renad, I know, right? Loving Christine's input there. Thank you for the knowledge. May, you're welcome. May, are you still here? Yes. Can you unmute yourself and just ask us whatever it is you want us to elaborate on more? I think that's going to be easier than us trying to follow this thread.
Yeah, true. I was just sitting there randomly, and I just typed a question in Google: what's the root cause for procrastination? And with the first article that came up, that says, shockingly, it's not per se a lack of discipline or a lack of motivation. Rather, it's inability to regulate your own emotion, or actually to know what you are feeling and exactly, and what to do about it. Yeah. So it's like a pile of negative emotions that you don't really know what to do with it. So procrastination gives you this momentary relief, or what do you call it? Like a break. Yeah. So to get rid of all this responsibility, while actually in reality you are adding more, because whenever you are out of this phase, it feels worse. Yeah. So
yeah, definitely. I can definitely relate to that perspective completely. I think it's another form of swinging on that pendulum, isn't it? It's like it's almost it's a form of secondary gain, isn't it? It's like there's a problem, but we're gaining something from it, which is that sense of relief. So yes, yeah. The question becomes, how can you find a sense of relief without the modality being procrastination? And I think you're right in what you said here about it being emotional regulation and being able to express how you're feeling, but also listening to what it is you want and where it is you want to be going, or what you're struggling with. Because when we are trying to look for relief from our responsibilities or our past or whatever it is, we're burying it, right? We're just pushing it away instead of welcoming it,
dealing with it.
And if we're being truly compassionate with ourselves, and we truly want to change, and we are honoring where we are on the journey, at some point we have to say, okay, I can't keep pushing this away. It's time for me to look behind the curtain and deal with what this is, right? Whatever that is, whether it be emotions, beliefs, fears, whatever that is, it becomes essential. Otherwise, you don't move forward. And you've described obviously that's kind of where you're at this point. So the question comes, are you willing to look behind the curtain and welcome in the things that perhaps you're pushing away and trying to find relief from?
Yeah, definitely, it's time. I'm almost 40. I have less than a year to be 40. I think it's time to do this.
Well, that sounds good to me, right? And that's the point, right? Is that we have to then be willing to look behind the curtain. And listen, you've known me for a while now, May, and obviously you've played a part in part of my journey back when we was doing our certifications. And there are things that only recently I've allowed myself to look behind the curtain for, right? And we're talking years, we're talking in life, right? And so it's okay, so long as at some point we do, some point we allow ourselves to. When it gets to the point where it's a problem, right, it then becomes almost essential. Otherwise, the more we try to bury it, the louder it's going to get and try and bring
to
it
get our attention.
Exactly. But your willingness to want to face whatever it is you're looking for relief from, that's where it all gets easier, right? Because whatever it is you're burying is ready to be resolved.
Yeah.
It's more than ready. And you're more than capable, right? Otherwise it wouldn't be coming up. You wouldn't be showing up if you didn't believe in yourself enough to know that it was possible as well. So even though, and this is one of the things I really admire here, May, is that even though you feel like you've lost a bit of faith in all of the self-development books that you've been learning, trainings that you've attended, perhaps in yourself in some ways because of the things you've started and stopped, even though those things are there somewhat in your mind, you are still showing up, which tells me that you have got faith in something. And that is the same faith that is going to get you through whatever it is you're trying to push away.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Yeah. Does it, and find relief in that for a while. Find
Yeah,
relief in that, because there's something you're believing in, and rightly so.
Yes, true.
I'm not sure if that answers your question at all.
Yeah, sure it did.
Yeah, all right, amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Well, it's always you. I think you three that are here till the end. I love it. I love it.
I don't want to miss out on anything.
That's it. Good. I love it. Showing up 100%. Is there any other questions, thoughts, feedback, anything you need to know at this point? No. Okay. In that case, listen, tomorrow is optimization day and integration day. So yeah, I don't really want to say any more than that.
We're not going to say any more. But it's the last day. Go do your homework from today, guys. Those 3 tasks on there. And then obviously put them in the WhatsApp group, share them with everyone. And then obviously we'll look forward to seeing you for the final day number 10. Yeah. Amazing. Thank you so much for your time and your energy. Enjoy the rest of your days, thanks, evenings.
See you guys. Thank you. Bye.
Take care.
Thank you guys. Bye. Hello, everyone.
Hello. It is the final day. We're here already. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. It feels like it's gone like super fast. Like yesterday was the first day.
I know. It's gone absolutely crazy, guys. It's how's everyone feeling? Obviously, being on the final day, how's everyone getting on? How's everyone getting on with the homework from yesterday?
It's coming in the WhatsApp group. It's coming, thick and fast in the last like 15 minutes.
Excellent, guys. So obviously, like we said, if you just, like Charlotte said yesterday with the homework, what you've done now, you can still expand on it. It's not something that you can just be finished in 5 minutes, or whatever you sent, you can still reflect on it, learn on it, build on it. And expand it even more. But I'm sure by now you've noticed there's an underpinning theme behind each day, okay, which is responsibility. So everything we share with you is all about you guys showing up for yourself, taking responsibility, because no one's coming to save you. Okay, it's clear that if you're not changing how you show up and take care of yourself, then you're choosing your situation. Okay, and it's okay when you're not aware and you're not sure what's happening, but when you are aware and you know what needs to change in your life to live the life that you want and to show up as who you are, you're not changing it and you are choosing that situation. And we're not saying it's always easy, okay, but we are saying there's always a choice. So choose to lean into any or all of the tools that you've received so far, but ultimately the choice always comes back to who are you choosing to be? Okay, so it's all about being as opposed to doing.
Yeah, so guys, day 10. Now this is all about obviously optimizing and integrating everything that we've been covering. And first, before we kind of jump into a couple of exercises for you, I really want to highlight some of the main reasons why people still don't act even after getting those tools into place. And we have kind of been addressing these as we go, but it's really important to highlight them so that you have an even deeper awareness. So obviously you can see here on the screen in front of you, you've got some bullet points here. So the first one there is that if we don't feel safe, we do not follow through. Okay, we all have like our comfort zone, then we have a growth zone, and then we have our danger zone. And if we jump from the comfort zone into that danger zone too fast and we expect too much, or we put ourselves too far out there, we will retreat. So we always want to be leaning into that growth zone as much as possible. And guess what? We've obviously been speaking about this since the very beginning, hence that window of tolerance. Okay, when we are inside that window of tolerance, our system, our body, our mind starts to feel safe. Okay, so these bullet points is going to be very clear as I continue to just kind of touch on each of them, is that actually we've already given you the antidote to these things. It's just about you now connecting those dots and pulling on the ones that perhaps are more relevant for you, if at all. Okay, so the second reason why most people don't follow through is because they have simply forgotten who they are. And we've had this conversation in a lot of the Q&As about, people going along with what society thinks that they should or shouldn't do. This is a classic example of that, or with us forgetting what we're really made of. Hence why you did the Who Am I exercise. I think some of you had some beautiful, beautiful descriptions of yourselves on those. And I really hope that you keep those things in the forefront of your mind so that you can use that to carry you forwards. The other reason why most people don't follow through is because they judge themselves, their own worst critics. Okay, now there's a fine line between being constructive in your judgment and reflections, like you found out yesterday when you did the wise witness. You can just witness and then look for opportunities to grow, or you can choose to beat yourself up and really judge yourself harshly. Which one do you think moves us into action the best? Right, the one where we're not judging, isn't it? And obviously the antidote there is love and compassion. Love and compassion every time. A supportive community, we spoke about this briefly yesterday, that is essential for everybody. I don't think that needs much more indulgence from my side. If that still invokes any questions, bring them to the Q&A shortly. The other reason why most people don't follow through is the outdated version of themselves, right? Is they are acting on an outdated version of who it is they are. And what I mean by that is, for example, perhaps in the past, you haven't been able to take action, or in the past, you haven't been able to get the results you want. That's not who you are anymore. Perhaps that is the identity that you were keeping then. That doesn't have to be true moving forwards. And unfortunately, we are kind of wired to operate from our past experiences, which in some cases obviously is very helpful, but in other cases not so much. So if you believe, for example, that every time you lose weight, you put it back on again. Every time you try to do something new for your business, you stop and you just start procrastinating because you're not sure. You start questioning why you're doing it all. Reality is that is an outdated version of yourself. So what is the upgraded version? Check on the Who I Am exercise and always come home to that. The last two here is, one is chasing what we don't want. That stops us from following through. So for example, one in the group, Linda, I believe it was you, but I know I've seen this, a lot of people doing this, is the stretch goal that was put is stop feeling anxious, right? And if we are focusing on stop being anxious, we're focusing on the thing that we do not want, right? If we wake up every morning and say, right, my goal today is to stop being anxious, the picture that your subconscious immediately sees is anxiety, right? So what we want to do is present ourselves with a nice picture of what it is you do want every single time. Okay. And last but not least, the most one of the reasons why most people don't follow through is because they do not have any boundaries. They let everything else come either before them, or they don't have any boundaries with themselves to be able to actually say no to something in order to say yes to something else. So these are often just the key things, the key points that most people don't talk about when it comes to not following through. But it's essential that you recognize which ones are your tendency and just start to put a pin in them.
Absolutely, guys. So you've seen this already in your workbook, and a few days ago you had one that's called your current day that we asked you to fill out on what your current day looks like. So this is your optimized day now. Okay, so you over the last 10 days, you've learned a lot of tools, you've learned a lot more information, and most importantly, yesterday you created your sacred rituals. Okay, so you know now what you need to do on a daily basis to work towards and start achieving your stretch goal and becoming who you are. So this, now you need to just plug and play it into your optimized day around your work, whatever else are your commitments. So like we discussed yesterday, I know on the Q&A, we went quite a lot into our optimized days and what they look like and how it fits together. So your job, your homework off the back of today is to fill this out in your workbook or on a blank sheet of paper, if you have a soft copy of your workbook, and create your optimized day. What does that look like? How does your sacred rituals fit into your optimized day, along with all your other responsibilities that you have in terms of work, with obviously family lives, friends, all these other things that you want. Okay, so how does that look? So this is your homework on the back of that, and we would like you to obviously send a picture of this into the group, because remember, even though this is the final day, this is not the last you're going to hear from us, and hopefully it's not the last we're going to hear from you guys. So we want to hear from you afterwards. You want to keep this support going. So this is an example of ours. So this is Charlotte on the left, mine on the right. Okay, it's quite small, I know, but we did discuss it yesterday a bit. So obviously morning here, all the way around, obviously to midnight, back into the morning again. So yes, so you were gonna?
No.
Okay, so how you optimize your day is to be able to realistically implement and stack these tools into your life. Okay, you create your sacred rituals, you learn a lot of tools to help you over these last 10 days. So how do you stack these into your life? Timing is everything, guys. Otherwise, it all gets too much. It gets overwhelming. And this is vital.
And often if it doesn't get planned, it doesn't get done.
Definitely.
Right, on the most part. And you guys, you have, obviously, those of you that have done your homework, and there was some great homework in the sent in the group, is you've already picked the key tools that you know are going to work for you. If you're yet to do your homework, go back and have a look at all of the tools that we shared over the last 10 days and pick the ones that resonate with you the most, that you feel like you're going to benefit from, and start to plug them in. Okay, so essentially this picture here is a clock, isn't it?
Yes.
So just literally plug in which tool fits into your life alongside the other components of your day.
Yeah, so for obviously like example, what works for you is important. Like you might have all these tools and go, I want to put all of them in, but then it might become overwhelming, and you think that when it becomes overwhelming, we stop doing things and we revert back to our comfort zone again, our old patterns. So it's important, even if you have, okay, I want to do everything, if that's not realistic, start with one thing.
Yeah.
Put one thing in, like maybe first thing, hydration. Okay, add your hydration in there, re-minimalize your water. Then next week, add something else. Okay, stack them over time to create your optimized day. You can create your optimized day now, how you want it to look, and then just start one at a time. Okay, it's about realistic priorities. The amount of times of clients in the past come say, oh, I'm trying to do all these things, but I can't fit them all in. There's not enough time, or there's too much. You don't have to do them all. You have to prioritize what is most important to you and what's going to have the biggest return of investment for you. Okay, and like we said before, over these last 9 days, the most important thing is sleep. That for me would always be my advice, would be priority number one. You get your sleep right, it does help everything else become a bit easier to be able to implement. So sleep would be priority number one, for me anyway. So it's about, what do you want your life to look like now? So if you think, okay, I want to optimize my life now, I want to optimize my day, what do I want it to look like? And then start to plan that in, write it down from the time you get up in the morning, whatever time that is, write it down. I get up at 6 a.m. I go to bed at 10 p.m. What does everything look like in between that? Okay.
So this is obviously approximately an hour per each section. Now, it's not always going to be exactly like that. I don't, for example, journal for an hour every single morning, right? Some days it will take me 5 minutes, some days it might take me a little longer. So what's just important is that you can see your milestones, and you can even write the time slots that feel right to you. But really the most important thing is that you have a plan, right? And you can make it as detailed as you want or as vague as you want. It's up to you. But the more vague it is, the less you'll be able to hold yourself accountable.
Okay. Like some of the visualizations you've been doing, the more detailed the visualization, the more power it creates, and the more you start to pull that into your life. The more vague it is, it becomes like the whole affirmations of, I am a confident person, but you don't really feel it inside. It's about getting details. It's the smelling it, seeing it, feeling it, believing it. It's all making sure that happens. What's it? What if unexpected issues come up? And they will. Yeah, that's and okay. It's okay to adapt. Remember, it's not about it's not about being perfect. Okay, like Charlotte said, it's about being directionally correct. But we have days where things come up. Yeah. And if it does come up, we acknowledge it. We accept the fact that, okay, this has come up. This means we're not able to do this when we planned it. Maybe we can fit it in at another point in a day, or maybe we go back to it tomorrow. Yeah. Okay, so it's not about being perfect. It's not about going, okay, I've got, like here now, in my day, I've got quantum flow, breath workout, obviously ice bath. Now, there's some days where I wake up and if I haven't had a great night's sleep, I know my body is not in a right state to work out. So I'll acknowledge the fact and go, okay, it's on my plan, but I can feel that it's going to make things worse than better. So instead, I'm going to switch that out with some mobility work, or some breath work, more breath work, or meditation, or maybe just read, do something different. So it's okay to adapt. Yeah. And that's the most important thing. It's not about giving yourself a hard time because you didn't do it. It's about acknowledging that, okay, something's come up. I now need to readjust. I need to adapt to it, and then bring myself back on track.
And that's really what optimization is all about, isn't it? It's about being able to adapt and still do your best, right? That's what optimization really looks like in real life, you know? So it is really important, like John said, there is not to beat ourselves up if we miss something, right? For example, there's some days where we don't go for a walk outside because there's a thunderstorm going on. Exactly.
Right? There's a massive rate. There's like a tornado going on outside, not walking in that.
So it doesn't, it doesn't mean that it's a failure of a day or you didn't do what you needed to do. It really is just a really nice guide that you can fall back to. And if everything is running like clockwork, then great, fantastic. If not, this is your baseline, because if this is your baseline, right, you'll never drop. Exactly. Right, you'll never drop that standard, and that's what this is all about: is creating new standards for yourself.
Definitely, and I'll get to you. I see you raise your hand, Felicia. I'll get to you in 1 second. I just want to. Do we replace it with something else? Yeah, yes, you can do. Yeah, you can. If you can. If you can. Yeah, exactly. If something comes up, it might be work related, family related. It might be an emergency. Then you focus on where your focus needs to go. Like if I've got I don't know, I've got my breath work planned in, and then all of a sudden there's an emergency, and I'm going to go, okay, no, I'm going to keep doing my breath work. The house might be burning down, but I'm going to do my breath work. Okay, it's an extreme example, but you have to adapt to the situation that arises, and you can plan the best you can, but you're not always going to be able to stick to it 100% because some things do happen in life and things do show up. Most of the time, you're going to be able to stick to it, but occasionally things will show up. And if you don't do something else and your focus is on whatever shows up, that's absolutely fine. It's being okay with that, accepting it, and not judging yourself or beating yourself up about it. That's the most important thing, because when you do that, It's that beating up and that judgment that creates a toxic environment internally. It's not the thing that stopped you. So it's not the fact that you can't do your breath work because something, an emergency's popped up. It's your perception of what's happening and your feelings of what you're feeling that are going to cause more problems than just saying, okay, I accept what's come up. I'm going to have to adapt, which is absolutely fine. And I'm fine with that.
Just on that question, Jamila, there is like, do we replace it with something else? So for example, my evening when I'm winding down for sleep, like my ideal thing to do if I'm fully in my optimized day is to do a qigong session, right? And that will usually be like a 30-minute session. However, there are some days where I might have a late meeting or perhaps something else has come up, or maybe I haven't been able to spend some quality time with John during the day and therefore kind of make that up in the evening. And then instead of doing that like 30-minute qigong session, I will do a 5-minute heart-mind coherence or body scan, and I'm good to go. And I've still been able to stick to my sacred ritual of dropping into my heart and my body. So it's really just being adaptive, like John said.
Definitely. I just want to touch on a couple of things on this optimization that are good to think about when you're creating your optimized day is timing. So first one, sleep timing. As I know with people's jobs and what life, sometimes timing is a real challenge to go to bed and wake up roughly around the same time, give or take 30 minutes. But try your first focus of trying to go to bed and get up the same time as much as you can. Create that routine that your body craves when it comes to your sleep cycles. Second one is hydration, water. First thing in the morning, first thing you do, very important for your body, hydrate. Second thing is before eating, 30 minutes before, hydrate. It helps digestion. And as much as we're used to drinking while we're eating or after, try not to drink at least within the first 30 minutes to 1 hour after you've eaten, okay? Because it can disrupt the digestion process in terms of the nutrient breakdown and absorption. So the best thing you can do if you, obviously I know it's not always possible, right? It depends on what you eat. Sometimes you need to drink, but try your best to wait at least 30 minutes to an hour after you've eaten to hydrate again, to let your body do what it needs to do in terms of digesting that food. Then as well, before you go to bed, make sure you are fully hydrated. Now, if you're someone like me, I don't like drinking too close to bed. So I will make sure I'm fully hydrated well before, at least 3-4 hours before I go to bed. And I think my last glass of water will be 8 p.m. mainly because I don't like drinking too much just before I go to bed. But that's different for everyone. I know Charlotte she takes water to bed with her, but I'm very different. So it's finding what works for you. But food wise as well, I know this question did come up about when's the best, the last meal to have. Best time is 3 to 4 hours before you go to sleep. Okay. If you can see on our optimized day, we usually have our dinner, our main meal, just after midday. So, and then we have a light meal in the evening. So when most people would have their big meal in the evening, we've switched ours around and have our big meal in the afternoon, like at lunchtime, and our lighter, more lunchy based meal in the evening, because it's lighter on digestion and it's easy to digest. So when you go to bed, your energy, your system is not being pulled away to digest food, and it's being sent to where it needs to go to help you sleep better. Because when you're still digesting food, your body can't get into those sleep cycles effectively. It gets disrupted, okay? And the closer you eat to bed, the worse your sleep will be, because your body's focusing on digesting food and not on helping you calm down and sleep.
So remember, guys, this is optimized, right? This is us letting you know like what's really the best for this vessel, right? It doesn't mean you have to go and take absolutely everything that we say. Okay, because it might not be realistic. Maybe your evening family meal, that's your time for your quality time together. You don't suddenly have to swap everything out. But what is important is that you consider and know what impact that is having on your body. Okay. Do you want to answer Kalesh's question first?
Yes, Kalesh, what was your question?
So I've tried having a structured day before like this, and I have planned it out. But I find when I stray away from it, I do beat myself over it quite a bit. I do get anxiety, and I do think a lot about it. So what exercise would you recommend is the best to kind of to get over that as quick as possible if I do miss one of these milestones in the day?
Compassion. That is, so the beautiful thing there, and Linda asked a very similar question there about don't you think sticking to an exact routine will increase anxiety? And I completely see where that comes from. However, when you start to have these things in play, the anxiety reduces, right? So it's almost like what comes first, the chicken or the egg. You're going to wait until you're not anxious to do the things that you need to do to stop you being anxious, right? At some point, you've got to choose. But for you there, Kalish, it's fantastic that you've recognized it's the beating yourself up that's the problem, because that highlights that compassion is the very thing that you need to lean into, and a bit of self-kindness. So I do believe, and I think everybody should be realistic with what you're setting yourself. So for example, like yesterday I said 10 sacred rituals will really help you accelerate your personal growth, your self-development, your health, your happiness. But if you feel more comfortable doing maybe 2 or 3 to start with, that's okay, that's perfect. I believe you are all so much more capable of so much more than you think. It's just that we forget, right? So it's really to stretch you in doing this. So what's really, really important here is for you to make sure that love and kindness, self-love and self-kindness is a big part of your sacred rituals. Connection is a must. And as soon as you notice that you're off the track, you come back on. Even if you don't want to be kind to yourself about it, just don't be mean, be neutral, right? That's the next best thing, right? It's as soon as you notice, you come back on the track. Do you remember I would have said a few days ago, the analogy of walking the dog? When we walk the dog on the path, we don't shout and beat the dog for running off track. We don't. We gently just pull them back onto track and we carry on walking. And eventually we just keep on walking that path, right? It's the same scenario here, what we're speaking about. So the beautiful thing is you've got the awareness to notice if you go off track. Perfect. That is all you need to then go, hello, old friend, it's time to come back on track, right? And that is as light as it needs to be. But that is definitely a key area for you there, Kalish, is the self-compassion. Okay.
Sorry, I was going to say, yep. I'm so used to doing stuff under really high time constraints and high pressure environments, yep, that I found that over time I've only functioned best when my back's against the wall.
Yeah.
I'm trying to change that mentality because I don't want to get to that point where I'm, against time to get things achieved. Yep. And that's, I think, my default now. That's become my default. And is it just still carry on with the meditation and self-awareness exercises to kind of break that behavior and pattern?
It will definitely help, but your stretch goal will probably be a bit more important to you, given what you've just shared, because that keeps you driven towards something, right? And you can put your own time parameters on of what that looks like as well. So I would set yourself, we didn't speak about SMART goals yesterday and putting deadlines on things, because I really wanted you to acknowledge that it's who you're being today that's most important, because tomorrow is not promised. However, for somebody that's in your situation there, I think giving yourself a goal with a deadline will be helpful. But so long as it's you that's consciously choosing a goal that you want to achieve based on who it is you are, that's going to be essential. So if you can, make some of your stretch goals a little bit more specific and add a deadline to it, just to challenge you a little bit more, just so that there is a little bit of urgency there. It's not heightened and it's not external pressure. It's just you challenging yourself to go to that next level. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No.
Yeah. You're welcome. You're welcome. Linda, you got your hand up, my lovely.
Sure.
Yes, hi everybody. So to me, this is like I'm saying your example and Jonathan's example. To me, this is something impossible to happen, because with our responsibilities as parents, as taking care of other kids, as taking care of 1,000 things a day at home and outside the house,
yep,
actually, this is making me anxious right now. I'm like, I can't fit any of these except sleep, of course. I can fit it on a schedule because I have to sleep.
So that's where you start, Linda. Exactly. That is where you start.
But I can't, I barely can find the time in the morning for me to walk, like every morning, but some mornings I have to go grocery shopping, come back, do a meal, clean the house, take care of the cat, blah, 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 like in and out the house all the time. Yep. To me, I can't even find the time to do meditation, except like now I am adjusting my sleep time before I go to bed, like half an hour. I can't even read, so I sacrificed reading so I can do meditation so I can have a better sleep. Okay. It's for me, I can't do 90% of these things.
Okay. So, Linda, this is an example, okay? This doesn't mean your day has to be like this. Like we've said, everybody has to do this task for themselves. But what you've recognized there is the things that you can do, right? And that's the most important thing. So if sleep is the one thing you can do right now, fantastic. That's the one thing you optimize, right? Where'd she go? She's disappeared on my screen. Oh, man. Oh, she's here?
That's you.
Okay, as long as you can hear me, I'm going to pretend I can see you.
I can see you.
Okay, so what you want to do is really then focus on that sleep. If sleep is the one thing that you can make that quality time for, because that will have a knock-on effect for everything else. And then, like you've already said, is in the evening, you've realized, okay, well, maybe meditation is going to give you a higher return of your time invested compared to reading right now. Right, so the meditation is better compared to reading at the moment, and that's okay. Try that for a couple of weeks and start to see how much more grounded you feel from doing that. And then if you can, start to squeeze in some more things and some more things. But there's no reason why you can't potentially get your kids involved, right? Hopefully, your kids are moving around. Go dance with your kids, right? That's movement for your body. Right, help them take some nice breaths. So it doesn't have to be as clockwork as this. The most important thing is you've recognized the things that are important to you that you feel you need, and then you lean into those as best you can. So if this doesn't work for you, that's okay. This whole Kickstarter is about you taking the tools that you feel like are going to help you. Okay. Mm-hmm. So it's on you now to take responsibility and say, okay, perhaps me having a plan like this isn't ideal, but what I can do is this. And that's perhaps looking at the sleep, leaning into the meditation. You don't have to do everything. You need to choose the things that are going to give you that highest return. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. If you look at these days, these are our current optimized days. This never used to be like this. Like this is what we are working towards. Like we created this, but when I started, all I started with was 20-minute breath work thing first thing in the morning. That was it. It's all I'd done for about 2-3 months. I wasn't doing quantum flow at the time. Didn't even know what it was at that time. Wasn't doing ice bars. Barely going to the gym. I was just doing 20 minutes of breath work every morning. That was my starting point, and I'd done that for 2-3 months before I then added the next bit on. And it slowly developed to what I'm doing now, and this works for me as an individual. But we're showing you this as an example. This is what we currently do, but we had to build up to it. Yeah. So we didn't like one day just go, this is what we're going to do, and we started doing it.
You're right. Yeah.
We had to build it up over time, because the same thing, we had other responsibilities, other priorities, and some things we were in that mindset of we don't have the time to do this or this. So it took a while to start to create that optimized day. Yeah. If that makes sense. So it's writing it down just helps us understand this is what we want our optimized day to look like.
Linda, so before all of this, and I'm so glad this has kind of come up, because it's important to think about, because like our life wasn't always like this, right? So I used to work over 100 hours a week. I would fly when I was based in the UAE, I would fly to Kuwait, Jordan, Saudi Arabia multiple times in a week, as well as running teams responsible for like 600 staff, right? So I don't know about kids, okay? We don't have kids, but promise me some of those employees, I feel like I had a taste. But in reality, my day wasn't always like this. However, I still needed to plan my day. So I still had 24 hours like everybody else, right? Mm-hmm. And I was able to I was able to build a business working at that level just by prioritizing and choosing who am I going to be, where is my life going, and what needs to happen for me to continue on a healthy, happy path. And that didn't mean me going for a walk after lunch every single day. No, it didn't, right? But it did mean perhaps me waking up 30 minutes earlier so that I could get a workout in or to get a meditation in. Sometimes I did sacrifice sleep to do that because I knew it was good for my mental health, right? So it just really kind of coming back to the same point here is you've got to pick what works for you and your lifestyle, because you're all so different. Every single one of you that are on here, you're all so different. This is why it's your task to plug this stuff into your life in a realistic way. Does that make sense, Linda?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. It's just the thing that when we're trying to take care of ourselves more right now, we have like more awareness of how love like ourselves more, how to take care of ourselves more. It's that the thing when we want to like do the things we like, we still feel guilty that we are being selfish. We can't give the people around us what they want, because they will notice the change. They're gonna ask us, for example, my husband and my kids, mommy, you don't spend time with us, you have to do meditation. Oh, mommy, you don't do this with us, you are sleeping early. So I will feel guilty that because I used to give everything, all my time to my family, my husband, my friends and neighbors around me, and I forgot myself. Now, when I think like I need to do this to myself, even like giving up reading for me is I feel guilty that I am not doing the things I like to do. You know what I mean? This is the feeling that in our culture, maybe we keep stuck because our culture is much different than the European culture or like American culture. I'm seeing my neighbors here, everybody's like minding their own business, but in our culture, we can't. You have responsibilities toward your family, your friends, your in-laws, your whoever. So actually we are so torn apart in every direction that we can't really focus that much on ourselves for a long time. I can't give myself once a week to meditate or like give myself a nice bath instead of like quick showers. I can do that once a week, but I can't do it in early, like in daily basis. And that's why it's like, for me, it's like, I'm fine, then I'm not. I'm fine, I'm not. Like that I wrote yesterday that when I hear this, I determined to change. But after this goes, everything just wears out and I'm so carried away with my life. I go to the point I started. I don't want to go back to the point I started. I want to keep building, except like, okay, yes, I will do that, but no, because the responsibility of life is so difficult for us to focus on ourselves.
I hear you. Yeah, I hear you for sure. And one of the things I mentioned at the start of the call, I'm not sure if you was here, was about boundaries. And I know you have responsibilities, and I know perhaps they are more than others. I completely understand that, and I really respect that. At the same time, that makes it even more important for you to say no sometimes, not all the time, but communicate with what you're doing and why you're doing it as well, right? And work on your perception around what your time means for you and the guilt that's attached to it, right? Because that's really the issue here. It's not time. Time isn't the problem, Linda, and I know that might be hard to hear because I know that's how it feels, but the perception of what you're doing with your time and who your time belongs to is what's creating that guilt. So that's going to take some time. It's going to take a bit of a journey, but I think that needs to be a focus point for you, is how can you have some boundaries, but also be loving and compassionate enough to yourself and your loved ones to be able to express yourself that these are the things that are important for you right now. And like I said, it doesn't mean doing everything. It just means picking one thing. We obviously touched upon yesterday, and you guys were all talking about exchanging numbers and things like this in the chat. So again, in terms of that longevity and that consistency, the support is clearly an option for you here. But the key now for you is going to be boundaries, checking out that perception. Now, I know there's a few other people that were sitting and nodding along as you were speaking here. So I'm sure some of the others on the call will have some input for you. We've got like a whole bunch of questions up. Do you want to go into Q&A now? Well, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll do a Q&A now based on this optimization. And then before we move on to the next bit, which is going to be the powerful exercise of visualization, about creating that optimization and integration. Okay, so we'll answer any questions you have now related to what you're seeing here on your optimized day. And then we'll come back to a Q&A after we've done the exercise for any other questions you've got. Okay, so any...
So the hands that are up,
Dorothy,
yeah, unmute yourself, Dorothy.
Yeah, but I would, hi everybody, and sorry that I haven't been visible for the last days, but I catched up with all the videos, and I hope I'm up to date now. Linda, even conscious breathing, if you are aware of your breathing throughout the day, and there's many moments you can just be, you can do other things and still be aware of your breathing. That is also already a sort of meditation.
Yeah.
So when you go to the shop and you go buying something, on the way to the shop, you can just breathe in 5 and breathe out 5, or even do box breathing.
Yeah.
So in those moments when you, so breathing you can always do. And I found that for myself, a very good tool to relax or to be in tune with myself. Because it's something what we always can do. I mean, okay, we can also, breathing, we cannot always do because other people are around and we don't want that. But being aware of your breath, that is like a super good meditation, what you can basically do all the time.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, definitely. No, great input, absolutely.
Conscious breathing is key, guys, to keep your nervous system in a more resourceful state. Like all these exercises, doing 5-10 minute breath work or meditation is great in the moment as well, makes you feel good for around that time. But conscious breathing and retraining your breath throughout the day will really, it is such a powerful key tool to keep you focused and present and in a more resourceful state to act from as well. So definitely.
Yeah, and what obviously I love about what you highlighted there is because it is about who you're being in that moment. You're being conscious enough to just bring your awareness to your breath. Even if you're playing with your kids, you can still be breathing consciously, right? Even if you're cooking your dinner, you can still be breathing consciously. So it's definitely something to definitely be thinking about there for anybody else. Did you have a question as well there, Dorothy? Okay.
Well, thank you for sharing.
Renad, is your question on the optimized day?
Oh,
actually, I just had something because I was thinking about the optimized day, and then when Linda said how anxious she felt, I just want to share something. Because, for example, in my example, I work for 9 hours, so that's 9 hours being at work and 2 hours maybe getting ready, commuting, all of that, 8 hours of sleep. So basically, I've got only a few hours left. So I was thinking, oh my God, I do spend a lot of time at work. But then I went back to thinking, okay, even if I'm at work, I'm still doing something that I actually love. So when I reflected on who I am, being at work gives me, for example, I'm creative, I'm ambitious, I spend quality time with people, with my friends, my colleagues, all of that. So what I want to say to Linda is, it felt like, okay, you might be doing things, of course you love your family and all, and you're doing things for them. I felt maybe it feels like it's too much, but if you go back to who you are, and I was reading the things you said, like you're supportive, you're giving, you're not selfish. So maybe as tapping into that, like while you're doing whatever you're doing during your day and being conscious that you're being what you actually said you want to be, it's going to help you feel you are, your day is not just trying like chores, it's actually you're being the parent, the wife, the friend, who you are. So it's like you're still optimizing your day.
Yeah.
But maybe not how we saw it, because yes, it brings a bit of anxiety. It's a lot of things because maybe the nature of the work they do, it's different. They have different time frame, right? Everyone is different. So I just thought of that for myself, and I wanted to share with you because it might really help you change your perspective and not feel, because I felt like you have a lot of guilt, and reading that you put one of the things is not selfish, it brings that out. Like you didn't say selfless, you said not selfish. You're trying to, I feel like you're trying to really say, I'm not selfish. Like it's something in your subconscious, right? So this is just what I had to share.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, completely echo that. Beautiful. Nice one, Reda. And Linda's heard it in the chat there. Lovely. Perfect. Amazing. May, put your hand up there. Is this about optimized day? May? Yeah.
Yes, hi everyone.
Hello.
Yeah, I just kind of totally relate with what Linda said. Like being a mom with 2 kids, I believe she had, I remember she mentioned, and teenage, sweet age, mashallah. And the stigma that she mentioned, I really felt that, especially being a working mom. And then, you know, I've been called selfish just because I refuse to go out with them in my only day off.
Mm-hmm.
So I get that. And I get these comments from women like me. Yani they're supposed to be supportive, understanding, and knowing our hormones and whatever, blah, 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 we go through. And I still hear that. But I think also back to what Renat said, like, remember what your core values are and what's your mission. And I don't know if you want to look at it as like a purposeful way. Like, now my purpose in life is to make sure they will pass through this age peacefully, and whatever I can provide, I will provide. So like, just talk to yourself, this is my temporary mission. I won't be that busy my whole life. I won't be like letting myself on hold for so long. Meanwhile, like integrate some small changes. Like, this is what I'm really trying to do. Like for me, I put only one goal, just to take care of my health. Where I believe this will just push me a little bit harder to feel less guilt and spend like quality time with them. And maybe it's time also to give them extra responsibilities. Maybe they need to step up as well. Maybe they need to learn that even if I'm a stay-home mom, that doesn't mean I have nothing to do all day.
Yeah.
So, and like, I love it because now my daughter, she's turning 15. She started to say no. So whenever she don't want to do anything, she would simply say no. She wouldn't feel guilty about it. So yeah, just wanted to tell you that because I literally felt everything you said.
Leading by example there as well, right?
Yes.
Your daughter is already like killing it, and that's a reflection of how you're raising her, right? So you do things right.
Wish you all the best, ladies and men.
Amazing. Thank you, May. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Kalesh answered the question out of curiosity. What is your average adherence percentage throughout the week to these optimized days? I would say around 90%.
Yeah. Now that's 85-90%.
Yeah.
When we first started doing them, probably about 50.
Yeah, and you have to remember, like, this is something that we set at the beginning of this year. This is our mission. There's a lot coming, and if we don't get this dialed in, we need to be performing at the level we need to be performing at. So it's aligned with our mission, right? Like somebody said. So it's bringing it always back to that, always. Okay, I think that was all the questions in the chat.
So if we did miss any questions, guys, please obviously let us know.
Yeah. So guys, so this, like we said just now, really in the Q&As, is everybody's different. Everybody's on their own path. You're going to have some people that can do everything and implement everything, and which is rare, and you're going to have some people that will implement one thing, and either way, either end of the spectrum is fine, right? And it's really important to acknowledge that there's no judgment on that part. It's about you devoting your precious time in a way that serves you, that is aligned with who it is you are, right? Remembering once again that this journey is sacred, and we need to be in the present as much as we possibly can to be able to really honor that, right?
Definitely, guys. So what we want to do quickly before we go into our final exercise, which is going to be kind of a powerful meditative visualization for you, helping you create your optimized day, is we just want to wrap a few things up just so while everyone's on here, just before we obviously finish off for the last day. One thing we just want to share with you, which not sure if you're aware of, that every time we run an event, every time we do a workshop, anything like that, we always focus on a giving back mentality. We want to make sure that every part of what we do has an opportunity to make an impact in the world. So every time we run an event like this or a workshop, every single person who attends, so all of you guys who attend, just by showing up every day, you create an impact, because we donate on your behalf to the 2030 global goals, and we're focusing on things like providing fresh, clean water for families in need, healthcare for people who don't around the world who are in need. So every time you guys show up, we donate on your behalf, and we do that in every event because we want to not only give back based on obviously where we are on now and all, like what we've kind of come to really believe in and embody in our lives. We want to show everyone else, just by showing up for yourself, you can make an impact in the world. And that's how powerful you just being on this event and on this call today is. We will be donating to, obviously, in terms of saving the planet, planting more trees, or providing fresh, clean water to families in need, healthcare to people in need around the world, also support relief to war-torn countries in need, all through our partner company, B1G1, which is Business for Good. So just want to let you guys know that. So what you're doing now, you're not only helping yourselves, but you're also helping others around the world. So I just want to thank you for showing up for yourselves and helping us create that impact as well. So very, very, very grateful for all of you for showing up.
Definitely.
Yes.
So yeah, so we've already mentioned the 2 workshops. We'll put all of this on the page where you can see all the recordings as well. Is we have the breathwork workshop on the 7th.
Yeah, so we're going to do a deep immersive breathwork workshop. We're going to focus on 3 modalities of conscious breathing, retention breathing, and a more meditative style of quantum flow, which is more static and tapping inwards. So if you really want to tap in to your breath and your body and go deep into a more breath work and experience it on a deeper level, that's on the 7th of June. And that will be on your basically everything we're talking about is going to be on your recordings page. So where all you find all your event recordings, everything's going to be on there for you, all in one place. So you can register for that. So if you are interested in it, obviously when that's up tomorrow, please register your interest on that as well. So free one as a just for you guys from this Kickstarter.
Yeah, and then on the 22nd, it'll be a root level workshop from the stress pyramid that we spoke about at the beginning of this workshop, where we'll go into the root level in a little bit more detail, so that you guys can maybe highlight some areas in which might need your attention and have some ideas in where to go next and what to do next in that area if you feel like that's the case. Okay, and that's something that you need.
Definitely. And the rest of your other bonuses, as promised, which is all the recorded meditations and visualizations you've gone through over the last 9 days, will all be ready to download tomorrow on Monday on, again, the same page where all your recordings are from this event. Okay, so they'll be at the bottom of the page where you can download them, download the files, keep them on your phone so you can be able to listen to them offline, so you don't need to be connected to the internet to do so.
Yeah. So we have, you missed where we can register, Mervat said. So on the link that we've been sending you, where you can see the recordings, everything will be on that page.
So by the end of the day tomorrow, all that will be up there for you to register for those 2 workshops as well.
I'll do an email to all of you anyway as well. Yeah.
You'll get an email. We put it in the WhatsApp group. The WhatsApp group will stay running as well, because we will notify you about the workshops when they come up, any more information. So we'll email, WhatsApp group. You won't miss it.
All right, in that case, so that's all kind of the housekeeping stuff. So we've got one final kind of meditation, visualization. It's a bit of a concoction of all the things you've been doing, with some extra little sweetness in there for you. So get yourselves comfortable, turn off your notifications and devices, get yourself nice and relaxed. And we're going to take you through one last guided session before we open up again for any other Q&A.
Cool. Okay, so let's put that down. Cool. Yeah, so just get yourself comfortable seated where you are. Counter that a bit. Perfect. Okay, is everyone set? Everyone looks ready? Perfect. Okay, so I just want you to start by closing your eyes, guys, and just starting to calm yourself down with your breath.
With closing your eyes, sit comfortably with your feet flat on the floor and your spine straight. Relax your whole body, keeping your eyes closed throughout this experience, and bring your awareness inwards. Begin by focusing on your breathing, not trying to breathe deeply or slowly or in any particular way. Just let it happen easily and mindfully. Extend your awareness into your muscles as much as you can. Allow your muscles in your head, your neck and shoulders to relax. And feel your body grounded into your seat. If you notice your mind wander, bring your attention back to your breath. Take a few nice deep breaths now, in and out of the nose, and get really centered into your breathing now. Noticing your chest rising and falling as you breathe, relaxing your body with every exhale, letting go of any tension in your face, your jaw, your shoulders, feeling your body melt into this moment, giving yourself full permission to let go and drop into the now.
Now that you are present in your body and you are feeling your breath, you are connected. Ask yourself, where are you in your life right now? And how is that feeling for you? Now bring your hands to your heart. Keep breathing the way you're breathing, very gently. Now connecting with your intention. What are you calling into your life? Let yourself feel it. Let yourself see it and know that it's already happening. Simply setting our intention is already inviting it in. How good does it feel to know your intention is already coming into fruition? Feel the gratitude for this intention. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you could summarize that intention in one phrase, I am blank, and you could fill in the blank, what would it be? Maybe I am love, I am energy, I am family, I am light, I am abundance. What is the quality of the soul that you want to wake up right now with the I am? Keep breathing. Keep connecting with your intention. Take a deep breath in and exhale with the sound. One more. Inhale and exhale with the sound. Beautiful. If you notice your mind wandering, just bring your attention back to your breath. Now we are just going to do a gentle body scan, starting by placing your awareness on the top of your head and noticing any sensations, and observe anything that might be showing up without judgment, without criticism. Just observe. Move your awareness from the top of your head down to the front of your head, the sides of your head, the back of your head, Keep moving your awareness down to the neck and the shoulders. Take a deep breath in, and as you exhale, releasing any tension that may be there with the sound. Now moving your awareness down to your arms, to your hands, and your fingertips. Now to your chest, your back, your stomach, and your hips. Just observing any sensations that may be there. And taking a deep inhale and exhale with the sound. Now keep moving your awareness down to your legs, tops of your legs, back of your legs, calves, your shins, your feet and your toes. Just observing anything that shows up. And taking in a deep breath and exhale with the sound. Now bringing your attention and your awareness to your whole body, your physical body. And just observe how your body feels. Now take one more deep breath in and exhaling, releasing any tension and feeling fully relaxed with the sound. And just return your breath back to its normal rhythm, connecting back to your intention. I am, I am, I am.
Now as you embody your I am intention, breathe into your heart space, not gripping onto anything, just observing with a neutral mind, moving into a sense of spaciousness in your heart. Take a moment now to congratulate yourself for taking this time to nurture yourself, to show yourself the love and kindness you deserve. Keeping your eyes closed and keeping one hand onto your heart, I invite you to imagine that you are surrounded on all sides by all the people who love you and have loved you. They could be people from the past or the present, someone still in your life or who has passed, even a pet or even a spiritual teacher or guide, anyone who loves you. Invite them in now. And imagine them sending you their love. They're sending you wishes for your comfort, for your well-being and happiness. Feel those warm wishes and love coming from those people towards you. Imagine them sending you the wishes for your wellness, for your health and happiness. Feel the kindness and warmth coming to you from your loved ones. Bask in the warm wishes and love coming from all sides. You are filled and overflowing with warmth and love. As you feel those feelings, I invite you now to send the love that you feel back to those people. You and these loved ones are similar. You wish to experience a happy and healthy life. Repeating these words of kindness to your loved ones silently or out loud. May you live with ease. May you be happy. May you be free from pain. May we be filled with happiness, health, and well-being. Send your love out into the world, not expecting anything in return, but instead knowing that you are love. You're always filled with love and light. Repeat these warm wishes silently or out loud and feel how the words feel. May we be free from suffering. May we be well. May we be happy. May we love and be loved. Feel those feelings of love and keep touching your heart. Notice your heartbeats. Feel the love of your beating heart. Keep feeling the feelings. Bringing into your awareness now the feeling of gratitude. And feel the feeling of gratitude for anyone or anything. Feel the feelings of appreciation. Appreciation for anything or anyone. That's right. Very good. Now let's feel the feelings of compassion for anyone or anything to the best of your ability now. Feel the feelings of care. Care for yourself. Care for your loved ones. Care for this sacred life right now. And feel the feeling of peace in this moment, touching your heart. Feel the peace in every cell of your being. Feel peace inside you now. Remembering, this is the way to find your power. You are creating feelings on demand, not waiting for the world to give you a reason for the feeling. You are the one initiating this feeling inside of you now. You're choosing to have a feeling because you choose to. These feelings are coming from a place where you're touching your heart. You're breathing from the feeling of your heart, allowing your body to settle into these feelings. I invite you now to think of a person who is completely healthy in every aspect. This could be a person real or imagined. It could even be a future version of yourself. This is the ultimate picture of health in all the ways, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. They are interpersonally healthy, energetically healthy. You want to be around this person. You gravitate to them because they have such a magnetic pull as they emulate your ideal version of health. See if you can allow yourself to energetically resonate with how this ideal healthy person lives their life. Imagine all of the healthy choices they make hour by hour. Observe how they spend their time, how they manifest a loving world around them, and how they move through life with grace and ease. Now imagine how this ideal healthy person feels living inside their body. And remember, they're mentally and emotionally healthy too, and they're feeling great. There's a tangible high vibration in their body. They move easily within their physical form. They feel deep love for themselves and for others as they move through life with elegance, joy, generosity, patience, compassion, and so much gratitude for this experience of life. Now drop your shoulders. Feel your breath moving in and out of your heart center deeply, recognizing this optimally healthy person as part of you. In your mind's eye, picture this person's energy bubble around them, their energy field, and notice how vibrant it appears in color, shape, and texture. Now, On the count of 3, you'll step into this beautiful field of energy and step into this person's healthy energy. It's vibrant and stable. You'll step into their emotional resilience, their rock solid, healthy mental state, their beautiful, strong and able physical body. You will become this healthy person you've idolized in this experience so far. So in 3, breathe in and out through the nose. 2, relaxing that jaw. 1, you step into this field of beautiful, brilliant, warm, golden light, becoming your idealized version of health. Remembering the visuals you created earlier and absorbing the thoughts, the feelings, and the state of ultimate health. This is now part of you. Enjoy this feeling of ultimate love and health. Take a moment and bathe in your ultimate state of health now. Take a moment to lock in these feelings and these sensations into your awareness as you choose to move through life with this renewed sense of optimal health, knowing you can be well, mean well, and make a difference in this world.
Keeping your eyes closed and feel your presence right now. Remembering and repeating silently or out loud, I am open, I am available, I am receptive. Good, well done. Keep connecting with your intention. Feel your intention in every cell of your being. Repeating silently or out loud, I am. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am transforming anything that is holding me back from my full potential. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am looking at myself raw and real, without judgment, without criticism. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am embodying my gifts. I am embodying who I am. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now gently inhale for 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale through the nose. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale through the mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold 2, 3, 4. Exhale 2, 3, 4. Hold 2, 3, 4. Just bringing your breath back to normal. Keep repeating your intention, letting your whole body ground into where you are now with gratitude. Grateful for this sacred moment. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is already done. Now take a moment to come back to your natural breathing pattern. Notice the magnificence of yourself, feeling even more centered and aligned, knowing what you need to do now, knowing who you are, carrying this forward into your life, knowing all is well, all is playing out as it is supposed to be right now, holding this life and yourself as sacred, knowing you can be well, mean well, and make a difference that lasts. Now, whenever you're ready, opening your eyes and coming back into the room.
Welcome back.
Yeah. Anyone asleep?
Linda vanished. I think only just. There she is.
There she is. Okay, yeah, so time to, final Q&A. I start unmuting yourself. Let us know how you feel. Talk to us. Anyone?
Alam, I've just seen your WhatsApp that you were driving, so I really, really hope you were not driving and doing that at the same time.
No, I reached home early. Thank you.
Good.
And I just came from Breath and Body Works advanced, the course, and then breathing again after this. Amazing. Awesome. Honestly, no comment.
You're so chilled there, Alam.
Thank you.
You're welcome. How about everybody else? How are you feeling? Do you have any questions over anything that we've covered in the last 10 days? Renard, unmute yourself, my love.
How am I feeling? Sad because it's the last day, but also happy to have gone through this journey with you guys and all the beautiful people. Such an amazing experience. And I really hope we all keep in touch and try to motivate each other, because it's very easy to fall back into your patterns. But I think this powerful exercise yesterday of who we are, who am I, and trying to tap into it and just remind ourselves, even if that was the only thing we do before we go to bed or when we wake up, we just remind ourselves, and hopefully we have an impact on ourselves and the people around us. I believe in when you change, you automatically influence positively the people around you, and you start attracting everything good. So yeah, that's my final words. I've spoken a lot this past days. I like to talk a lot, as you all know by now, but yeah.
Beautiful.
So thank you so much. Thank you. I'm very grateful. I don't know, no thank you is enough. So
honestly,
doing amazing work.
Thank you, Renard. I mean, for showing up every day. I think you've been here live, camera on, fully in it, and doing the tasks, doing the homeworks, and it's really, really, really a testament to how well you've kind of taken in all of this stuff as well. You've consistently asked good questions throughout the whole thing, and I love so much how much you've resonated with yesterday, because that is so powerful. And if it's the first time people are connecting with those kind of perspectives, it can take a while to settle in, but it seems like you've really got it. It's about putting that flag in the ground and saying, hey, no, this is who I am, this is my life, I'm owning it, I'm going to be intentional and get after it and be it. So I love that so much. You are a shining example, Renard. Thank you. Amazing. How's everybody else doing? Any questions? Is everybody still in a trance after that meditation?
Still taking it in, still integrating it all.
Malik says, I'm in the car with family. You don't want to know how much I was trying to focus.
It's a noise cancelling headphones.
The good news is you have the recordings, yes. So you'll be able to listen to these whenever you like. Obviously, guys, that one is very much an integration of all of many of the things that we've covered. So if you have a 20-minute window, and that could be one of your kind of anchor things that you do as part of your day, you kind of start to lean into all of those elements potentially. Okay. Any other questions? Anything? Anyone want to speak? Unmute yourselves. If not, we're pretty much ready to wrap up.
Yeah, I was expecting hundreds of questions today.
Yeah, they've asked them all.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I think we're still dizzy from this exercise.
How was that for you, Linda? Did you float away, or was you pretty grounded?
Yeah, as usual. But with this one, I felt dizzy after we finished.
Okay.
Yeah. It's usually I don't feel dizzy after this kind of meditation, but I did. What I want to say is thank you all for this beautiful sessions and beautiful 10 days of my life. I really like everybody's here. Everybody's so passionate. Everybody's so kind. The amount of support and love I received this 10 days was more than the ones I received for the past 14 years of my life. So thank you so much. I love people. I'm a people person. I love to meet new people, especially people like I can connect with, that I don't feel by myself. I don't feel alone, because when you go through this kind of journey, ups and downs in your life, you think it's only you. But once you introduce to other people, you're like, oh, I'm not alone. There's somebody else is just feeling what I feel. And actually, this is priceless to me. And thank you, Jonathan and Charlotte, for the amazing exercises, amazing diving into ourselves. We knew stuff in ourselves that we didn't know before. And now we have like eye-opening on what we want, what we can tolerate in our lives, what our priorities. It's just kind of like now we are more organized, deep mentally than before. This is what I feel. So thank you so much for everybody.
Beautiful. Thank you, Linda, again for showing up consistently. You've definitely found some soul sisters in here, that's for sure. And stay in touch, right? That's the one thing you take away from this. Take each other.
Well, and hopefully we've got two more, obviously 2 bonus workshops in June. So hopefully we'll see everyone on those as well. So we'll be back on screen talking to each other. Yeah, experiencing, going through a couple of more deeper experiences together. So hopefully again, another chance to connect, kind of go a bit deeper on this work as well. So I know we're looking forward to it, and we're hoping to see you guys on there as well.
Yeah. And we should do a trip, everybody. We can meet someday. Reunion, wellness reunion group. I think the majority is in Dubai, so we get a flew there. That's a good excuse for us to go on a trip.
Okay, well, so hot off the press.
Charlotte's gonna say it.
So next year, the dates are not confirmed yet, but we will be in Dubai. It will be towards the end of January, early February, and we are going to be hosting something for people that have already worked with us in some way, shape, or form. So it will be a combination of clients.
That's awesome.
Workshops, this kind of stuff. And we will be inviting all of you guys from everywhere that you are. Yes, Thailand is beautiful, and that is a later phase of our business. Yeah, definitely.
Ohio is beautiful. Come on.
Absolutely, no, it absolutely is. And yeah, that's one of the reasons why we're coming over there, is really just to kind of catch up with you guys. And I know some of you are obviously not in Dubai, but I know it's not too far for some of you. Kailash probably the furthest, for maybe for you, maybe for Linda as well. I'm not sure the flights. Oh yeah, Preet's just left. You probably won't want to come back yet. You'll be enjoying the cold so much. But anyway, we'll be there, and we'll let you guys know the dates and what it is we'll be kind of hosting and that kind of stuff. So you can definitely come and connect in person. We'd love to see you, but it'd be awesome for you guys to come see each other. That'd be even better. Amazing. All right. Anybody else got any questions, thoughts, feelings, anything? Yeah, go for it.
I just wanted to express my gratitude again towards you guys, that you take the time and do this fantastic course with us. It was just needed for me, even though I was traveling and it was really chaotic for me.
But you've
and
still
I got almost stressed.
You've
I was almost stressed.
Yeah.
Stressed to get unstressed. I was more stressed than normally to catch up with the course. But I'm very grateful also that I could manage in the end, and that I could participate. It was actually very, very good for me, because I'm in a situation of my life that I'm in a very, very good spot. But I have always these, I should do more. And so I'm judging myself. And of course, I'm very aware of that. And I'm very aware of that I shouldn't judge myself. I'm trying not to judge myself. And a lot of times it works also. But when I did the scorecard, it's like exactly at this point, it's not taking action. And there's different reason for why I don't take action, because in the moment I'm like really floating, and it's beautiful also. I'm traveling a lot, and still, I think there's more to give for me to the world as well. So it was very good that I took the course with you guys. I love these stretch goals. I really love it. It's great. I don't like smart goals.
I think I got sick of smart goals about 10 years ago. Like if somebody else talks to me about a smart goal, I'm just gonna scream. Yeah.
So I'm very happy, and would be really nice to meet you one day in person as well, if it's in Thailand or here. Where are you in Thailand?
We're in Koh Samui, so you're always welcome, all of you.
Koh Samui.
Yeah, Koh Samui.
Koh Samui.
Yeah, beautiful. And do you have like do you obviously do you do some retreats there as well, or are you more like really coaching and?
Not yet. So that's the next phase on our business plan. The first one will likely be at the end of next year, but there's a few more things to kind of line up before that. But that's part of the plan. But Dorothy, so thank you so much, because I know obviously you've not been able to jump on some of the lives, but I know you've been there and you've been doing the work and cashed up on recordings and all of these kinds of things, and that's just as good in my eyes, because it's commitment, it's devotion to yourself, and the fact that you're taken some key things away, that's perfect. So well done. Good on you.
Thank you.
Amazing. Rena had to go. Preet said, I would love to attend the workshop specifically if it's like a retreat format. Yeah, for sure. I'm echoing Preet on the retreat. Rena had to go. Jamila, thank you. Grateful. Amazing. And grateful for everybody in the group. You can unmute yourselves if you want.
Yeah.
But we can keep reading the chat for you.
Alarm.
Hand up. Yep. Perfect.
I'm awake.
Right now, back with us.
Back. Okay, so I've received a lot of tools out of these 10 days, and I know I'm not going to use all of them, but I already know which ones I'm going to use. So I've got 4 of them that I'm sure I'm going to use, and I really appreciate that. The exercise on every time I sit by myself, I remember something and I just go back and I write it down. I'm like, oh, I didn't write this, and I go back and I write it down, and I really love it. Like today I was in the session and I finished the breathing session. I'm like, I didn't write that, and I just went and everybody's looking at me, what's going on with her? So it was amazing. And I think I'll continue writing the I am part, because I keep on discovering new aspects and new elements of who I am. And I love it. And then the stretch goals I really loved. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to share them with you, but we'll continue to share in the group anyways. So I'll do that as soon as I get back home. I'm still in Dubai, traveling tomorrow back home.
Nice.
And and in case you're coming to Dubai, hopefully I'll also be able to join. It's a 4-hour drive, so I'll come.
Nice. God, that's still a nice long drive for you there, I love. But we would
it's fine. I'll do a sleepover, so I'll come the day before and do the workshop and then go back home, or I'll just fly. It doesn't matter. As long as it means seeing you guys, I'm in.
Definitely, we really take a trip to Oman at some point as well. But honestly, I'm so happy to hear you've taken some key things away that are going to help you. And I just want to reiterate what you just said there. If you've taken the things that you know are going to help you, that is the key, right? Please do not go away thinking you have to do everything.
Yeah.
Pick the place. So thank you for being a great example of that, Alarm.
Thank you very much.
Please go ahead, Alarm.
I really appreciate this, and unfortunately my battery is going to die any time soon. So thank you very much for everything. I really appreciate this, and I appreciate the community that is here. I really enjoyed the questions and the sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alarm. Take care. See you soon.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate obviously what Charlotte said there about Alarm said about picking the things that are right for you. Like the optimization day, we'd like you to create what you want your optimization day to look like. But like we said, it's just pick 1 or 2 things to start with. And that is the big thing. Is start small and build it, stack on it.
Yeah.
That's the key to success here. There's very rare, like I'm an action taker, but even I don't plan it all and then do everything the next day. It takes time to build it up. So always remember, don't overwhelm yourself. Okay, if it looks scary, start one thing at a time, stack it, and eventually it gets easier and easier.
Guys, I'm just reading the chat here. Thank you so much for your kind comments. It's such a lovely group of people, honestly. I love how much you've all connected with each other as well. Beautiful, because sometimes that's tricky, right, on Zoom and such. So it's just, again, a testament to what beautiful souls you are. May, your hand's up.
Yes, yeah. As everyone else, really, I can't express my gratitude and appreciation to both of you and to everyone who shared these 10 days with me. I hope this all good deeds will come back to you triple and double to tripled and even more. I just have one question though. How do you maintain your mind and heart coherence? I mean, what's your best advice to keep this in mind? As I believe if I have that toned in all the time, it will make it easy to stick to our rituals and to our goals and our intention at the beginning.
Yep.
So what's your input in that?
So for me, it is literally simply touching my heartbeat. That is it. That is it. That is literally the one anchor point that I have that will bring me back straight into that coherent state. Now, it didn't used to be the case, so it took a little bit of practice to be able to feel that coherency every time I connect with my heartbeat. But that's what I do, and I think it's the quickest way to bring you back into the present moment when you can feel your heartbeat underneath your own fingertips. That's personally what works for me in terms of like the quickest thing that you can tap into, no matter where you are, what you're doing. What about for you, John?
For me, I do kind of a combination of two things. So when I'm breathing, whether it's conscious breathing, whether it's actual specific breath work stuff I do, I'd always ask myself the same question: is whatever decision or whatever I'm thinking about, is it aligned with who I am? And I listen to that feeling. So and that took me a long while to switch from listening to this and to listening to my heart. And I just ask myself is, whatever I want to do, whatever my decision, whatever I'm kind of trying to process is this aligned with who I am? And I'll just listen to what my heart says. Listen to that intuitive feeling that comes up to whether it's the right for me or not. And that connection, the more I do it, the easier it gets to connect with the heart and obviously make decisions based, from your true self, from who it is you're being.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Things that you can consistently do throughout the day, which doesn't require you to sit and do a practice, right? So they're just the things that work for us. But try and come up with something and that you get to do consciously throughout the day as much as you can. That will help you just anchor in and come back. The seated practices or the mindful practices that we've been doing, like obviously over these 10 days, they are great if you've got the time to be able to put them into your schedule. Otherwise, pick something as simple as heartbeat. Connecting your hands is another really good one as well. Just brings you straight back to yourself and that coherency. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, May. Great question. Yeah. Kalesh has got a question in the chat. Is there anything I can do to spread the wellness theory and support it further? Oh, bless you. That's a nice question. Listen, all we ask is you pay it forward in terms of what you're learning. That's honestly the only thing. I mean, you're welcome, obviously, to always share stuff on social media and that kind of stuff. But just share what's relevant for people. That's the most important thing. It's the most important thing for us.
Exactly. If you find if you know people who are in need of help or guidance and what they're going through and whether they go through resonates with something that we've spoken about, something that we've done or an event we run, we do a lot of free workshops and events. And the reason we do that is because we want to give back. And it's kind of our whole purpose of what we do is we want to give back as much as possible. So whatever you've gone through with us, if you feel anything resonates with what other people are going through, then that's your best way to pay it forward and guide them, help them as much as you can, really.
Yeah. A good resource, obviously, that we have is our podcast. I mean, Kailesh, actually, you heard us on a podcast, right? Which I think is how you found us. So the podcast is a great resource to be able to share with others, purely because there's so many different topics in there, that paying it forward to somebody that needs it will likely, there will be an episode in there that will be useful, for sure. But thank you.
Sorry, where could I find you on your podcast? Are you on Spotify and iTunes?
Everywhere.
Yes, everywhere.
If
Apple,
you-
Spotify, Google.
If you just type wellness theory or stress relief in your pocket, you'll find it.
Lovely, thank
We
you.
can put the link in.
Yeah, we'll put the link in the group as well. So you'll see that. You don't have to search for it.
Yeah.
Jordan, hands up. Go for it.
Yeah, I have one more question about, I didn't really look at the links you put in the group about sleeping devices. Since years I have the Oura Ring in my mind, but somehow I don't still have it. And lately I was looking at a Garmin watch. Do you know anything if they track the sleep also good enough? Because they do track sleep quite good, I heard. Any experience on that one?
It can. So I haven't used the Garmin since I did a triathlon years ago in Dubai.
Okay.
And I didn't use it to track sleep. So I can't tell you firsthand from sleep. But what I do know is that Garmin, I think, is about third on the list. So you've got Oura Ring and Whoop Band kind of constantly fighting for the top two. And then Garmin usually kind of comes into the top three. So I can't that at all. Kailesh has just put in the group, he has a Garmin and it seems to work well.
Yeah.
So there you go. Got a first-hand recommendation right there. So we use Oura Rings.
Yes, I saw. I noticed.
So yeah, and it works for us. But so long as it's tracking and you've got the accuracy there and it's comfortable for you in the form that you wear it.
Does the Oura Ring gives you like a preset of how it should be, like what the optimum cycle would be? Does it?
Yeah, it tells you based on the data whether you need to pay attention to whatever's happening, whether it's your HRV balance, your resting heart rate, your deep sleep, whatever, or it will tell you if it's good or it will tell you it's optimal. So it will give you a range based on the data that it shows you, obviously over time. And then if it's optimal, obviously it'll give you a thumbs up and say, great, keep going, whatever you're doing. If it needs attention, it'll give you advice and some little tips on maybe what you can focus on to try to bring it up to the optimal state. But yeah, it does give you a little kind of a range between if you need to really look at it or if it's spot on.
Yeah. Okay.
For example, for us on this Kickstarter, because of our sleep falling out of whack, my Oura Ring
needs attention.
My Oura Ring is just freaking out. It's like, what are you doing? Like,
yeah, pretty much. It's kind of burning out right now.
But yeah, I think it gives enough guidance to be able to tweak things. It depends how deep you want to go with it, but it's definitely ideal. It's definitely helped us over the last couple of years for sure.
Because I think that I'm a bad sleeper. But when you talked about the cycles and that you have a very light sleep and that you are almost awake in the light sleep, I might not really have even that bad of issues. So this why it would be really good to trace it for me. To at least have in mind or to think like, okay, I really have to do some more action, more effort. Yeah.
Yeah, and on Oura, you'll literally be able to see how many minutes you're in each cycle as well. So there's data there to look at.
I think the Garmin does that also, but it doesn't tell you, yes, good job, or no. I think that doesn't, okay, yeah, guys, yeah.
It depends whether you, like if you want it for that as well, because for example, sometimes it will tell me, like do a lighter workout today, like don't do anything intense. So because it knows my data, it will give me advice based on whatever's going on inside.
Like take a rest day or do lighter workout, or maybe say you have good recovery, maybe you can push it a bit more today. So it gives you little tips as you go. But one thing is good to look at if you do. I'm not sure on the Garmin one, Kailesh, can you track HRV on the Garmin?
I don't know what HRV is. Can you expand on it? Is it the abbreviation?
Yeah, so your heart rate
variability. Heart rate variability. It's basically your body's, but it's basically to track your recovery. So you might have decent sleep, or kind of those sleep cycles, but if your HRV is not optimal, it means your body's been struggling to recover efficiently.
And your
No,
HRV
it doesn't, unfortunately. It doesn't. It does give you a target, a sleep target, and it does break down into different components, how it kind of consists of. But other than that, I mean, for me, because I don't know much about it,
yeah,
it gives me that superficial kind of data that I need.
Yeah, which is perfect.
That's fine. Yeah, I just didn't know if Garmin tracked that or not. I wasn't sure.
The only reason, another reason, sorry, HRV is a nice one, is if you do experience a lot of stress, or you are concerned that maybe you're outside of your window of tolerance on a regular basis, then that is a great indicator of what's going on inside your nervous system as well. So you'll be able to see whether you're operating in that window or not based on that HRV data. So again, it's not essential.
No.
You feel it, right, when you're not. But again, if you're data driven and you like to see the numbers, that can be a really useful thing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else, guys?
Any other questions? No? Okay. Awesome. In that case, I think we're good to go. Malek's been here but very quiet today. I'm not sure.
Yeah, she was family.
Oh, okay, cool. Fair enough. Beautiful. In that case, listen, thank you so much for showing up. I know obviously everybody else is on the recording if they're still watching to the end, but we love all of you that have been involved obviously over the last 10 days. Thank you so much. Now just go and smash it and implement the things that are going to be useful for you. All right.
Definitely. And we're looking forward to seeing you all on the next workshops.
Yeah.
Very, very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Take care.
Take care, guys. See you soon. Bye.
Congratulations on making it to the end. I know 17 hours is a significant investment of your time, especially when life is already feeling quite busy and demanding. So thank you for trusting me to be part of your journey. My hope is that this program has not just given you more information, but a completely different understanding about stress and well-being, and maybe even yourself. Now, if there's one thing that I'd encourage you to do next, it's this. If you haven't already, take the Stress Less scorecard using the link in the description. It only takes a few minutes to do, but it will help you understand exactly where your stress is affecting you most right now. And once you've completed it, you'll unlock a complimentary game plan session with me or my team. It's an opportunity to understand your results, identify where you are today, and help you create a personalized starting point for what you need to focus on next. And because you've also just completed this 17-hour course, I wanted to give you something extra as well. So throughout this course, you've heard me talk about the root level of that pyramid. So once you have completed your scorecard, you'll also unlock another complimentary workshop. Promise you, it's like an hour. It's definitely not 17 hours, where I will take you to the deeper kind of layers of that root level, so that you can actually start to see what might be keeping you stuck in patterns of stress and burnout. All you need to do is drop me an email if you want access to that at info@thewellnesstheory.com, or type root workshop into the comments and I'll make sure you get access. Thank you again so much for being here. I genuinely hope this course has made a positive difference to your life. Please do go ahead, take the scorecard, book your complimentary game plan session if it feels right for you, because I really look forward to meeting you. And if you do want to share this with anybody that you think might find it useful, then go ahead and do so. All right, I'd love for you to pay it forwards. Until I see you, be well.